Welcome, everybody, back to the Divine League playoffs as this postseason action continues to rumble on. We've thrown at you quadcaster setups, duocaster setups. Hey, why don't we throw a bit of love to the TriCast? So I'll be taking you through things on the host side. Got Gordo and Gofrino to cover the casting side for a pretty big-time matchup here. It's Team Death Knights Void versus the Cinderella team, Iridescent Neon, who continue their rampant pace through the winner's bracket. They've made it all the way to the winner's finals, best of 5 territory. Gordo, this is where the true teams are really found out who wants to go to that grand finals.
It definitely is, Slayer, and things are really starting to heat up now as we get into the final couple weeks of the Risen Divine League. And covered a lot of leagues, covered a lot of levels, covered a lot of different circuits in my time, but something special about the Risen Divine League, every single time we end up with some real banger matchups as we start to round out the playoffs here, and this one's been no exception, really. I mean, we got 4th seed taking on 6th seed in the winner's side finals. We've had upsets galore, and I'm really excited to see it continue to play out.
Yeah, we are chock full of amazing matchups. It's really been an amazing playoffs, Gofrino, and it's kind of just crazy how we've gotten to watch these teams get to this point, especially the way Iridescent Neon got to this spot.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams have had to go through some of the cream of the crop to get up here, and we're definitely going to see it on full display here because it is our first best of 5 of the playoffs right now. This and the losers finals are going to be both best of 5s, and the grand finals will also be best of 5. So we have 5s from here on out.
Yep. it's BO5s from here on out. And, you know, you alluded to that, Gofrino, the fact that we got 5-game stretch here. So casters predictions, that means our predictions change up a bit. But let's take a look at our predictions for today. And nearly everybody across the board here, the first thing that screams out is we all believe that this series is a banger, certified by the fact that 3 of us on the desk here believe that it will go the distance. And you can see the split votes as well. That just tells you, Gordo, I mean, we could sit here and say how much we know this is a banger matchup, but even our predictions reflect it.
And it's hard to argue otherwise, Slayer. I mean, these teams both come out of the group stage neck and neck in the exact same group. They're both 5-2 in the regular season. They met up in the regular season, had a full 3-game series there that ended up going in the favor of Team Death Knight's Void. Both of these are pretty much different teams on different patches at this point in the game. That was all the way back in week 2, so had a lot of time to develop since then. But, you know, it's real tough to try to construct an argument for how this could be a super one-sided matchup. I mean, you never know what's going to happen once you get on the Rift, but talking pregame stats, talking pregame analysis, you got to believe that this has all the makings of being a real deep series.
And, you know, talking pregame analysis of this matchup, Gofrino, we talked about it a bit before we got on air here, but both these teams really love to go for some high-octane sort of compositions. A lot of them centered around a certain bladed hero in League of Legends. It'd be interesting to see exactly if they get banned or how that Yasuo could potentially play into this matchup.
We'll have to see. That's definitely something we'll get the vibe of once the series starts, because we don't know what these two teams are feeling on it, because, you know, they both play it, so maybe they let it through, you know, a little game of chicken, who will pick it first, and maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't. That is the nature of Yasuo, sadly. Even on the best of days, sometimes you have to wait for that 0-10 power spike, or you hit that 10-0 power spike.
Yeah, or you hit the greatest wombo in Yasuo history, like Iridescent on Neon did a couple weeks ago. If you missed that one out, I believe it's tweeted out a clip of it, but they put together quite literally a wombo that you dream of hitting. So we'll see if they try and go for that again with the Wukong, with the Malphite. We are on a bit of a different patch, though, Gordo. It feels like some of these high-octane AD carry picks have kind of settled down. Maybe some of those mid-lane mage picks have kind of settled down. You mentioned that it was a completely different playing field with these two teams last fought all the way back at the beginning of the split, but it honestly feels like a different Rift since the start of playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. There's been quite a few changes coming on through, and we've seen how that reflects, especially, I think, in the bot lane is where it can get real noticeable. I mean, Steel City Warrior on Team Death Knight's Void, a player that I generally think of as more of a top laner. I've definitely seen him play top lane here or there. I hope I'm not wrong there, but I'm pretty sure it's the same dude. And he's shown some of that by bringing out champions like the Yasuo into the bottom lane, and has really been prioritizing some super aggressive picks like the Xayah. Whereas over on Iridescent on Neon, it's been all about the Varus for Confused. He's been a big fan of that pick throughout his run. Had a lot of priority on the Kai'Sa as well, so maybe living in a previous patch a little bit there, whereas Team Death Knight's Void, they've always been trying out new stuff. They've really been trying to turn that meta around.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how they sort of tweak that meta. Gofrino, I'm curious though what you're looking, because obviously we've done a great job covering the playoffs, a lot of different metas. What do you feel like is maybe a lane or a blue side pick that you're looking to really pinpoint just in general in the current meta for this matchup?
I mean, blue side in general, it's all about Kai'Sa. She's still really strong on this patch, hasn't received the nerfs yet, so still sitting quite on top there, has the flexibility, can be that S plus tier poke / assassin with decent DPS, or you can go the weaker but still strong general ADC build. Oh, would you look at that? We got champion select here, so should be starting in a jiffy. We'll see if my Kai'Sa prediction is true once that gets going.
Yeah, the Death Knights of the Void variety here on your blue side as we go TriCast to the draft here, and we have arrived. Should be starting shortly. I do want to quickly mention, everybody kind of alluded to it at the beginning, but the lower bracket semifinals matchup is also best of 5. It is also going on right now. We also have a bit of a Cinderella story in there. Pride Stalker Esports have run the lower bracket gauntlet all the way to get to a big time matchup with Levision 2, L2 as we call them. So we'll make sure to give you updates for that matchup. But the matchup to focus on right now, TDKV versus IDN, bans right underway as we speak.
Yep. Yeah. It's taking away some strong meta picks right now. I believe we saw the Varus last time we saw IDN. Can't remember if it was in the Wamba combo, if that was someone else, but I do remember a Varus that series. And other than that, nothing too surprising on the board yet. No Yasuo though. We were hyping that up.
Yeah, there's that Ari ban coming through for Heppo. I want to be on the lookout for where LeBlanc is going to show up, if anywhere. I mean, that's another pick that maybe a little bit of a remnant of meta's past, but still one that both teams have been prioritizing pretty heavily. It's been banned against Heppo pretty much every game of playoffs. 5 games, 5 bans of LeBlanc up against Heppo, but also a couple of bans against Nightingale on the LeBlanc as well. Neither have gotten to pull it out, but both have been drawing bans on it, Heppo in particular. So I'm very curious to see where or if that champion is going to be making an appearance here.
Really intriguing too that speaking on the blue side talk, go Farino, that Kaisa is going to be banned away on the blue side by the Death Knights. So maybe showing that they don't want to prioritize AD carry too much with their first pick, or maybe have an AD carry in mind that doesn't fit Varus or Kaisa. Tristana also taken away. Current meta, it feels like maybe Ezreal has been the high pick, especially in the LCS playoffs so far.
Yeah, I haven't been too high on the Ezreal. I haven't seen too much of it in the playoffs, and I don't think it's giga terrible. I'm just not too high on it right now. But the Sejuani priority is interesting. I know we have been seeing a decent amount of Sejuani prio in a lot of leagues. It's just I'm not used to seeing it in the B1 slot here. We'll see how Iridescent Dawn Neon decide to respond. With triple ADC banned, they might just they might just scoop up their bot lane here, or just lock in the Xayah and pressure out the Recon pick from Team Death Knights. That's also very valid. You got a lot of options here, but the Xayah is a strong R1 pick that I do enjoy.
Yeah, interesting to see the Xayah get passed over by Team Death Knights. That would have been my pick for Steel City Warrior here. The Sejuani, a new pick for Javi, so I'm a little bit surprised to see that's going to be such high priority coming through for Team Death Knights. Maybe showing a little bit of a different look here in their winner's side final matchup. Iridescent on Neon now. Stringy Bird has all of his champions left available. The Blitzcrank, the Thresh, both of these have been picks that have been banned against him a whole bunch throughout this playoffs run. But he's going to take the Rakan. He wants the synergy.
Yeah, Stringy Bird had some amazing hooks the last time we saw them, both on the Blitzcrank and the Thresh there. I remember one able to hook a Misfortune out of bullet time at the right time to save his team from a fight. I believe they were up against their own base too, so a pretty big swing in a fight. Won't be any hook champions, but still a lot of engage with that Rakan. And we're getting a lot better of an idea of what idea want to put together. It's what we've seen them put together a lot of the times except when they go towards maybe that crazy Wombo. And there it is, speaking of the Wombo, the lock-in. So we do get that Yasuo, and it's in the hands of the Voidling Death Knights.
Yep, I'm curious. Okay, it looks like they're going to save the flex potential here. Saving your AD carry for potentially the B4/B5 rotation can be a little bit dicey. We already have triple AD carry ban, and if we see another ban or two come through towards that bot lane, and you want to put this Yasuo mid lane, that is going to really pinch the pool. You can't completely pinch it, but can cause some issues here. We'll see what the R3 is to round off the first part of the draft. I think it'll be a jungler here.
Yep.
Oh,
well,
all right.
We'll see if IDN actually decide to pinch that pool, though. I mean, Yasuo Nautilus, that was the bot lane Yasuo comp that they ran against Contingent Esports. That was what Steel City Warrior and God Gamer 14 brought out in that bot lane, and that puts Iridescent Dawn Neon in a real awkward position here, because if you ban Marksman and try to pinch the pool, you might just be wasting those bans and be facing off against the Yasuo in the bot lane. But if you leave them open, they still have that flex opportunity.
Yeah, it's a real big inflection point, so to say, because it's either do you pinch Nightingale's pool maybe, or you try and go for the carries. It looks like IDN have decided that they're believing it is Steel City Warrior rocking the Yasuo bot. They've done their homework as always, like Gordo does, and that's probably what they're thinking here with the Renekton ban. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another one of those mid lane bans, maybe that LeBlanc, like you were talking about, for Nightingale to take away here, and it will just be all top lane. They're just targeting those top lane bruisers with Renekton and Camille off the board.
Yeah,
we'll see what the B5 ban here is. I'm kind of curious because this has been a very top lane focused last ban phase, and I'm wondering if that means we see the R4 top lane pick here, and then you save counter pick for mid with just how pinched that top lane pool is.
It could be. The Olaf has been a big highlight pick for Meow Meow Mix throughout this whole playoffs run. And meanwhile, General Vici, I'm surprised at these bans just because he's been the big tank guy, at least in my mind, throughout most of their playoffs run. Has gone for, it was oftentimes the Scion. The Ornn has been banned against him a whole lot as well. The Nico has been a big pick for Nightingale in the same moment. And this Ziggs would keep the flexibility alive. So lots of different places to go for TDK.
Yeah, that and the Ziggs also matches decently well into the Zir because you will outrange and you have much more wave clear. And it's really easy for you to just team fight in bot lane or top lane because of that Mega Inferno bomb range. So it is going to be locked in here. Like you mentioned, it is a flex. I'm leaning towards it being the mid lane Ziggs here. I know
Mhm.
more people have been inching towards that because of APA and the LCS. Been bringing that one out in the playoffs. You'll love to see it. We'll see how they decide to round off the draft here because he definitely got some good wombo combo set up so far with Sejuani and Nautilus to set up a potential Mega Inferno Bomb and Last Breath combo. How do you want to put the icing on this cake here?
Ooh, Poppy's also a very strong pick, but they
Yeah.
actually go towards the orange, so it's tank duty for General Vici here. I like the Ziggs a lot more than the Nico because, you know, when you go for these big quick hit plays with a Yasuo, the last breath jumps with depth charge, or maybe you get off the Sejuani charge forward. Nico might not be close enough to follow up the damage, but you have Ziggs to always, if timed correctly with that Mega Inferno Bomb, follow up the damage on the AP front. So if you really want to go heavy for those pick comps, you already have enough CC with the Nautilus and Sejuani, especially with the Ornn. Why not go for more damage in the AP slot than the CC? And I like that pick regardless for that. IDN, though, they respond with that big R5. They're going to bring the Rumble top lane to try get an advantage through the island.
And this is the sort of top lane matchup that I was anticipating and that I continue to anticipate really defining this series is, you know, they've both shown shades of both, right? I'm not going to say that Meow Meow Mix doesn't play tanks. I'm not going to say that General Vici doesn't play carries, but it really has been primarily General Vici, especially on this Ornn. This is a 100% presence champion for TDK throughout their playoffs run, now going to become available for General Vici for just the second time. It's been banned against them throughout a whole bunch of this run. And meanwhile, for IDN, it's a lot of the Olaf for Meow Meow Mix, but also picks like this Rumble. And even on the Poppy, we saw, I think a couple weeks ago, has had some real dominant lane performances and has been a big carry force for this IDN team. So really cool to see that that matchup presents itself already here in game number 1 and how it continues to evolve over the course of this series.
Hello, Pro Draft Overlay still. Yep, I want to see how this Rumble shapes up in the top lane because ever since the heat changes, able to go toe to toe much better in the top lane. You know, you get the percentage MR shred, you still have that massive percentage HP damage when you overheat. And I believe the typical rationale is the Demonic Embrace. It could be the Night Harvester into the Demonic Embrace, but either way, having that 8% HP shred against a team with 3 tanks, very, very handy to have, to say the least.
Yeah, it's classic Iridescent on Neon. Through thick and thin in this playoff run they have played through Meow Meow Mix, regardless, like you heard Gordo talk about, if they were playing through a tank for him to create later in the game, or they were giving him the Olaf to just smash early game and play through the mid game. Both those strategies have worked in flying colors at multiple points through this playoff. So now they go back to that Rumble where they're telling Meow Meow Mix, all right, you've got to come out of lane with a lead because we have set you up to just be an absolute tank buster, like you mentioned, Gofrino, against that Sejuani, Ornn, and Nautilus. And, you know, there's a lot of good AP power on this IDN comp, and they can also are pretty handy at playing sort of disengage. Azira's a really good disengage champion. Rumble can be used that way. J4 can be engaged, but you could use Cataclysm defensively as well to stop maybe a advancing Yasuo, advancing Sejuani. The main thing for me, Gordo, as we get to the client side draft, how many exhausts do we think that IDN are going to bring out? Because you got to at least throw one out when you're playing against Yasuo.
I wouldn't be surprised to see one at least end up coming out, as you said, to deal with that Yasuo from the Rakan, but you can also just go Ignite and try to be a little bit more aggressive in that lane. I mean, you are going to be facing off against double melee as the Xayah Rakan, so if you see an opportunity to try to go a little bit more aggressive, that wouldn't be the biggest surprise to me coming out of Confused and Stringy Bird. They've been very confident in themselves as a duo throughout the run, so we'll see if that is going to be that more aggressive selection that ends up coming through. Do want to call out, while we see the names down here below, there are no substitutes in this game. Both Still Learning in the jungle and GodGamer14 are on ult accounts, but it is still them. Hype Newhee is still learning, and we're not going to talk about GodGamer14 and their alternative name.
Yeah, we'll just leave that one to the wayside. You know, we've had some very intriguing names the entire playoffs, so why not keep that idea rolling throughout?
Yeah. Don't know how to follow up on that one.
Yeah, you know, to be fair, I did not tee you up very well to follow that one up, Go Frito, but we
Yeah.
should be we should begin looking at summoners and runes soon, which you could tell some interesting adaptations to how these lanes are going to play. The main thing to me, you heard Goro talk about the bottom lane advantages. It feels like if you're Team Death Knight Void, you kind of just got to bide your time with some of these lanes and hope that you don't come into mid game with too low of a deficit, so this Wombo can really come online.
Yeah, especially looking at this bot lane. Once he hits 6, it is Nautilus plus Yasuo. Very easy to set up. You just press the death charge button, and then you're hitting someone. Confuse does, of course, have the Featherstorm. Very easy to dodge out on. But pre-6, Steel City Warrior, and I'll call him BB47, will have a bit of a tough time in this bot lane.
And now we can look at some of those summoner spells, and it is exhaustless on the side of IDN. You know, there's a lot of champions in this game where you say you have to pay a tax, like the starter tax is Quicksilver Sash. It used to be the Zed back in the old days, guys, when you played against Zed. Quicksilver Sash used to be the Zed tax for 80 carries, but that's not a thing anymore. I feel like exhaust becomes the Yasuo tax, but won't be paid here by IDN. And it's interesting to talk about, you know, looking back on that Xayah pick, Gordo, because Xayah picked before this Yasuo and this Nautilus, and she with even cleanse helps really well keep yourself safe, but that Featherstorm could just throw a muck to whatever Yasuo combo you want to throw together if timed right against that depth charge.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely a lot of really creative options that IDN can go for with the kind of comp they've drafted for themselves, right? They've got the Jarvan Rumble combo. If they want to just try to cook people in the Cataclysm, then, I mean, that's going to be real great, especially against a target like the Ziggs. But you can also play a little bit more of a kite back style. You can lay down the Equalizer to try to buy yourself some space. You can push folks away with that Azir wall, and you have the Xayah Rakan, which is kind of that real powerful self-peel duo to be able to dash in, dash out, Featherstorm to get to safety. It's really tough to engage hard into this composition, and it's going to make it real difficult to set up those wombo combos unless you are legitimately knocking up like 3, 4, 5 people with Call the Forge God.
And speaking of Call the Forge God, we're going to look at Mr. Forge God's runes here. Grasp, obviously going to be around here by General Vici. Conqueror for the Rumble, just prioritizing, you know, those changes to Rumble, maximizing damage in those extended trades. I'm interested to see what some of these summoners are across maybe the mid lane matchup, because there's a couple options for Azir. We'll get to the junglers, though, and pretty cut and standard go for, you know, right?
Yeah, I mean, act surprised. I guess it is a little bit surprising we see the Legend Alacrity on Sejuani. You know, usually go for that Scion Tree second for the lower cooldown smite, but like you said, pretty stock standard here. Nothing to really see. Mid lane, though, there'll definitely be some variation. Oh, we got some bigger portraits now. All right, that's definitely an update.
In case you couldn't read those runes, just I've been squinting. It's kind of
clear.
helping me out.
Oh,
Oh,
it's first
okay.
exits.
I didn't expect that into range v range, but I mean, if anybody's gonna be able to get gold out of first strike in the mid lane, no matter what the matchup, I feel like Ziggs is up there on that list.
Yeah, definitely. I think what really stands out to me there is the Last Stand Azir. That's an interesting selection for sure. Just going to be looking to get into some fights, get into some very low HP situations, and make sure that he's going to be able to fight his way out of there, especially if he becomes subject to one of these combos. But yeah, that's definitely one we're not the most used to in lethal tempo for both of the carries down here in the bottom lane. Doesn't matter if you're melee or ranged, all happy to be taking that selection.
Yep. I mean, it's just such a good rune on these auto attack champions like the Yasuo and Xayah. Like, you can't go wrong with it. Oh, it's actually the Aftershock on Nautilus and not the Glacial Augment.
No glacial augment on either side. You don't really see it on Rakan, so I don't know why I was bringing that up. But
See it on Rakan sometimes, yeah.
sometimes, usually into these matchups where especially against other engage, you just take you take that Guardian so that you can be a little tankier and take the brunt of those engages and then set yourself back up, especially with the fact that Rakan's dashing forward. But nothing too crazy out of these runes. It's funny though, because we talked about how this entire series could really go either way. We talked about the fact that we could see a Yasuo. It feels like for all the homework we've done on the desk, guys, we've certainly lived up to that, because I don't really know how to feel about this matchup. leaning either way. Obviously, we're all sitting here predicting best of 5, so for our predictions, it doesn't really too much matter how game 1 goes, but it feels like both these comps have different styles they can play, and it's going to be a close matchup like we expect this entire thing to be.
Yeah, for me, it really depends on how well IDN's able to handle the initial engage here. Because you have some great tools for disengage for kiting back, like the Featherstorm we pointed out. If you get the Shurima Shuffle, or if you just get a Zonius here, and combine that with an Equalizer, you have some great tools to stop the engage and potentially live it out. Because you have Rumble, you have Azir, and you have Zaya. You should be out DPSing the 3-tank team in long team fights. So if IDN's able to do that, I feel like they have a general success in this game. I don't know how to word that.
Well, time to figure out if they have some sort of success. It's time to say sayonara, unfortunately, to all you lovely people, because we're heading to Summoner's Rift, game number 1 for what is predicted to be a long bout in the upper bracket grand finals. So Gordo, Gofrino, take it away with game number 1, IDN, TDKV.
Slayer, as we are on to the Rift for game number 1, Team Death Knights Void taking on Iridescent, Dawn, Neon in a best of 5 that will secure them a slot in the grand final. Loser will be playing in that lower bracket final that will be broadcast here next week. They'll have to fight for their tournament lives, but both of these teams got a long journey ahead of them. They got at least 2 more best of 5s in the tank, this being the first one. We'll have to see who is going to be coming in with that side selection for our final match of the Divine League.
Yep, and as we get into game, it's definitely intense, but also calm, you know. Caddy wants to admire skins. That was like the only Rumble skin you saw for like a really long time in the LCS, because like his model was so outdated even after the texture update.
Yeah, the model's obnoxious, and I hear whisperings. I'm not enough of a Rumble connoisseur to really speak to it too heavily, but I think a lot of people vouch that the ultimate is kind of easier to tell what's going on with it on this skin. Like it's just the lines for where the damage is dealt. It's a lot clearer of a rectangle on the Super Galaxy skin than on the base one.
I mean, that, and it also is the skin for Rumble. Like, if you're just talking about from a war standpoint.
Yeah, nobody's going like Pirate Ship Rumble or Rumble in the Jungle or anything like that.
Okay, Rumble in the Jungle is the one I use because it's what I have in it. It's really funny because you just kill them with coconuts when you ulti.
Yeah.
Like,
it's a good. It was a great skin when Rumble Jungle was actually something being played. That was its peak, and it's all been downhill ever since.
The Space Groove one's pretty good.
Fair. I like the Space Groove one as well. I forget that that's a separate skin from Super Galaxy.
Yeah, but as you can tell by our conversation here, it's definitely going to be a calm level 1. Maybe level 2, we see a bit of action in the bot lane if one of these teams hits level 2 first down there and goes for an all-in. Judging by the minimap and the fact that Caddy is letting us watch them farm in the mid lane, doesn't look like anything too fishy or too exciting is going to happen there. Big question is, what are the junglers going to want to do as their first move? Oh, hold that thought. Bit of a caster curse.
Yeah, nice little hook comes in there from GodGamer14. Does pull on in Stringy Bird. Get a little bit of damage, but otherwise not going to have too much of an impact. And we are going to see, I think caught on vision on the bottom side was Javi. So a little bit of information coming over to Iridescent on Neon. They were the ones to get those wards in the enemy jungle early on. And they're now going to see if they can reap some benefits from it. We do know that Still Learning is going to be all alone on that top side. See if they find an opportunity to make anything happen off of that. But Meow is really pushing up there, so unlikely to be a gank angle for this Jarvan.
Yeah, especially since it's against an Ornn early on. Like, you dive that turret, you're setting up a searing charge, so might as well. You got pressure in this top lane. You got the wave pushed in. You got a little bit of poke to throw on back. You're happy as Rumble. You know, you're not any threat of a gank. Got a bit of a roam squad in the river, though, if you look, from Team Death Knights. Looking like they might have been wanting to go towards mid. Do secure the scuttle grab, though.
Yeah, some real conservative play there, but they can at least guarantee that the Sejuani's not going to have to fight for her scuttle crab. Got the priority in bottom lane, might as well use it for something valuable. A nice wind wall there, going to stop Ken Fuse from getting any proper return damage. And I might have spoken too soon about Still Learning paying a visit up the top lane. There's a whole nother wave they got to clear through to get the crash. And he's just going to decide to bail out on this one. But Still
Yeah, I'm not.
on the hunt, hovering around this area, getting vision, seeing the Gromp is going to respawn soon.
Okay, you got General Vici
Wow.
actually pretty low.
Okay, that's a solo
Ooh, the
bolo for
level
Meow
up
Meow
saved
Mix. He
him.
just walks on out of there. They don't even need the side of Still Learning. Should have just thrown down the flag for the assist, but Stringy Bird going to get ignited in the bottom side as Javi tries to get some payback, but only going to claim the flash.
Huh. That's actually generally pretty surprising in the top lane that MX had enough burst there, because that was basically like one full rotation into overheat to finish off General Vici under that turret from half health. Like, that definitely catches me off guard, but showing off the Rumble buffs, you know, a percentage HP damage do be hitting. We'll see if the two junglers meet up here. The flag is down. Alright, Yavi able to get there.
Oh, chasing down now onto Still Learning. That is going to be a stun coming on across, and here comes
Or
Nightingale
flash.
from the mid lane. This needs to be a flash out of Still Learning. Slowed again by the flail,
He hit
and
the
just
wall.
solo killed by Javi on the top side.
Hard punish there. Good hook
Wow.
in the bot lane. Gonna get it. Exhaust.
All right, fall back in onto
Ooh, wait.
Confused, and that's a double kill to Steel City Warrior in the bottom lane. Great play and setup from TDK's bot lane, really showing why they value this duo.
Yeah, I was waiting for level 6, but turns out when you have Ignite and Exhaust, you can just do that. That's a double kill in the bot lane here. 1-0-1 for this Yasuo. General Vici.
Getting all in
Yeah,
there.
they
Meow
just
Meow
got
Mix.
that clean.
Forcing out the Searing Charge. Great damage coming on across, and he just became a whole lot more important because bot lane is now substantially behind. A huge wave crashes into the turret while Confused is dead. Now out of summoners, down multiple waves of CS, and it's only going to get worse now that Steel City Warrior gets to spend that money.
Yep. Gonna get Zerkers and the recurve bow. Nightingale probably gonna have to flash here. Yep. Respecting it. And Ziggs being down flash, very vulnerable. We'll see if Meow Meow Mix wants to go for the dive here. I don't think they do. Yeah, just be a general nuisance here.
Yeah, I didn't think they would last time either. So I'm still not totally out of the woods here, but some early poke coming on in from the Rockets, just going to try to burn away at Vici's health bar. Got that Negatron cloak on the early back, has another cookie to munch on while he's waiting around, so should be okay for now, but Still Learning is going to convert this bottom side into a dragon. First one going over to Iridescent Dawn.
Ooh. Okay. NATO hits. No level 6 yet. Hold 5 for both these bot laners. Junglers are in the area. DDK probably have an idea that Still Learning is in the area thanks to the dragon. Whether they know Still Learning's right here does not look like it. Good hook.
Yeah, Streambird's going to go down here. The chain CC is just too powerful, and here comes Still Learning trying to interrupt it. Going to get stunned for his troubles, though, and the damage coming out of this bot trio is just crazy. A nice snare comes through for Confused to force them back, but that's just Stringy Bird going down for free once again, and an even bigger lead being handed over to the TDK bottom lane.
Yeah, we even saw Nightingale use the Mega Inferno Bomb there and just walk back mid. Wasn't able to get anything off the back of it for their bomb. Up doing some recall timers, but another great play in the bot lane there. Trigger being pulled first by Team Death Knights, and they're rewarded for their troubles. Equalizer is back up here. Once this overheat ends, Meow Meow Mix might look for a dive.
Great knock up there, going to force Meow Meow Mix to tank a turret shot, and he's overheated, so he's silenced, but no mana means Vici can't go any further, and just an immediate response with the Equalizer going to clear out the wave. Doesn't even improve his wave state too much, as camping in the bush. Here comes God Gamer going to engage with Steel City Warrior. No level 6 here for anybody but Confused, and it gets hit just in the nick of time as they're going to be able to fall with that charge into the last breath and chase down Confused with a tornado. 2 more kills to the TDK bot side. They are dominating this matchup.
Hitting 6 mid play, and then I love the wind wall there, putting it behind you so you can't recall the feathers and get the root here if you're Confused. And Team Death Knight's bot lane here. I mean, if you're Steel City Warrior, if you're BB47, you're feeling really good about this right now.
As you should be. I mean, they are in a supremely winning position. The first dragon did go over to IDN, so it's going to take a while to try to convert this bot lane. into those sorts of objectives, especially with Still Learning coming up here with Heppo to try to grab the Rift Herald. So TDK yet to be able to convert it into too much else on the map, but the gold lead is really going to reflect what they've done down there.
Yeah. We'll see what IDN can recuperate here, because they do have the Rift Herald. If you're able to get a good play of your own here on this bot side, pick up the 2 shutdowns there, drop the Herald, and get some points here, then you've equalized the bot lane. Confused will be so back in, or we are so Baroque, as the hip kids are saying nowadays. And then you'll be feeling much more fine and dandy, because the 0-2 Zaya, 0-3 Rakan are going to have so much issues here. I mean, the first mythic of the game completed is actually going to be BB47 as the Nautilus. Interestingly enough, just with all the acceleration they got with that triple kill in their pocket.
You know, looking over the wall is Still Learning, looking for a potential dive here onto Vici. He is pretty tanky at this point with that giant spell, but is going to commit the Rift Herald. Heppo's here as well. They're going to throw it down with the Cataclysm. He's going to bust his way out with the Searing Charge. Now into the bottom side, they're engaging on a Stringy Bird. No flash, no nothing. Already used it and goes down anyway. Meanwhile, here's the redive. Heppo going to be able to finish him off, but Call, the Forge God, going to take down Still Learning. And there now Meow Mix can focus down with Heppo to be able to pick up, looks like this whole turret. This is a huge wave.
Yeah, and ooh, like General Vici is not having a good game. They must be so happy that their bot lane is popping off right now, because are we just gonna... But these turrets are so low, but we saw them have to backman the top due to their low health.
Yeah, potentially also just wanting to make sure that this whole wave goes down. I mean, this is 30 CS lead over to Meow Mix. That's absolutely crazy here. I mean, that kill that they were able to pick up on a Still Learning going to help things out a little bit, but this is a rumble world up here on the top side.
Yeah, bit of a yin and yang on the Rift here, I guess you could say. It farms like a yin and yang if you look at the gold leads. You know, mid lane, that's pretty even. Top lane, pretty skewed, and bot lane skewed the other way. That's kind of yin and yang. It's not the same curve, but I'll hold that thought. We probably got a bit of a scuffle in the top lane. Equalizer is available, but Vici has gotten far enough. Oh, hold that thought again.
Heppo getting a little engaged on here. BB47 going to be there in time, and here's going to be the knockup coming on through. They're going to chain that into Last Breath, and Heppo with nowhere left to go. His duo is inescapable, and they are going to take down another kill. But here's the 3-man squad looking for the redive on top. Vici, no Call the Forge God, no flash this time. Just going to try his best to clear out the wave. A nice double knockup off the charge. Still Learning going to have to flash away, and Vici is still at half HP. They do take down the turret, though, and that was the biggest threat all along. Meow Mix should be able to claim this kill for himself.
Yep. It does take a while in the top side, though, and that was not first turret. We saw first turret already taken in the bot side here by Team Death Knight's bot lane. That's a 3-0-3 Yasuo with 5 plates worth of gold in their pocket. They're able to equalize the dragons here and pick up the Cloud Dragon for themselves. Best dragon in the game, in my opinion. And they're feeling fine and dandy. Yeah, you're losing the top side, but, like, your main combo piece in this Yasuo is super fed. You just need to get some extra gas in the tank for Nightingale, and they're really just going to be able to blow up these squishies.
Definitely going to be on IDN to find a solution to this Yasuo problem. On the bright side for them, a lot of these kills have ended up in the Nautilus. I mean, he's got the Even Shroud done early, and that feels plenty good, but does mean that, you know, about 900-ish gold worth of that gold lead isn't really in a spot where it's going to give you too much value later on. Might be something that IDN could capitalize on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's see what IDN's able to do, because you do have this really fed topside. Oh.
All right, everything coming into Meow Mix. This is their most fed member. That's the shutdown gold, and it comes through to Steel City Warrior. TDK, they rotate up to the top side, and they immediately resume activity as normal.
Yep. Nothing else much to say there. You get hit by the knockup. There's a Last Breath followed up, and you just get melted as Meow Mix. You only have the Demonic Embrace right now, so it's just a bunch of health. You will get cut through by this Yasuo. And
now
yeah,
just going
Team
to try
Death
to...
Knight.
Yep, Just cleaning up turret plates up here. I mean, the TP back. Meow Meow Mix. Not willing to let this go quietly. He's got to be careful, though.
I
Avi
don't
is
know,
coming up for
Chief.
the dive. They're just going to focus everything into him. He's not even overheated yet. He's got no equalizer. He goes down a second time. And TDK, they clean up the turret easily.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief. That's all I will say. As I'll proceed to say more, because Meow Meow Mix, you didn't really have too much backup there, and you kind of knew they're still there. Okay, you probably didn't know that I'm Yavi was there, but ooh, that's gotta stink, because now you just racked up 2 deaths on your one member that was absolutely smashing in lane.
Yep.
Oof.
And at the same time, Vici, he just gets to farm out in the bottom lane. He's got a farming matchup up against Heppo. He'll be plenty happy with that, and much easier than where he's been spending a lot of his time. And even his MR just continues to pay off. And when you get this kind of early advantage, it makes it so much easier to accelerate the Ziggs. I mean, he's gotten 2 turrets executed now. Doesn't matter that he's 0-0-0. He's got plenty more gold than the Azir.
Yep. Oh, and looks like the overlay just updated a bunch of items for us. Thank you. Sometimes there's a little bit of lag on that. Yep. I definitely believe that there was 175 in play.
Yeah, that is not correct. A whole lot more points were taken in this game. So we're not going to take that one at face value, but what we are going to take at face value is the Steel City Warrior is up in items. He's got 2 already done at Infinity Edge Mythic, going to make a huge difference in his damage output. And you can see he's up a whole eye edge over where Ken Fused is. That is a big problem here. Yeah, he's got nearly double his gold. He's at 8.8k to 4.7k, and remains to be the question that IDN just doesn't have an answer for.
Yeah, like, because if you look at the gold lead now, it's nearly 6,000 between these 2 teams. Like, this is at the point where it has definitely spiraled out of control. And it's going to be an uphill battle for IDN to come back in this. They have the tools to kite it out, but when there's this 503 Yasuo, you are going to get melted. The good news is, though, that it is a 503 Yasuo, still very squishy, has no defensive stats whatsoever. So you can melt Steel City Warrior if they do miss position, if they do go in early, but you're going to have to survive that first early blunt force, I should say.
Yeah, and you do have the kiteback tools. I mean, you have the Emperor's Divide, you have the Featherstorm. You can try to peel back and get out of this Yasuo's grasp, but every time it's been BB47 here, getting the fight started, continuing to find the engages, landing every dredge line we've seen out of him, it feels like. And as long as that's how the fight's starting, it is always going to end with a TDK win.
Yep, let's... For IDN's sake, let's hope they're able to recuperate some stuff here. I mean, just getting the shutdown onto Steel City Warrior alone, or if you're able to pick up both these bot laners, that alone would definitely help mitigate them. It's because you'll get so much extra tempo across the map with all that extra bot time. Heppo is not going to survive this.
Yeah, this TP's kind of late. Could be the ultimate coming on through.
Yeah.
They're just going to dredge line it, actually. Follow-up lockdown. Nothing to be gained from Emperor's Divide. Does buy himself a little bit of space. Good dodge on that ultimate, but is still going to have the follow-up dive coming on through. He is 1 versus 4. Nightingale will find the bombs. Nightingale will pick up the gold.
Yep. Nothing much you can do there is Heppo, like... What are you gonna do? There's 4 people literally in your lane. All you got is your passive turret. Good Zonia's there by Nightingale. Still in a bit of a pickle.
Yep. Good gold onto Ken Fused there. Going to be able to catch that one out. IDN now looking for some turret gold to catch themselves back up. Think that's still going to be objective bounty? No, not quite yet. But that is going to be reducing the gold advantage that TDK have built up for themselves.
Yep, really nice counterplay there by IDN. They do trade the dragon, but because they got the first dragon, it's only the second stack here for Team Death Knights. Okay, we got the Rift Shield in the mid lane, so the turret trade will be equalized most likely. That's a Yasuo. 5-0 and 4. Doing that. Yep. Alright, there goes
Heppo
turret.
Gotta be respectful here. Here's the dredge line. It connects. Heppo going to get knocked up with a follow-up. They do not commit the last breath, though. And here's the re-engage. Throwing on down that equalizer, going to burn through 3 targets. But Steel City Warrior, he's fighting it out. He refuses to drop. Finally, Featherstorm is going to connect, and Javi going to drop as well. Ken Fuse, who's still at full HP, who's staying alive throughout the whole fight, is going to try to clean up on Navici. Gets knocked on up. Here's Nightingale back from the grave off the teleport to try to turn this back around, and Ken Fuse will get knocked down by one more bouncing bomb.
So close there, but I mean, IDN, they see the opportunity and they pound scored it. It's a 5 versus 3. They sure as hell are going in on that one, and they're able to get some big shutdowns for themselves. They got to be feeling nice after that. Yes, it is a 4 for 3 in the end, but you got such huge shutdowns there that you technically come out on top of that, and you didn't really lose any objectives for it.
Yeah, the mid lane inner does drop, but I was going down one way or the other in the long play, and does maintain the gold lead at about 5k, but does show how you can play out these fights. I mean, Steel City Warrior, he doesn't get a great ultimate angle off. He gets locked down and stays alive way longer than one would expect, but once he does fall, it's way easier to play out the fight.
Oh, Heppo.
We're back. We're back to business as usual. Here comes the ultimate, and Heppo's going to drop.
Yeah, barely hit the ground there on that one. What else can you say about that one? It's like, yeah, that's an 8-1 and 4 Yasuo who got a free ulti on you. Oh, that's a lot of turret damage on Meow Mix. We'll see what the return is. They do have Equalizer, though.
Yeah,
Baron's happening in the meantime, though, down below half.
Yeah, Meow Mix could teleport up to this, but he's going to have to get his recall done first. Still Learning is waiting. Teleport up from Vici. This is going to be a full 5-man TDK roster. Over the wall, onto Still Learning, pumping in all the ultimates while they finish off the Baron, and Still Learning's just got to bail. Flag and drag over the wall, and TDK walk away with the big purple buff.
Yeah, a great defensive play there by BB47. Just flash over the wall. Use the entirety of the CC in your kit to keep this Jarvan for Still Learning from getting back over that wall. And now with the Baron buff here and a 6k gold lead, you can look to just make this game completely unwinnable for the side of IDN.
They can, and they will look to. So much damage already dealt to the structures of IDN. And now going to look to move in and claim themselves some of those inner turrets. So much gold being held in those if they can manage to pop them. Now, with mid lane inner already down, they have so much control over the jungle as well. Going to just be looking to clear out some of this vision. Heppo finds Steel City Warrior. Is just going to back away. Stringy Bird coming on down as well. It's a 4-on-4 on this side.
No flash available. It's going to proc the turret here from Heppo. Bit of a line of a defense here against this Baron push. Will stall it out some. Still got over 4.5 minutes on that buff. Ooh. There's the ultimate.
Yeah, pulling the trigger on a Meow Mix, but it doesn't look like anybody was with Javi. They are not going in yet. Here comes Still Learning, lands the ultimate on the 4, burning them down with the equalizer, but everybody manages to step out of the way in time. It's a double kill picked up for Nightingale. He's low on HP, but nobody's got the follow-up damage. Meow Mix going to fall as well. That's 3 members down for Iridescent Dawn, Neon, Team Death Knights, Void. They fight their way out of it.
Oh, that was so close to greatness, too. He had the Cataclysm, but there's a single pixel of space there for I'm Yavi to still be standing in the Cataclysm and not be hit by that equalizer. Tragedy for Iridescent Dawn Neon. They at least keep their inhibitor turret alive for now, but they're going to be losing even more structures off the back of it in this bot.
And that's the problem, right? I mean, not quite getting the perfect angle on that equalizer, and a little bit late on it as well. You could tell he just knew he needed to push the button. That was their best chance at a fight. Heppo dropping so early as well. Confused, not able to come up. They just don't get the cash out that they would have hoped for because of how far behind they are. And now it's a 5-man squad of TDK pushing in the bottom lane, bursting their way through the turrets. And Stringy Bird looking for a last-ditch effort on the side, but he doesn't even have the quickness available yet. TDK, they're just going to walk out.
Yeah, they're going to walk out. They're going to grab the dragon here, put themselves on soul point. They don't need to push it too hard here. You got a 9k lead. You got the Ornn items coming in. You will just melt them if they try and contest this. But it looks like they are going to be trying to contest this. They got all their ultimate abilities back up here on the side of IDN, and they're looking for an angle. Look for the flag and drag to lead it off.
Oh, in for Still Learning, comes back out with the Cataclysm. It does get avoided. Stringy Bird charming everybody, but the follow-up knockups from Samuel Vici are just too much, and Steel City Warrior is running amok in the back line. A huge fight for TDK, 5-for-0 ace, and that should be all the shootout for this game, Goferino.
Yeah. No more Baron buff available for them, but already pushing in the spot lane. You got the super minion on hand, and Iridescent Dawn Neon, they go for the Hail Mary Warrior, but Steel City Warrior just from Morbin on the back line here and able to take out both the Azir and the Xayah. And any potential of IDN winning that team fight, slowing down the drain. All they can do is watch their Nexus fall here as Team Death Knights, very strong showing in game number 1, just completely stomping the bot side and collapsing that into the entire rest of the map.
Absolutely here, as we're going to bring back Slayer to break down some of this post-game, but what a one-sided showing there for TDK, coming out with a statement in game number 1.
Yeah, that was one hell of a statement. It was really interesting to watch because the splitness of the map early game was really interesting. It's kind of what we've been seeing from both teams all playoffs long, and what ideology would push through more. You had Meow Meow Mix, who had that big advantage towards the top side with that Rumble, like we thought we'd get going. With Yasuo bottom lane combination with God Gamer 14s, Nautilus just completely blew everybody out of the water, and you can see that in the damage graphs. And the fact that just so much of a gold difference, and Goferino is crazy because I think like 12 turret plates were taken by the Death Knights Void Squad in this game.
Yeah, I lost track myself. It was a lot. I can tell you that much. I was there, although I kind of forgot it, even though I was there. But we'll put that aside. That's how many turret plates were taken. It's easy to lose track when you're taking that many plates. And yeah, you just see in the gold graph here, like it just spikes up and up and up, and then eventually it's unwinnable here for the side of IDN.
Yeah, huge showing here. I mean, they got so far ahead through the bottom lane with that Yasuo Nautilus duo. You got to believe you just have to take that off the board coming into future matches or future games. It's going to be really tough for them to navigate their way around that duo. And it just didn't look like they were particularly ready for it. I mean, the engages started by the Nautilus over and over again were just throwing a dredge line at somebody up a little bit too far, and every time it resulted in them getting further and further and further ahead.
Yeah, and it was a complete runaway in that bottom lane, and we do have replays available for this matchup. And Gordo, you were talking so much about it, just take me through. This is 8 minutes in. It feels like deja vu because we'd already seen this once, but the power of this Yasuo not bottom lane.
Yeah, and again, I mean, it's just a little bit of disrespect coming on through from Confused and Stringy Bird, not acknowledging the fact that Steel City and BB can be in this bottom lane. And then once they come out, the fight just not going to be able to go into their favor. Confused is the only one at level 6 here, which was their only hope. And even then, level 6 gets ticked by the blue side duo, and they're going to be able to follow and turn this into 2 more. Again, the Nautilus picks up one of the kills. It could have been even better, but they're going to be plenty happy with the double either way.
Yeah, and it was crazy to think about, Goferino, because we talked about how the fact that Iridescent Dawn Neon, they kind of had both better lanes for early game in that matchup. In the top side, we obviously saw that play out, but bot side, we were really confident that this Rakan and Xayah would be able to zone well to punish this double melee bottom lane, but they just looked all out of sorts from really the get-go.
Yeah, and I guess it was just the Unga Bunga angle. Like, you just throw out the hook. If it lands, Unga Bunga on in. If not, well, wait another 10 to 12 seconds for that dredge line to be back on up and catching us off guard, and also catching IDN off guard.
Yeah, but, you know, IDN did have a picture of how they wanted to play fights, and we'll go to this next replay. We're jumping all the way up to about 22 minutes. This was the picture of what they wanted to do in fights here. It was that Cataclysm from Yavi and the, Rumble ultimate over top. They get a good fight. They get some damage onto Javi here, but then they go forward. They can't get any damage. They can't burn Sejuani, and here comes Still Learning. He gets that Cataclysm. They drop the Rumble ultimate, but they're just too far behind the Rumble ultimate. You talked about Goferino. There's a couple pictures pixels that save them towards the top of it. You know, Yavi doesn't drop. They don't get any of those kills, and you can just see how far behind they are in gold. They end up wiping for 3 more kills here, and that kind of just felt like the last breath, because that's the fight we expected IDN to have a lot of success with, that combo. But when you're this far down, Gordo, there's just no coming back from it, even if you do land the ultimates right.
Yeah, no, and you can see the placement there of the equalizer. Tried his best with it, but didn't quite get it across enough of the members. They were able to kind of huddle all on that close side, which, I mean, that's the side you'd want to force them to, but the follow-up damage couldn't come together for Ken Fused. It couldn't come on through from the soldiers from Heppo. The options just never really presented itself. The damage from the Ziggs, the damage from the rest of the squad was just a little bit too high, and that's where that gold lead really starts to make the difference. Even if your fight execution is good, if you don't quite have the stats to step up and deal the damage, it just doesn't end up making a difference.
Yeah, and it really did in that fight. And here's the, inaugural, we do this with every replay, the final fight that kind of blew the game open. Go for, this is the real stat check for Team Death Knight's Void.
Yeah, like, there isn't too much to analyze in this. Like, yeah, you're 9K up. You're going to smash this. Look at Steel City Warrior just in the backline. Kills Confused before they even land down. And next thing you know, they take another life, take another breath off of this earth. And just no damage here from the rest of the members. Like, clean 5-0. You forget the dragon. You just go straight for the base here and you end the game on a very dominant note.
Yeah, I mean, Fed Yasuo just actually solo kills both carries there. He just completely takes them off the game. They don't get to participate in the fight, and then what the other 3 members are doing doesn't even really matter.
And well, luckily though for Iridescent, Neon, Steel City Warrior can't just solo the entire series by himself like he did that final fight. We are going the distance, folks. You got to get 3 wins to punch your ticket to grand finals. So we're going to head to a quick intermission. On the other side, game number 2 draft to see what Iridescent Neon can cook up as a response. Back in action from the quick break here for the upper bracket finals matchup. Iridescent Dawn Neon going down in game number 1 to the Yasuo diff that was Steel City Warrior from the Death Knight's Void. And already out the gate, we're sitting in game 2 draft, waiting for things to kick off. The main thing is it does get underway here, guys, is that IDN, they've now swapped the side selection to that blue side. We'll see if we get that Yasuo ban or if they decide to pick it themselves.
Yeah, going to see how they want to change up that play. I gotta believe there's no chances of a TDK Yasuo run back though. Something about that's going to change, and there's the ban right there to change it. So going to make sure that they're going to have to play something a little bit more traditional in the bot lane, or they're going to have to cook something new.
They'll look to cook something new, regardless on this red side. We'll see. Now we'll get an idea, though, of what Iridescent on Neon want to prioritize with this B1, which there is a couple interesting options, because we talked about it, Go Farino, the fact that this team loves to play through Meow Meow mix, but when you play through, top side, on the current meta, there's not a lot of great options to B1 towards your top side. We already saw TDKV went with the Sejuani. Still a lot of interesting options, though, for them on the blue side as we get through all the bans.
I mean, if they want to for Meow Meow Mix, they can B3 pick for them. Because we did see their pool get pinched in the second phase there. The Olaf was the most notable thing because they had really strong pop-off performances on that. It's going to be the Rel Prow, though. Such a strong flex pick because it's a good support pick, but it's also a really strong jungle pick right now, so you can put that anywhere. All you know is, like, there's definitely going to be a lot of all-ins here from this IDN comp by the looks of it.
Also, it's a big denial pick too. Rel's been a big pick for BB throughout the entire run, so they're going to make sure that that's not going to be available for him. And it was banned away by IDN in game number 1, so getting to secure that here for Stringy Bird in the bottom lane, or potentially for Still Learning in the jungle, is going to be huge.
And speaking of those bans for the Death Knight's Void, they run back the same exact bans. I'm pretty certain Varus, Ari, and Kaisa were all taken away on their blue side, so they take it on the way the red side. And they love their flexibility, guys. You know, the Yasuo, you could think it's a mid pick. It could be a bot side pick, and it'd be a bot side pick. Tristana has the ability to go towards the AD carry role, or you stick her in the mid lane. You have the Poppy as well. It's just Flex City right now, Go Farino, because you could realistically see these two champions end up in a multitude of different slots in the current meta.
Yeah. I mean, if you really want to go all out with the flexing, you can put Poppy in the support. Wouldn't be the first time we've seen it in the support role. But the Poppy is there mostly for the Rel. I'm expecting it to go in the jungle here. Because you just put up that steadfast presence whenever the Rel tries to do the Ferromancy crash on down, and it's like, nope. And then Rel is just Sag.
Yeah, very, very true. But Gordo, we talked about Meow Meow Mix. We've seen his Olaf, and we were curious on blue side, how high do you prioritize his champions, especially down 1-0? They're going B2 with this Olaf, and pretty certain this is going into Meow Meow Mix's hands, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would be very surprised to find out that that isn't the case, and he has just been a monster on the Olaf throughout this entire run. So not surprised at all to see that locked in, especially when they were able to build up advantages through the top lane in game number 1. They just weren't able to hold on to him the whole way through. But TDK, their cup spilleth over with Rel counters. They are looking for the Alistair to take her on in the bottom lane. They are looking for the Poppy to stop her in the jungle. It's going to become a really big, difficult task here for Stringy Bird to actually find ways to do anything on this Rel.
Yes. With that Alistair locked in, it gets a bit better of a picture here. Still solo lanes potentially available. TDKV Go Farino just love to throw up that flexibility. This Tristana could go AD carry still against that Zeri. Feel like good, good early game punish AD carry if you want to try and shut a Zeri down when she is pretty weak in her current state towards the early game.
Yeah, I was definitely feeling a botline Tristana here because Tristana synergizes really well with Alistar. You both have really insane level 2 all-in potential, and that Zeri at level 2 really will not be able to do anything whatsoever if you just jump on top of her. And Team Death Knights, if they go with the Alistar Tristana combo here in the bot lane, it might just look a little bit like game number 1 where they're just constantly all in and getting all these kills into 2v2s or 3v2s if they do get a bit of help from the jungle. That can be pretty scary, but the flex is still on the board here. Got to keep that in mind. Probably will be shown here in this. Actually, no, you just say mid for R5 here, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, both
Yeah.
are options for them. I'm really
Yeah.
curious as to we're missing some real familiar faces in the mid lane here. The Ari, the Azir, they're both sitting up here. They're both big picks for both of these mid laners. But instead, just focusing on some of the more niche selections. The Victor taken off, the Silas taken off. The Ari's already been banned. I'm a little
Yeah.
crazy there. But the Azir's still on the table, and I really would not be too shocked to see an Azir lock in here just to get that high prio pick.
Hmm.
Oh,
Would be
there's no
tech.
Yorick Tech would be crazy in a game like this. It looks like right now they're hovering top lane matchups for General Vici here. Or they still could throw the Poppy top lane if they want,
Ooh.
but it looks like with that Cho'Gath locked in into that, that safe sort of pick. Cho'Gath can play pretty safe in lane, be that big main tank. It looks like I Am Javi will be realming the Poppy. Big front line is kind of the takeaway right now for the Death Knights, go Farina.
Yeah, and it's pretty clear that whether their last pick is going to be mid lane or ADC, they're definitely going to want a lot of damage out of it here because it's similar to their comp in game number one where you have these three fatties and then just two super threats. The Tristana does scale up insanely well. Thresh going to be locked in here, showing that it is that rel jungle. So IDN kind of respecting the potential for the engage here. Coming out from the Alistar plus Tristana in the spot lane. I'm curious how they want to round out their draft here with their mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big Azir supporter. I mean, they've got this
That'd work.
scaling composition. They got some team fighty kind of draft set up for themselves. And Stringy Bird does look to be piloting that Thresh that's been such a big pick for them while they take the Rel into the jungle. So, yeah, looking at it, locking it in.
Mm-hmm.
So after a kind of disastrous game one for IDN, they still want to run some similar champions. So they get that Azir lock back in for Nightingale here. That leaves up the sort of TDKV. They have to show their whole hand here, right? Are they going to send Tristana mid? There's still some AD carries up if you really want to run Tristana mid, but we feel like it's an AD carry Tristana. The Syndra being hovered here. Pretty good lock-in. That's a lot of burst ability, some decent range as well behind that front line, and it will be locked in here to round out this draft. I'm a big fan of Syndra, especially in her new form, one of the better reworks in my mind because of that splinter system. She could just scale up so well, get those ultimate execute at 15%, become an absolute buster on anybody she decides to push Unleash Power on.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping we'd see the Ziggs run back here because that worked out well game number one, and would have worked out well here too. But like you said, the Syndra also a nice matchup into the Azir. We have very similar range with your Scatter the Weak. If you're able to get that stun on down, it also gives you another tool to stop Rel from Ferromancy crashing on down because it is a knockback. And that will stop the Ferromancy W, I believe.
Yeah. It's a tough situation to be the Rel for sure this game. But we'll see how it can break down from there. I mean, the big question here is going to be Meow Mix's Olaf and how strong they're going to be, how well they're going to be able to navigate it in that top lane. I mean, this has been such a huge pick for Iridescent on Neon the whole split long, and especially in their playoffs run. If it's unsuccessful here, then you start to real get concerned as IDN, since these guys, they're already down 0-1. If you fall down 0-2 and the champion that I feel like has really defined this team and this run also doesn't work out, that's going to be a big struggle point if they have to come into game 3 in that kind of state.
And speaking of struggle points, I went to double check to look at the playoff bracket over again here. This is the first time in the upper bracket playoffs that Iridescent on Neon have started a series off with a loss. They took down Primal Instinct Black in 3. They took the first game of that matchup with the crazy Wombo comp that we keep talking about and won't shut up about. And then they 2-0'd Riz Farmers in the last upper bracket matchup. So this is technically newfound territory because they have not been in losing that game one matchup yet. So we're getting to see kind of what IDN look like off a loss, how they respond to a game one loss. And they put together a comp that we would say is pretty tried and true of what they've shown all playoffs long.
Oh, I have a sneeze there. Yep. I mean,
I'm
tried
muted.
and
I
true.
did my job. But yeah, no, really great drafts here coming out from both sides. I really like how IDN have kind of doubled down on what they felt like were their strengths. They're really reinvesting up towards top side. I think Heppo on the Azir, he got picked a few too many times, but it's still been a pick that they've been able to rely on throughout a lot of this split. So not going to be hating on that one at all. Team Death Knights, they're keeping true to their identity as well, keeping Vici on those top laners, keeping him in a sort of nullifying matchup up against Meow Meow Mix, and they still have that aggressive angle in the bottom lane for Steel City Warrior and God Gamer 14.
I'm a big fan though of getting Stringy Bird back on those hook-oriented champions because Rakan, you can set up a lot of pick plays there, but there's no real pick play potential like these hook champions in my mind. And Stringy Bird was absolutely looked like one of the best, if not the best, Thresh player in the playoffs so far in the couple times that he brought that one out. So hopefully that'll bring a little bit more control to this bottom lane after a very, very tough game number 1 for Confused and Stringy Bird. But you know, the only best way to rebound from that is to kind of go against a similar comp go for him. We talked about the fact that Tristana Alistar, you know, it's not double melee, you know, it's not a Yasuo bot, but they might kind of play this lane similarly to last.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like Yasuo Nautilus, but you just have an even stronger level 2 in some senses if you're looking at it from the all-in perspective. And that is definitely worrying because Confused and Stringy Bird, they are going to be playing second fiddle in this bot lane. The Zeri takes a while to scale up. The Thresh, if you go in against an Alistar with that hook, you are going to have a bad time here. So yeah, IDN's bot lane, they're going to have to take a chill pill and just weather the storm here, it really feels like.
They're built to do it. They have the Dark Passage to be able to pull on out Confused if he finds himself in a little bit of danger. But yeah, they're definitely going to need to be cognizant of what their role is in this lane, knowing that there's going to be a lot of all-in potential from the Alistar and the Tristana. Hopefully they've learned a little bit of a lesson about getting all-in in that game number 1. It's going to be a real similar setup, like you said. They are looking to dominate the bot lane again for TDK, and IDN, they just need to have their response prepared.
And the response should be through Meow Meow Mix, right? That's what we talked about. You picked this Olaf B2, getting a look now at the runes. Pretty standard for top lane, but the matter of fact is, Gordo, it's another matchup for Meow Meow Mix, another team that tries to run a weak side top laner into his Olaf. How are you feeling about how that could play out for General Vici? Because all playoffs long, it has never worked against his Olaf.
Yeah, no, it hasn't. And I mean, even in game number 1, right, it was Meow Meow Mix getting the upper hand up against General Vici. But the change there was Javi, who was able to come up into the top lane, turn some of that fate around. And then the later rotation of Steel City Warrior and God Gamer 14, who were then really able to punish on towards the over-aggression that Meow Meow Mix was showing. So I'm not too concerned about his ability to create a lead in a one-on-one. I almost treat that as a given at this point. The question is, how is he going to be able to utilize it responsibly, and how is IDN going to be able to play around it?
Yeah, that's a big question for me too. The other one is whether or not we see more jungle focus top here from Team Death Knights, because last game we saw a lot of focus in that bot lane, and it worked out for them, but this time it is that Olaf top that we have been hyping up. So I'm curious if we see a little more jungle action towards top in this game, just to help neutralize the Olaf matchup.
And I do want to point out, we just had that room page run by, but the Syndra here is running Phase Rush. So I don't know. There's definitely a couple options for Syndra. I don't feel like Phase Rush is usually utilized. I guess I could see if you want to get a combo out and get out, create some distance, but usually you're running First Strike, Electrocute, even I would argue Airy might be a better choice in some matchups against a big tank than the Phase Rush.
Oh.
And it's Phase Rush City for TDKV. I'm pretty sure Poppy, Syndra, and Alistar are all running Phase Rush into this matchup.
I love that. That's the Chad Phase Rush Alistar right there up against the, compared to the traditional Aftershock Alistar. This is way more fun. Lets you get behind people, lets you look for those creative angles. As for that Phase Rush, I'm curious on Gofrino's take, but that feels like a get me away from Olaf rune right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, possibly. Could also just be a, hey, I want to stick on top of you to get the cowbell stun down.
Sure.
Could also be for that. We'll see how it does shape up in game though. Because the Phase Rush Alistar also definitely catching me a little by surprise here.
I'm caught by surprise on all the Phase Rushes. I mean, it's Phase Rush on Nightingale's Syndra too. So Listen, I obviously am a caster sitting here, and I don't play in these games because I'm quite literally not good enough to play in these games. But, you know, phase rush on Syndra, the only thing like Gordo talked about, I think, is if the only way to beat Olaf is to outrun him when he's in Ragnarok. So that's the sort of logic. And man, what a level of respect is that giving over to Meow Meow Mix? You're adjusting your head rune for the matchup.
Could be definitely an adaptation that comes through here to see if it's going to end up benefiting Nightingale. Yeah, obviously, I think he's the one who wants to run away from the Olaf a little bit more. I think BB47, he's there to try to find his cool phase rush angles. He wants to be able to stun people with the cowbell. He wants to be able to find interesting knockups that he can get to utilizing that headbutt. And if he can stay on top of somebody like Confused or Stringy Bird, that's going to set up Steel City Warrior to be able to reprise the sort of performance he had in game number 1. He's got to be feeling good after that dominant Yasuo performance and looking to keep that momentum going now with the Ghost on the Tristana.
Well, for the Death Knights, their Void squad here, momentum is the name of the game here, because you win this game number 2, you are one game away from the grand finals of the Divine League Summer 2023 split, but you have to win that game. The only way to win is to blow up the Nexus on good old Summoner's Rift. So I'm going to say sayonara, folks, and we're going to let Gordo and Gofreno take over game number 2 of this matchup.
Thank you very much, Slayer. As we are on to the Rift for game number 2, Iridescent on Neon opting to move over to the blue side in an effort to tie things up. TDK going to be representing on the red, up 1-0 in tonight's best of 5, looking to take us to match point already. Iridescent on Neon looking to guarantee us at least 4 games here tonight.
Okay, got a little bit of invade coming out. I think this is just for vision. There's the word dropped on down, pinged on out. That is +5 gold for I'm Javi. Javi. We were told it's Javi.
For sure. Yeah, that Olaf's so dangerous at level 1 with the ability to reset on those undertows. Definitely want to give that the respect it deserves for the side of TDK. So they're going to watch that ward come on down. They're going to have a pretty good idea of where Javi is for some of this early pathing. Going to respond, make sure that there is no invade coming in with that ward over the wall. And there won't be, as it looks like Still Learning, looking to start off on the bottom side.
Yeah, and it looks like, okay, it was BB47 who dropped their own ward down by the Raptors. Help keep track of where Still Learning is. You can see it there at the top bit of the camera feed right now. Still Learning going to take this red buff. Going to be at least calm here at level 1. Unless we see Meow Meow Mix get a good undertow combo and just chain that into a kill here. Definitely very possible. That is the nature of Olaf top. You laned one undertow. Next thing you know, you're down to 20% health. The biggest thing, though, will be these bot lanes hitting level 2. Because Steel City Warrior and BB47 definitely want to hit that mark first here and just go for the Youngabun.
You definitely do. I'm going to be looking to see what Still Learning can get done in this early game. I mean, they really have taken their whole draft. Oh, BB. You can see, they're all very upset at what just transpired. He tried to get the combo. Looks like he missed the W. Probably somebody stepped into the bush, pulverized the ground, and everybody just freezes to acknowledge what's just happened.
Hey, look. Even when you're on the opposite end of the matchup, you know when an Alistar messes up combo. You know, there's 2 ways. There's the version we saw where you pulverize and then realize you didn't hit headbutt. And then there's the other time where you do headbutt, but the pulverize doesn't go off. Good hook. Gonna get a nice little favorable trade here. But that cannon at least tanky up. Yeah, tanky turret here for BB. And
Hero cannon minion there. Denies a turret shot from landing onto the Alistar. Means that he'll still be plenty healthy to continue to fight this out. And, yeah, the health bar matters. The health bar is a way more significant resource on the Alistar when you are phase rush. Because you are going to be not quite as tanky off the back of going in the way that an Aftershock or even a Guardian would make you. So we'll have to see. Doesn't even reduce the damage the opponents are doing the same way that something like a Glacial Augment would. Meow Meow Mix gonna get knocked up here. Having a bit of a rough trade up against Vici. Still looking to fight it out, though. Does get the reset on the undertow. Looking for the solo kill. Could ghost under here for him. Takes a turret shot. Little indecisive, but does keep himself safe and does avoid that follow-up rupture. A great trade for Meow Meow Mix.
Yeah, I mean, that's Olaf top for you. It's like,
Oh, yeah, I'm in my minion wave. I should be fine. Oh, wait, you pressed your W, got a huge shield, and now you're just omni-vamping it all back up. Got a bit of a dive being set up here. Still learning. Flash,
Ooh,
Ferromancy.
nice.
There
Nice
we
flash
go.
crash down there from Meow Meow Mix, and they do pick themselves up first blood for Meow Meow Mix. That is what you are looking for ID, and they start off with the lead in the top lane.
Yep. Clean. Cut. We'll see if Javi wants to go for this bot lane. Does have flash. Does have the heroic charge here to hit up Confused. But would be a little bit tricky here without a headbutt pulverize. Good little combo there. Flash, pulverize,
Ooh.
and headbutt into turret. Good flash response there by Stringing Bird, just recognizing, yep, let's not get headbutted into this minion.
Yeah, crucial there for Stringy Bird. I don't know if he did that reactively or if he just knew what was going on, but great play nonetheless. Gets him out to safety and means that Javi just kind of wastes a little bit of time down bot. I mean, he had all his camps cleared, so not much else to do. But IDN get to hold on to their lead that way.
Yep. And all being said and done, it is just the one kill on the top side, but it is a very impactful one kill because we were hyping up this Olaf for Meow Meow Mix, and hype is paying off. First back, you get the Tiamat here that's going to help you just shove these waves under turret. It's just going to help you get all that extra bit of damage. When you're farming minions and just clipping General Vici on the side here, Vici not going to be having a fun time, to say the least.
Definitely not. They know exactly where BB's at. They throw on out that dark passage just to keep the vision on the lantern, going to make it very clear where anybody is at any given time. Now, just going to have to be playing aware of the fact that they don't have that escape tool, but of course Javi's up on the top side. Nothing to be worried about for the time being.
Mm-hmm. Yep, a little bit of a calm on the rift right now. Everybody's just back to farming.
Yeah, camp's coming back on up. Junglers off to their usual business, especially with Still Learning having already utilized that flash. Doesn't have too many great opportunities to do too much else. Just chilling on out, continuing to farm away as it's a very slight CS lead building up for Nightingale in the mid lane. It's a much bigger CS lead being built up for Meow Meow Mix on top of the first blood he's already achieved. So that matchup going exactly as they would hope as he's ticked over to level 6. He's landed an undertow. He's going to be able to chase Vici the whole way down here.
Amazing.
And that's going to be a very injured Shogath limping back underneath his turret.
Yep, that is Olaf top lane gaming for you. You land 1x, you land another, you land another. You probably get an auto and a undertow in between. And yeah, now you have General Vici at half health under turret. Let's see if the hook lands. Get down, Mr. President. That is the name of the game. Another minion away. So Team Death Knights able to grab themselves a dragon here.
What is the red team paying their minions this game? I mean, they're really coming in clutch for him as a big combo landed by BB, and that's going to be a kill on a Stringy Bird. He's got nowhere left to go without that flash. Confused returns some damage, but a great kill picked up for TDK.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even though the kill does go over to BB here, still take that. It's going to let you snowball this bot lane. We have Still Learning up in the top side. That is a low health Olaf. This should just be an easy peasy dive in the bot lane. Instant flash on out, and
Confused. You know, getting a little greedy for it. Maybe missed timing when the steadfast presence is going to be, but stuns himself off the back of an attempted dash over the wall and will end up going down. So that's 2 kills now to the TDK bot lane. This time it goes over to Steel City Warrior. Stringy Bird is back. He has found Javi, is going to try to keep him locked down. He commits the Ignite. He's going to look for a solo bolo here, and he gets it.
All right. I mean, that's a good counter pickup here. It means I'm probably going to have to take a bit of a backseat here. Does still mean, though, that Steel City Warrior... Oh. Olaf gaming.
Ooh.
Steel City Warrior, BB, so far ahead in this bot lane.
Yep, got the Vamp Scepter too to keep himself topped off, and knowing that Javi just went down on bottom side, looks like it is going to be a signal for Still Learning to start on off the Rift Herald. They've got the priority in mid, they've called over Stringy Bird, the setup is good, and they should be able to claim this one.
Yep, easy peasy. Match this one on up. Ager's just going to be farming it out bot here in a bit. BB47 though, if they know that Stringy Bad's here, Stringy Bird likely going to be showing in this mid lane here, so BB can just walk around here and look for the dive.
You even got I'm Javi coming on down, so
Okay,
confused.
he's slamming the brakes a little earlier this time. He is backing way up. It's gonna deny him his siege minion though. I mean, it really sucks one way or the other. At least you don't end up going down, but he's running out of gold. He's given up a CS advantage, while Stringy Bird is still hanging out elsewhere. Is going to be a slightly bigger lead being built up by Steel City Warrior, and both of these teams are going for the exact game plans we would have drawn up for them. Go for, it's really a top side versus bottom side matchup.
Yeah, right now though, there's 2 kills worth of lead in the bot side versus just 1 in the top side. Looks like General VG has at least stabilized a bit here. Has I'm forgetting the name of this item. The early armor item to reduce
The Warden's
auto
Mail?
attack damage. Wardens. The early Warden's Mail here going to help out a lot with these trades because Meow Meow Mix will be autoing a lot, and you get just a lot of armor from it. So that's at least been slowing down this top lane a bit.
Ooh, knockup comes on through.
Ooh.
I'm waiting to see Meow Meow Mix just pop the Ragnarok to immune one of those and go in for the all-in. That's the angle he's really looking for. Heppo diving in, going to find himself face-to-face with BB. A nice shuffle to get away. Flash traded, and he will be going down to this Ignite pretty soon. Yeah, Javi just walks away. A hook landed by Stringy Bird, but do you really want to convert that into anything? All you've got for backup is the Rel, and neither of you do the damage in that duo. Confused still down here farming up, and a great play by TDK. They punish Heppo's over-aggression.
Yep, just good pick up there. Onto the Zier. The fadeaway Ignite, going to finish that one on off the dubstep Ignite, as it was called back in the day. And yeah, now you're generating more of a lead in all your lanes here. Got an extra assist up, some EXP lead in the mid lane, and of course Steel City Warrior rocking that 1-0-1 scoreline and the CS lead themselves. I'm still learning here around this time, and it's going to be sniffed out here by Team Death Knight's bot lane, just walking on away from that one.
Back to the scene of the crime. I mean, that was the bush that they camped in last game and were able to pick themselves up a nice, easy double. They do manage to avoid it this time from the side of IDN, but that's not going to pull them back into the game. That's just going to prevent them from falling further behind. So with the vision here, they're going to look to steal this Nightingale. Snags the red buff. Get over here. Picks that one up for himself, and now with an angle onto Heppo, here comes the dash in from Javi. He's used the steadfast presence to hold him in place, and that's another kill for Nightingale. Now moving forward on to Still Learning. They've got 4 members on him, flashes away to keep himself safe, but TDK continue to win out, continue to build themselves leads.
And because it looked like Javi was going to be, that Nightingale was going to be punished for that one. Like, here's Squishy Syndra out there, but next thing you know, Heppo's the one punished. Oof. Close. Very close, but not quite. That's still really scary, though, here for IDN. It's not even a 1.5k goal lead, but it feels like so much more because Team Death Knights, they're the ones making the calls around the map. You know, Nightingale having the vision there, saying, you know what, I'm just going to go in. We're going to win the fight after this if they do try and punish it. Feels like Team Death Knights, they're the ones calling all the shots here except for that one top lane game.
Yeah, and I mean, for practical purposes, around this dragon fight, it is a bigger lead than it looks, because there's a 1k gold advantage individually on Meow Meow Mix, and he is isolated up on that top side while his teleport's on cooldown, so no chance of contesting this dragon. TDK will be able to pick themselves up a second one, and Confused up too far, taking a ton of damage from Steel City Warrior, and there's another one for the TDK bot duo.
Yeah, it's just so hard to walk up. They'll get another one here. Almost certainly. Stringbird actually going to flash out and get away, but it feels like the flashes of both Confused and Stringing Bird are just having to be popped on cooldown here, Gordo. Because, I mean, every time they show their face in lane, the squad's coming on in to, just pile on the damage on you.
Yep. Meow Meow Mix will pick up his 5th plate here. He's very strong on the Olaf, but he's going to have to start bringing this lead elsewhere because things are going from bad to worse on the rest of the map. Yeah.
Because that is solo first turret, that is 5 whole plates of gold, but you have to look at the rest of the map here. Because, like you said, it was a 1k gold lead in that top lane last time we checked. Definitely ballooned to more now with that first turret pickup. But you have to look at the rest of the map here. It's a 2-0-1 bot lane, a 1-0-1 mid lane. They're up 2 dragons.
Isn't Olaf really going to be enough to overcome that is the question here, because both your other carriers are 0-2. That's a good Magnet Storm.
You know,
They'll
finds
follow.
Nightingale. The hook from Stringy Bird doesn't connect, and Nightingale will be able to get out.
Tragic, yeah. Because you want to get that kill there. That generates you some nice advantage in this mid lane. You'll be able to crash the wave into turret. You'll be able to get some gold flowing back into your Zer's pockets here for Heppo. And
Yep.
yeah, I mean, IDN, yeah, they're technically not too far behind when you look at the raw gold, but when you add in the invisible gold of where that gold leads distributed, the invisible gold of these dragons, it really does add up and feels like they have to make something happen here within the next few minutes so they can have a bit of a footing in this game.
Yeah, next Rift Herald spawning up here in a couple of minutes. This is where IDN feels strongest, but a big catch here on to Still Learning. Great deny using that steadfast presence, and this is going to be an IDN jungler going down right as the objective spawns. Huge play by TDK, but a return from Heppo, pushing Nightingale into the mix, trying to get a kill on a Confused, but there's just too many members of Team Death Knights, and they get themselves another. Now moving forward onto Heppo, he's used all his mobility tools to get behind Nightingale, and that means he's going underneath the turret. Steel City Warriors on a rampage.
And it just feels Jova right now, Gordo. Like, you try and make a counterplay there, but the members of Team Death Knights were literally just like a screen and a half away from you there. They sure as hell are going to be able to respond to that easily enough. You got two 0-2 carries at that point, now 0-3. They're not going to do the damage to really make that pick sting to finish off that pick before the cavalry arrives, and that's what we see there. And it just bleeds even further and further here on the side of IDN.
Yeah, and IDN, without access to their proactivity tools on their carries, just looks to be falling apart here. They can't get the Varus for Confused. They can't get the Ahri for Heppo. These are the picks that have gotten them this far, by and large, and when they have to go onto these more scaling-focused compositions, they just don't seem to have a great feel for where they can make plays and where they can't.
Yeah, like, you see the objective bounties up now, even though it's only like not even a 4K difference. Like, it's accounting for those dragons, it's accounting for where the gold has been distributed here, because it is a rough going.
Yeah, it's a very tough look here so far, setting up around this dragon once again. BB going to find a knockup as we do enter a bit of a pause here. Not sure who's called it or why. We will probably be coming back over to cameras here before too long.
Yep. Let's see. There we go. I'm in news reporter mode, as Caddy calls it, just in case we go to cameras, but pause coming out. We get confirmation in a bit on what it is, but it's kind of clear by the state of the game. Hello, Slayer. Oh, and you're not muted either. Good. I was worried we'd have to remind you. I mean, it happens a lot where you just start talking. It's like, oh yeah, I'm still muted for the cast. But it's kind of clear that right now, this current game state, it is Team Death Knights favored.
Yeah, it's honestly, I'm getting deja vu vibes. I mean, what can Confused and Stringy Bird even do in this phase? It's just such a tough angle for them to play. You know, you have, once again, you just have Javi doing a really good job prioritizing bot side, some of those dives, pushing Confused off the wave, and it's starting to feel like we have the book out now in IDN. You can give me Mix some of these picks, but as long as you're not straight inting him kills over and you're playing the rest of the map, this IDN team looks pretty beatable.
Yeah, no, I stand by the point I made a couple minutes ago. It's the Ahri for Heppo, the Varus for Confused, these kinds of early points of power to be able to make picks, to be able to make plays, to have some of just that early to mid-game oomph that you're looking for in these early objective fights. That's been IDN's bread and butter, and they're being denied it in this series. And when they're going on some of the more scaling options, they seem to be struggling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even know where Confused's Zeri can go from this point, so far behind, but as much fun as I'd like to break down the game with you guys, there still is a game going on. Pause is over, so you guys take it away.
Don't worry, there'll be some game breaking down once we're done, but getting right back into the heat of things here.
Yep, and we are still in a little bit of a dragon standoff. It's a minute to go until the Chemtech Drake will spawn. Ooh, a little attempt at the steal there. Doesn't work out. Still Learning going to secure that speed shrine for the team.
Yeah, because
It kind of feels like IDN, they want to try and make something happen around this next dragon. Whether they do or not is a little up in the air. They at least got the vision down, they got the river prio on down for it. Is teleport being used though in the top lane? Heppo wanting to save this turret, understandably. That is a big cooldown down low. Because Heppo will more or less just have to puff it to this next dragon, and it won't be there at spawn time. Will be a little delayed.
Yep. Coming on back here, Nightingale does have access to that TP. He's going to be joining up with the team here before too long. Just going to channel it right here in mid lane. So the rest of the team is just trying to fight for priority. Eppo throwing down that turret in advance, and it's really far away. Is still learning. He's going to be pretty late to this spawn as TDK is starting things up, camping in that ping brush. A stun lands on a Heppo. They all pull the trigger, and Steel City Warrior gets another kill. And now it's a 5 versus 4 for Dragon point number 3. IDN, they just have to back away. They have to give it up. They know they'll just lose the whole game if they try to take this fight.
Yeah, they wanted to make something happen, but before they could even attempt it, you're down a player, you're down a gamer here in the mid lane, and such a rough going. Your two main carries are 0 and 7 respectively. 1 and 7 if you want to include Yummy Mix in the top lane, who's definitely going for that carry build, but bad luck. Still learning, going to be spotted out on the side here. Still learning, really neutralize this game. I mean, 0, 1, and 1 has only participated in that 1 kill. Granted, that is 50% here. So there's only 2 kills, but it really goes to show, like, oh, the shuffle.
Nice attempt here by Heppo, going to pull in BB. Here comes the full combo from Still Learning, trying to lock down Nightingale. They need to cash out here. They need to get somebody. Confused, snipes him down with the Ultra Shock Laser, popping the ultimate, trying to fight it out, has to flash out of the Steadfast Presence, and it's Steel City Warrior again, dominating, picking up his 6th kill of the game. Teleport, not going to end up coming on through there. So I think, MX got interrupted. He got knocked up by a Rupture, and now it's Heppo up too far, hunted down by BB. Steel City Warrior 7-0-2, back in his form from game number 1.
Yeah, it just kind of feels over at this point. Like, this is your strongest member right now, going even in a trade, if you want to call it that, with General Vici. Like, you had the angle there. You just don't really have the damage. You don't have the stats. You're this far behind. Like 5 deaths, 4 deaths, 1.5 items apiece. You don't even have tier 2 Blitzers, Heppo. Like, you are just so strapped for gold here in the mid and bot lane. What do you do? It's hard. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place. It honestly feels like, Gordo.
Yeah, I mean, that teleport attempt from Mix, that was their big ticket to try to get back in. He shows up, he can throw some axes down, utilize his advantage, maybe pick up another kill or 2, and then he's really strong. A great interrupt there comes through from Vici, denies that. They're going on Nightingale again, though. They know he's got no flash. Smite comes through. They've got the follow-up CC. Heppo going to be here. Here's the all-in from that Unleashed Power, and Nightingale just takes one back. Stringy Bird coming up. He's going to flash Ignite. He takes down the kill. But that's not where you needed the gold. That's not where you needed the resources. And IDN, I'd say, come out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, IDN, they come out ahead on that because they're so far behind. I mean, I'm Javi. It's kind of in their jungle. 1.5 items. Too damn tanky against a 1 and 4 Zeri. And there's now a 7-0 Steel City Warrior. Yep.
Everything on to Still Learning, taking so much damage. Steel City Warrior up a little bit far. Jumps over the wall. Gets himself another reset. He's going in on the Confused, and that's a double kill now picked up for the Tristana. And it is just still unwinnable here for IDN in these fights. They are trying to find the carries, and they get a little bit of damage on through, but they just do not have the resources to get the job done.
Yeah, and things are really just spiraling out of control right now. I mean, they were already kind of out of control, but with that play, it's like you mentioned, Gordo, IDN, they're trying to make something happen. And they're really close at some points. It's just they do not have the stats. They do not have the items here to make the thing happen. And that is just so tragic. Because if this was a world where it's like maybe only a 2K deficit, maybe it's only a 3K deficit, you can see these plays working out here but sadly they just don't, and they're falling further and further behind. Now it's a 9k gold deficit. You're staring down Soul in about a minute's time here, and there's the Baron buff barreling on down. What do you have to show for it? A 1-0 Olaf with a modest, like, 50 CS lead.
And that's at least something you can look at coming into game number 3. Say, hey, we've had some good setups in these fights, but we're just too far behind. Maybe look to change up your early game plan. Make sure you aren't this far behind, but it's looking pretty close to done and dusted here in game number 2, and it is going to be a long, hard road for IDN to be able to fight their way back from here.
Yeah, like if IDN are able to get some big picks and just stabilize the game.
Stringy Burst is dead. Yeah, over the
going
wall.
for it.
Here comes Still Learning. Get some good
That's a good
lockdown.
one.
Steel City Warrior goes into the stasis. Here comes the punt out. Keeper's verdict
Ah.
from Steel City Warrior, or sorry, from Javi rather, is
Oh
going to
my.
keep him safe. And Nightingale just blows up Ken Fused with an unleashed power. He's still plenty strong on this Syndra. Now just following up here, it's a 5 versus 3 on the map. They are looking to move on to Meow Meow Mix. He does have the Ragnarok. Gotta pay respect to what this Olaf can get done. Stepping forward, Steel City Warrior with the Bloodthirster completed has been able to regen all of his health off of the birds, and they are looking for Dragon Soul. Dash into the wall, lands onto Still Learning. They're looking to focus him down. Steel City Warrior firing unabated. Will be able to get his first reset of the fight. Now they're taking down Meow Meow Mix. He couldn't even pop Ragnarok before he went down, and Heppo, the last one standing, has just got to use everything he's got to put distance between himself and Team Death Knight's Void as they are looking to crack open the base. They don't even need the soul.
Yeah, they got Baron. That's going to make this a hell of a lot easier. That is just the basic abilities of Nightingale there, taking Heppo down to 20%. Yep. I mean, IDN, they're still trying. They really are here, Gordo, and I want to see them succeed. I want to see the series go the distance because we were predicting, like, all right, this is like the one best of 5 that probably goes to game 5. Almost certainly goes to game 5 here. We only had one person predict that maybe it's a 4-game series here, but with how it's shaping up right now, I mean, Team Death Knights, they came out game number 1 swinging. They're coming out in game number 2 swinging even harder. It makes me really worry for game number 3, because if they come out swinging again even harder, we might just see a 3-0 here in what was supposed to be a really close matchup.
They can come out swinging just as hard, and we might see a 3-0. And they are looking dominant in these first couple of games, as here comes a nice poke from Stringy Bird, but here comes the follow-up. Meow Meow Mix is already blown up. He's at sub 100 HP, limping away from the fight as the Dragon's about to go down. A huge steal comes through from Still Learning, buying a little bit of faith here as Ken Fuse is in the pit. He's firing out the lasers. He's taking shots, but they are just bouncing off the body of BB47. He is taken down all comers, and that's a triple kill, I think, picked up for Steel City Warrior. Meow Meow Mix now has to solo defend the base, and Nightingale is just looking to get the job done before the team even arrives. Lands another Dark Sphere. Turnaround attempt from Meow Meow Mix, just gonna force out the Ragnarok, and they are looking to siege down this base. At least 10 seconds to go until anybody else can stop them, and they might just close this one out in 25.
And again, you have to feel for IDN in that play, Gordo. Like, had they not been so far behind, that is like a beautiful setup. You get I'm Javi out of that one immediately. You have the Zeri just hopping over, getting the DPS down with that Ultra Shock Laser, with the Pikachu mode activated, but it's just not enough. You do thankfully stop the Soul here. You do thankfully stay hanging on in this game by a thread. And there are like small glimmers of hope, but at the end of the day, it's still coming up L's here for IDN, and to Team Death Knight's credit, I mean, they're just playing really well this series.
And the fights still look all right. I mean, their setups are acceptable. Heppo's going to die here. He's going to get found.
Wait. Okay.
No, maybe not.
Had Heppo kept walking up the lane, that would have been a certain death. But did have Still Learning in the back pocket there here in the jungle. Still Learning has to be careful, though. Like, you're not getting out of this one.
Yeah, you could try. The Steadfast Presence is down, crashes down out to safety, and just waltz on out of there, at least for now. But meanwhile, picking up objective bounties on the bottom side. A little bit extra gold to try to diminish the 12k gold lead that TDK have built up. The Dragon Steel, of course, came with one of those as well. This siege is just getting started, and there is nobody there to push out TDK. They get themselves another inner turret and are going to keep this siege going.
Yep. Oh, man. Yeah, they are still hanging on, thankfully. The scaling will come through eventually. It's just they've been put so far behind. You got a 0-8 into his ear. Has not even finished the Gnasher's Tooth here.
Yeah.
You got 4.5 items on Steel City Warrior. Like,
yeah,
that is 3 full items.
It's hard to pray for the 3-item power spike when you're still on 1 item.
Yeah.
You're really, really running out of time. You only got 1 Nexus turret. I don't know if you got another item and a half of gameplay in you. As here comes the engage again on a Meow Meow Mix. He pops the Cataclysm going.
That's 1.
Nightingale. Nightingale's down. Now they're focusing Steel City Warrior. Ken fused over the wall. There's a kill on the Hobby. They've taken down 3 members here. A shutdown comes through for Meow Meow Mix as well, and that was a huge play by Iridescent on Neon. They get themselves a huge fight win, and this might turn into Baron.
That's going to help them find a lifeline in this game. We have Steel City Warrior walking on up. This is a very high level Tristana, going to have a lot of range, but also recognize it is 1 versus 4 right now. Even though you got the GA, you go into that GA, you got no homies around to help you on out. So beautiful stabilizing play there by IDN. Right as we're counting them on out, they are still definitely on the back foot this game. Still noticeably down, you know. It's still about a 10k deficit. You still got to contest with Soul. There's still a 15-0-3 Tristana here, but that is the first step of making a comeback here. You're able to get that shutdown that was on Nightingale. You're able to pick up a few more kills. You're able to pick up that Baron as well to just help you equalize these waves, get some prio of your own, and keep your base alive here. The real question is, what are they going to be able to do with this? If you're able to get this outer turret, that's a nice chunk of change, but you have to watch the flank here. They don't have it spotted. And here's the flank.
All right, and the engage has been found here by BB47, but
damage.
Again, it's Steel City Warrior now, unlocked in these fight lines, unkilled, untouched, railing into this Olaf, but doesn't get sent to the Guardian Angel. It's still Meow Meow Mix staying alive. He will end up dropping, but now Ken Fuse is popping off in the fight. He's got himself a triple kill. He's looking for General Vici, and somehow Iridescent on Neon, they found themselves another fight.
They got 2 cannons. They got Baron. It's 20 seconds until BB47 is back up. I don't think they end here, but they might just go for it. You got both your carries here. The Nashers is completed. You're at 2.5 items on Zeri. You will melt through turrets. The question is, will you be able to do it in time? Will General Vici be able to hold him off just long enough? It looks like that is the case here. Would be dicey to go for that, but IDN, they're just coming back here with these late game team fights. I don't know how they're doing it, Gordo, but it looks like Meow Meow Mix is able to tank enough for long enough there. You finally got the items coming through here for Ken Fuse, and they get the shutdowns. They're going to stop the Soul once again here. Hold that thought. We got double teleports coming on out. This dragon is very low. Are we going to see the flash consumed? That is the Soul picked up here.
All right, that Soul might just give that last little bit of oomph that TDK needs. I have no idea what's going on here, Gopherino. Somehow they've managed to fight their way back. They take down Steel City Warrior for that massive 1k shutdown. They get so much of that money into Ken Fused, who's now a real champion, a real Zeri here. At 30 minutes into the game, he's got 13,000 gold, and he can play out these team fights now the way that he's wanted to all along.
Yeah, it's still kind of funny, though. It's nearly a 5,000 gold differential between these 2 carries. Granted, at this point, it's starting to not matter as much. It's only a 1-item differential, but despite it being a 5,000 gold differential, because Steel City Warrior, they are at max build. They're not getting any more powerful bar, like just picking up random elixirs here. So maybe this is the comeback game for IDN.
They're actually weaker now than they were before, because the Guardian Angel's on cooldown.
Yeah. It is still a big if. You do still have only 1 Nexus turret alive.
That's prime target number 1 at 1/3 HP. Here comes Steel City, here comes Still Learning, rather, looking around on the side lane, trying to find himself an engage. And TDK, they have to back away. They have to put some respect on how low Steel City Warrior is.
Yeah, because right now, IDN, they're the ones with prio on the map, thanks to them taking down that inhib. And their inhib respawning here. Team Death Knights, they are going to have to deal with a little bit of a siege here. They can just hold strong, though. They can just weather out the siege if they do want to. But this is still huge for Iridescent on Neon, because the fact that you are allowing yourself to stabilize, allowing yourself to scale some more, is just so nice to have. Meow Meow Mix in a bit of danger. Pops the Ragnarok.
Okay, there's a big engage. Doesn't get stuffed by either of the stuffers,
Steel
and they
City
manage
Warrior's
to get
out.
on a Nightingale. It's an untouched Ken Fuse
no.
popping off in the fight. Steel City Warrior thrown back into the team by the Emperor's Divide. A 4-for-0 team fight for Iridescent on Neon, and that should be all she wrote for game number 2, Gopherino. The comeback of dreams is what's come through here. IDN from 12k gold down have fought their way back and are going to tie up this series.
IDN making us eat our words here, because ever since minute 12 of this game, we're just saying, yeah, this is Jover. It's a go next angle. Like, how do you come back from this? But we're just eating our words right now, Gordo. 32 minutes going on 33. It's a long, hard-fought return. They're still down 500 gold as that Nexus goes down, and that really just goes to show how much of a comeback it was. The fact that you destroy their entire base, you have like 3 back-to-back team fight wins, the Baron, and you're still down in gold when you take that plus 50 gold at the end there.
Sorry, I just had to give everyone like a breather. What just happened? Hello?
Didn't have much of one either.
That's got to be the biggest comeback. I mean, look at this.
Jesus.
Do we need to say anything? Look at the
Really
Mount Everest got
big.
turned upside down, folks. That's how big of a comeback that was.
Because that looks like the Mariana Trench.
It's just 3 fights too. Like, look at them. You can see
Yeah.
exactly 3 lines
Oh,
separated by about 3 minutes apiece, where IDN just win these huge comeback fights. And I mean, by the time they're on fight number 3, they're kind of the advantaged team. A 5k gold lead up against the Zarya Zir comp. That's not enough.
That, and also Steel City Warrior was not participating for the first bit in some of those later fights. I can recall at the very last one, they weren't able to participate for the first few seconds while that whole combo was going down, just so they could dodge out on Meow Meow Mix and the giant Rel ultimate coming through. And that is just so crucial in these late game team fights here.
God.
Holy moly.
If this game doesn't scream out, don't ever count Meow Meow Mix's Olaf out of the game. Nothing else will. Because that Olaf was completely the game-saving thing. We're going to spend a lot of time talking about that absolute comeback, the biggest comeback in Divine League history. I'll say it right now. But it really starts here where first replay is going to be 27 minutes in. And Gordo,
Yeah.
it's those 3 picks that IDN gets, but that's where we have to start with this comeback.
Yeah, I mean, it takes so long for any fight to really be found here, but as you said, it's all on the back of Meow Meow Mix. He finds a great engage here, finds their way into the fight. Steel City Warrior can't get the fight lines established, has to get his way out of there, and so much money comes back in. This leads into the Baron. I gotta say, I was originally going to admire Steel City Warrior's self-control here, because he's a 15-0 Tristana right now.
Yeah.
And if this is me, I'm 15-0 Tristana. I'm 1v4 in these guys.
Well.
And in hindsight, maybe he should have gone for it, because they'd lose the whole game.
2020. Hindsight is 2020.
Steel City Warrior just lost a game, going 18-3 in. I'm sorry, I don't know the assist count. 18-3 is enough, but 18-2-3.
2 deaths.
2 deaths, and they lose. Go free. I mean, how do you make sense of that?
If this was a solo queue game, I would completely understand. That happens all the time, but like,
Not these
you
games.
had this Tristana that was just schmelting everyone, like almost untouchable. Aside from the 2 lone deaths, we'll take a look at another replay here in just a second, because all the replays here are scattered towards the end, Slayer.
I mean, we have to. I mean, this is just another fight where this time it's the Death Knights Void. They get an engage. You see BB47 jump in. It looks good. There's a big scout of the week from Nightingale. They get a bunch of damage. They burn down the front line. But who do they not kill? They don't kill Meow Meow Mix. And he just jumps on Nightingale. Steel City Warrior jumps out. Doesn't matter. He's taking 4 active people right now. Kills Nightingale. Pops the G and bought enough time for Heppo and Confused to finally step up. And they end up wiping everybody. This is Steel City Warrior's first death of the game right there. That is his first death to Confused, who gets a triple kill. And that was that second big jump, Gordo, that you talked about. Second big jump in the gold graph. Just so much more gold coming back. And that's when it really felt like the game actually swung back IDN's way.
Yeah, we'll see the third fight in a second here, but props to Heppo also in that last minute, recognizing what situation the game is in. His Steel City Warrior, he's coming out of GA there, and Heppo realizes he is dashing, flashing, ulting right as the GA comes back up, because he knows Steel City Warrior can still turn this.
And here's that final fight. Go for I mean, it's Miami Mix again, right?
Yeah, like, just look at how it starts. This is a great start to the fight here for IDN. You force Steel City Warrior on out, Meow Mix just in the thick of it. And now you have this 3-item Zeri hitting all those Rune-On procs, hitting everyone in the Pikachu mode. I mean, there's nothing else much to say about it. We're still kind of surprised by this, even though we saw the previous 2 team fights go the way of IDN, because this entire game, it was just all team Death Knights all day long, eat, sleep, team Death Knights, repeat. And then next thing you know, over the course of 5 minutes, is 3 team fights, and we're looking at a 1-1 scoreline.
And go for that's like not even the whole story. We can't even highlight the whole story because this is just game 2. We had a steal come across from Still Learning. He stole to delay Soul, and they all ended up getting wiped still. General Vici then steals Soul back by Flash, eating on Cho'Gath, the Drake, to give TDKV back the Soul, and it's just back and forth, absolute bonkers. But Gordo, really quickly before we're going to break, where do you even go from here after losing a game like that?
I think you just keep doing what you've been doing. I mean, they should have won that game. TDK knows they should have won that game. Couple of things just go a little bit wrong there. I mean, you could definitely call out some nitpicks in these team fights. In that last one, though, especially, I mean, Poppy and Alistar are right there, and Rel just gets a full 3-man crash down off right in their face. You can't be letting that happen when you've drafted your whole comp to host this Rel.
Yeah, exactly. Point. Steel City Warrior also hopping out maybe prematurely. There's a couple of really big blunders, but luckily for the Death Knights, it's a best of 5, and it's evened up. You wish you were in that 2-0 driver's seat staring down one more game for a grand finals ticket, but IDN will always make you work for it. They don't even need a gold lead to win games, but they'll need some more games to win the series. We'll go to a break here as we get to an early rubber match, game 3, right on the horizon. Nice to see you again, Risen Faithful. I know you guys are still processing that last game, but we've still got a series going on here with it all knotted up 1-1. But as you can see at the very bottom here, this ticker that's running, a pretty big shocker there too. Pride Stock Esports. Pride Stockers Esports are up 2-0 over L2, who were, marked by many to be title bound in this playoffs. They get knocked to the lower bracket early. They still look pretty strong, and now they're one game away from their season being ended. I mean, would you have it any other way with the playoffs we've had, Gordo?
Leads mean nothing to me anymore, Slayer. I don't. I've been completely thrown off of them now after that last game. So I'm not even gonna mention that Pride Stalker Esports are ahead. It's not over until it's over for sure in the Risen Divine League.
It's just the run. It's the Cinderella runs going on right now, and while we're gearing up here for game number 3, we still have some time to talk about that game number 2, which, I don't really care if it's factually incorrect. I could be corrected later by tournament admins and Cole and everybody behind Divine League, but that's got to be the biggest comeback in Divine League history, or at least the first time in a very long time that a team has won a game, Gofrino, without the gold lead.
Yeah, I can't remember in my mind. We've definitely seen comebacks before, but usually it's like, okay, 8K gold comeback, that's pretty damn impressive. A 13K gold comeback within 5 minutes at the end of a over 30-minute game, that's really astonishing. I want to see how that changes up draft in this game number 3, because we have seen kind of samey drafts both times from each of these teams. Are we going to see the Olaf return to the ban board here? Because even though it was only 1-0 for the most part that game, having 50% of your kills for the vast majority of it with just a single one, all of a sudden it's just a few of those late game team fights and you're drain tanking everyone on that front line. Is that going to be the final ban here?
Yeah, and I stand by what I suggested back when we thought that IDN was going to lose that game number 2. I still think this puts them in a great position, because I think the big takeaway here, I mean, obviously TDK are going to start banning your Olaf. You're probably not getting that one again. But I think the takeaway remains the same, though, right? Let's get a little bit more oomph in the early game. We're making good plays for IDN, but you probably don't want to put all your eggs in that scaling basket. It ended up working out, but it shouldn't have, and you should be down 0-2 right now. Let's take note of that fact and draft accordingly.
Yeah, that happens 1 out of like 1,000 games, maybe even crazier. That's how crazy the stakes were. But Gordo, you talked about they still ban Hepozari, they still take Confused away from that Varus, but now they leave that Kaisa up as well. So we'll see if IDN, they go right for it. They'll lock in the Kaisa immediately. So that's their response, as we do have the Death Knights. Obviously, I already see they picked the Maokai B1 Gofrino, but they decide to go back to the blue side where we know they've seen the most success so far.
Technically speaking, yes. It's one result for each side, so the Ivern locked in here. We have been seeing much more of that recently, even in the LCS. I want to see what it's paired with in that mid lane. I think we've been seeing some double marksman comps with that Ivern. I can't remember quite exactly. The Rel, though, being hovered again. No Poppy this time around to super counter you. Wasn't the most fun of times last game for Still Learning, to say the least.
And now it's Javi on the rail. Well, potentially could be on the rail. They could also throw that BB47s away towards the bot side. Rail still very, very flexible. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see where this rail could go. TDKV, it's 3 drafts in a row, Gordo, where they, in their first phase, try and throw some flex play at Iridescent Dawn Neon.
Definitely. I'm surprised that IDN didn't go for the Rel themselves. I guess they prioritized the Ivern a little bit higher, but they did ban away that Poppy, which was the big hoser for it. So going to be tough. Maybe we see an Alistair out of IDN, but it's not a pick that I've seen Stringy Bird play before. Now the Sivir going to be locked in here against 2 castery champions already, and definitely one that's starting to rise up in people's priority. And on the hunt with Rel plus Maokai, that's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
So far, though, Team Death Knight's composition seems fairly similar. You got 2 heavy engaged tanks here and a very well-scaling AD carry. I wonder if we see a carry top laner come out of them this time around, because both times around, Vici has had a rough time in the top lane, to say the least.
Yeah, but look at this. We're talking about stealing champions from game number 2 on the other side. Double marksman IDN are doubling down. We saw a lot of this. It's been prevalent to LCS. I'm pretty sure the latest team to run it, I guess, would be TL. Ran it to punch their ticket to grand finals with APA and Yon. They ran a lot of Tristana, Kaisa. It's bread and butter right now in the current meta.
Yeah.
So they take Tristana away from Steel City Warrior, technically. Well, I guess didn't take away because Sivir was already picked, but they regardless have him going against their Tristana. Double marksman with Ivern. It's also a pretty powerful comp. I'm kind of a big fan of both of these comps through 3 picks if they get done what they want to.
It's another bit of a scaling angle from IDN. We'll see. Because right now, the All-Star has been taken away here by Team Death Knights not wanting to have that super rel counter. The Thresh is still up, not as universal as the All-Star because the Flay isn't as high of a range, but you do still have that as an option here. We saw that come through and have some good performance here in the last game here for IDN.
All right, a Rumble ban is actually what rounds it out. So I expect a Thresh here for IDN. I mean, this is a big pick for Stringy Bird. He's got 280 carries that he can pull out to safety with it. It's going to be fine into the rel. I fully anticipate that to be the selection. And then you get to save counter pick for Meow Meow Mix in the top lane. I like what IDN have gone for. I mean, they have some scaling power, like you said there, Go Farino, but they do have a little bit of brawling potential as well. They've got the Kaisa and the Tristana. Those can be big in some of those mid-game objective sort of fights, especially when backed up by the Ivern. And there's that Thresh lock-in.
Yeah, makes a ton of sense. Stringy Bird, always good for some big time hooks and big time moments. Showed that last game alongside the rel pick here from Still Learning, which is now on the other side. And they still have that counter pick up. Their TDKV though, Nightingale, want to put him back on that Syndra. Was really effective early, but the problem sometimes with Syndra is if you're not positioning right in those fights, you're not going to get that window to get that big DPS down. That's where Nightingale kind of came up short when looking at that Olaf. Running that phase rush did not help him when it really counted. But regardless, we'll lock the Syndra back in, and we'll see if the phase rush is the move here. There's no Olaf, so I'd figure it wouldn't be Go Farina.
Yeah, I do like the Syndra here because whether it is Kaisa or Tristana mid, either you outrange the Kaisa or the Tristana just gets hit by the Scout of the Week every time they jump on in here. So I like this angle. Of course, that is much more so for lane. We see the Renekton actually locked in here for top lane. So Vici going off of tank duty for once this series. We'll see how it works out because they have had troubles on the tanks, and we'll see if they're able to go toe to toe with the aggression that Meow Meow Mix does put out here in that top side. What are they going to R5 counter pick here? We saw great success in terms of the lane with that Rumble R5 in game number 1. Will it be a repeat here?
Not available. It did get banned away, Go Farina, on that turn ban, but Jax is certainly an intriguing matchup to pick into because that's just a purebred counter pick in the top lane, folks. I mean, Jax, easy counter pick into Renekton every single time, right? Just go Gordo because Renekton wants to change some of those, big setups, those slice and dices with that stun ability, those auto attacks, but Counter Strike can really just knock Renekton completely out of funk.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is an interesting draft for TDK Void, right? They're really traditionally been a little bit more of a tank-focused team comp for General Vici. I mean, they've played the Renekton before up against Pride Stalker. They played the Aatrox against Contingent. So it's not something that's never been seen before out of this team, but maybe not exactly their bread and butter. They really needed something kind of bruisery this game when you've got the Maokai in the jungle and you've got the Relic support. Something's gotta kind of come through and be that tertiary damage source, and it does end up being the Renekton. I like this counter pick though for the side of Meow Meow Mix. Hasn't played the Jax yet in playoffs, but has been a big force up in this top lane, has had some great success in the laning phase both games so far, and now with the counter pick coming into game number 3, I think you feel pretty good as IDN.
You gotta feel good coming back from literally impossibility, right? I mean, like, you winning a game on a normal comeback feels nice. Winning a game on a comeback like that, Go Farino, regardless of the draft, you just gotta feel like you can win any sort of scenario, right?
Yeah, but you do also have to be on your toes because you did still fall to a 13k goal deficit beforehand. Like,
Bro.
we can't get things mixed up. It was all TDKV. Yes, that was a miraculous comeback, but how much of it was miracle and how much of it was the power of friendship is what I want to see in this game number 3. Because IDN, they have kept things close. They have been able to fight through thick and thin before, and we've seen them fight quite a bit, even from behind in this series. Question is, was that a fluke of a comeback in game number 2, or are they really getting into their zone here?
Well, there's really one way to figure that out. We're still not necessarily going through client side. As I say, there we go. The client side draft is.
Oh, bit of a mic error.
Yeah, I think we've lost Slayer. I think your Discord's betrayed you, my man.
Goofed.
It's all right.
Yeah.
This is a simple fix. This is a disconnect button and a reconnect button away.
It's weird. It happens. Yeah, we can hear you now, but haven't missed too much. It's still client-side draft. We're finishing up the bans here. Big question for me is it going to be Kai'Sa mid or is it going to be Tristana mid? Both have been quite meta recently, to say the least, in the mid lane.
It's true. Client side will tell that. I was in the middle of plugging Travy Bucks. The predictions are live for everybody watching home at Twitch. You know, you get the Travy Bucks we're watching on Risen. I've seen a lot of familiar faces popping up in the chat that have been here before cheering on their squads. Make sure to put your money where your mouth is in the currency of Risen, which is Travy Bucks. Make sure to throw those predictions up as they are still up. And we are speeding through that client-side drive. Hefo is the big pick, and the Tristana will be locked in. So that means Ken Fuse gets the Kai'Sa. We get that final puzzle piece to this game number 3 draft.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if I'm a betting man, and I am, I'm looking towards IPN coming into this game number 3. I think they've, to get on my soapbox for a moment here, I think they've drafted for the series that we're in. I think the draft coming through for TDK feels a little bit more like an objective meta draft, but what we've seen so far this series, right? It's been Meow winning the top lane, it's been Steel City Warrior and BB winning the bottom lane. But here, TDK, they're drafting themselves, a little bit more of a mid to late game fighty bot lane, but Meow has got himself a great top lane matchup, counterpicking with the Jax. Feels like they're really set up for success here.
Yeah, they are. If they want to play the same formula, hopefully, like Gofrino said, don't go down 13K gold. But they, they have done this all playoffs long. I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but Meow Mix is who they play for. Now the answer here is Gofrino. I'm curious what you think on this one. If you are Javi here, like, you've done really well in most of the games in like 70 minutes worth of League of Legends action. You played really well going through bot side. On this Maokai, do you finally try and challenge Meow Mix and make him uncomfortable after what we saw in game 2?
I mean, top lane is definitely the place to gank here. Twisted Advance into the Renekton stun is very guaranteed here. And Meow Mix will definitely have pressure put on them. Of course, you do have Leap Strike as Drax, so a lot of get out of jail free cards here between that and the Counter Strike. So it's not guaranteed, but if you're putting pressure on in this top lane, you have a pretty equal matched bot lane here in terms of just 2 scaling carries. And then mid lane, you should be winning here with Nightingale, especially post 6. So you can just focus on the top side of the map here if you're Javi, I feel like.
And Gordo, if you are Steel City Warrior and BB47 here, we give a lot of credit to Javi for creating a lot in the bottom lane. But if we're being honest here, that bottom lane duo for TDKV across 2 games, they've gotten a lot of kills just on their own in the 2v2, right?
They definitely have. They've been able to really show up in those 2v2 matchups, and we'll see how Confused and Stringy Bird are going to be able to do now on that Kai'Sa plus Thresh. I mean, the Kai'Sa has been such a high prio champion for so much of this meta. Champion's crazy. I mean, if they're able to get their way out of this laning phase even or ahead, I think it's going to be a really great setup for them, and has a little bit more ability to try to outplay those dives if they do end up coming through, and has a little bit more ability to try to contest the push as well.
Well, speaking of some of those pushes, we're going to look at some of these runes getting pushed through here, but mostly standard. Phase Rush on Maokai. Arion Ivern makes a lot of sense. I'm curious just to get to the mid lane summoners, because I'm curious to see if Nightingale is really going to stick to this Phase Rush, and it's still Phase Rush on this Syndra, so I guess it's, you forego some of that damage Gofrino that you might get from an Electrocute, the early gold stacking, just to have that movability once you land abilities.
Yeah. I mean, it's still a good rune on Syndra. Really harkens back to the days when it was Storm Raider Surge. and you had to just do a percentage of their HP to proc that. Really good for trades. If you're able to land the initial combo, proc that, and then run away before you see the explosive shot dropped on you, very nice to have, to say the least.
And we look at that Kaisa finally getting played in this matchup for Confused here, running the Hail of Blades. That's a lot more, reminiscent, Gordo, of that AP hyper build that we've been seeing. You saw some of the AD come back into the meta, but usually Hail of Blades signals that hybrid build.
Yeah, the age of Static Shiv dominance is over, so you don't really go the fleet work on everybody who builds Static Shiv the way that you used to. The Hail of Blades are still very powerful option for the Kaisa, and maybe looking for those early trade powers is a little bit more here for Confused, knowing how these bot lane matchups have ended up going in the favor of TDK throughout this series so far. Going for that Hail of Blades, it gives you that little bit of extra combat power, and you've already demonstrated as a team that you can navigate these team fights. You don't need the little bits and bobs here like the lethal tempo. You just want to have those resources to be able to get yourself through the early game and make sure that you're going to be taking those fights on a more even ground, and you don't have to do the 12k gold comeback.
It's so fun, though, right? It's so fun when you finally make the comeback, right? Yeah. Why not just do it twice? So nice. Why not try it twice? Well, you also maybe go the Hail of Blades because you now recognize that it's Heppo on the Tristana, so you know that the Kaisa isn't really under threat of getting bullied too badly early in this lane.
Yeah, the big thing about Hail Blades, it just lets you stack Plasma much more easily, especially in the early game when you don't have as much attack speed. Like you guys mentioned, much more of an early game room and matches up with the hybrid play style. I'm expecting this to be the hybrid poke Kaisa come on out because you have Tristana Jax. Like, do you need another super auto attack carry here? Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. But guys, we have some extra time to talk about this game. I just kind of want to talk about the state of how you guys feel about game number 3s because we don't get a lot of best of 5 territory. I kind of want to pick your brain. What game do you feel like is the most instrumental and momentum swinging in best of 5s? Because I'm backing the third game. I mean, it feels like 1-1, that rubber match, you get down to a BO3. If you can win that first game, it feels pretty nice.
Yeah, I think it depends what the scoreline is, right? When you're coming into game 3,
Yeah.
1-1, for sure, right? This is the match that really swings everything. Getting yourself on a match point, a huge deal here. If you come into match 3 down 0-2 or down 0-2 or up 2-0, then maybe it's the game 2 that mattered a little bit more. But that's just nitpicking here. For this game in particular, though, I think this is a huge deal. Game 3. Really the point where these teams have gotten some time to feel each other out, and that kind of inter-series meta starts to really develop. And I mean, like I've said before, I think that's the game that IDN is playing right now.
Yeah, they've shown it. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. For me, it's basically always game number 1. That's the one you prepare the most for. It sets a lot of what you do see in this series. So it doesn't matter less for some teams. Some teams, they see how game number 1 goes and adjust accordingly. But it sounds like we are ready to get into game number 3 here in just a jiffy.
Yeah, so the most important game of the series by Gordo's stats is live, folks. We got through the intermittent pause. Gordo, go Farino. As much as I'd like to chat with you two, take it away with this big-time rubber match.
Thank you very much, Slayer. As we are on to the Rift now for game number 3, Team Death Knights Void taking on Iridescent Dawn Neon. Decide who is going to be getting onto match point. Don't look at the scoreboard. It deceives you. 1 game apiece won by each of these teams coming into this game number 3. So completely even ground despite what some early gold leads for TDK might have had you thinking.
We got a 5 gamer stack here coming on out. Is going to be spotted by BB47 though. Nothing too much coming of it. We'll probably see an exchange of some deep wards here early. There is the red buff ward coming out from TDK. And the counter red buff ward coming out here from IDN. So both these teams recognizing, let's keep a track where these junglers are. Definitely going to be mattering a lot here in this game number 3.
Little evolution here from TDK. These first 2 games, they have not been the ones placing the early wards. It has only been IDN, and then TDK has placed a second defensive ward in response to the early ward from IDN. This time, TDK actually split the map, and they throw one of their own opposite. Does that impact anything? Not much, but notable little change here that we see coming into this game number 3.
Yeah, because the early game, it always has cascading effects on the rest of the game. You know, like who gets first blood, that decides a lot of the early fights. Does someone get off to a bad start? Yada yada yada. So these small things, they will start adding up here for the next minute or so. Not too much. Yeah, it's just gonna be a bit of a calm here in the early game, unless we see some brawling in the top side. That is definitely a possibility here. Other than that, should just be chill.
Yeah, I want to see what path Still Learning goes for here on the Ivern. I mean, this champion, he's weird. He can go for some interesting paths. And with that early vision on Javi, he might even have the opportunity to go for something a little bit more obnoxious, something a little bit more greedy. And as I say that, he's looking to cross map over here to the blue buff. Did not get spotted on that ward. He's got the smite still. He's going to get this.
Yeah, alrighty. That is one of the things about Ivern. Like, you have pretty creative pathing options available to you, thanks to just being able to fly over walls, thanks to the fact that you can just instant delete those camps if you do use the smite on them after using the friendly brush passive, or Friends of the Forest passive. And, I mean, Javi's none the wiser here. They're going for the full clear. Cleared their entire bot side here. They're clearing their wolf. So I like this game number 3 adaptation already coming out here from Still Learning. They're definitely still learning this series, and the sapling is going to spot the fact that there is no blue buff.
Yeah, he's going to have a big cash out here as Javi now realizes what has happened and not going to be able to go for the cross-map trade. I do think Still Learning wants to stay on this side to make sure that he doesn't get his red buff taken away. He will be at a level disadvantage, though, because he hasn't gotten to clear out any camps yet.
That's Dringy Bird sitting in the mid lane there because Confused took the early back. Wanted to get the Cull here to start farming up the lane, because this will definitely be a heavy farming lane here. And just stacking that on up for some extra gold. Let's see a bit of a smite fight here over the Scuttle. Never mind. Javi able to take that one already. Meow Mix should be playing careful up top here, because they know Maokai is in the area.
Yep, Javi now very strong up on this top side. The level lead, he could look for a little dive here, but decides against it. It's instead going to start moving towards that bottom side. And it's finally time for Still Learning to return to where he started and actually clear on out these camps. Took him quite a bit of time to actually get them down, so his respawns are going to be a little bit delayed, but he does complete the full clear, and now he's got himself an opportunity to claim this Scuttle. Will get spotted on the vision, though.
Yep. I mean, it happens. Plus, also, you're still happy with how this turned out. Like, you got a 3-buff start here as the Ivern. You're up a camp and a half right now over Javi's Maokai. Giving you a lot of nice little upsides here in the early game. Even get some vision down. I believe that spotted Javi going towards those golems here. If not, won't matter too much. But knowing where Javi is a big deal. This is a Maokai with Flash. This is a Maokai with Twisted Advance. That is a lot of threat. Oh my god, don't do this to him. Don't do it to him. Oh my.
It's been done.
It has been done indeed. Just living in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, great start there by Still Learning. Really clever pathing. Really has a great read on what Javi's going to be doing, and has really cashed out for it. I mean, stolen away 2 camps now. He's got himself that nice little lead. Getting the recall off now. Going to be back on his top side to be able to get those camps. Meow Mix flashes away, though. Had already used the counter-strike and knew that that Ruthless Predator could potentially be the end of him.
Yeah, Meow Mix definitely feeling a little hypey after last game, I guess, there, because you don't have the Leap Strike, you don't have the counter-strike. Oh, you don't have the counter-strike again here.
Does have the ultimate,
have the
though.
wave.
He's just going to throw it down. He's looking for the solo kill with the level lead. No Leap Strike available, but yeah, Vici cannot take that.
Oh, wait.
Javi coming in for the trade.
Meow Mix dies here, I believe.
He has the ward.
Unless they
Try to
trade
jump
it
to.
out with a ward hop.
Okay. Being very careful not to take aggro. Yeah, I think he's resigned himself to his fate, though. Can he get onto Vici? Vici hits 6. Vici gets first blood.
Meow Mix just having to take a little bit of a humble pie there on that one. I'm going to be honest with you, Gordo.
I'm surprised
they
he
did
doesn't
have
even
advantage
try
there.
to, like, leap strike to a minion and get out of there.
Because you know Javi's bot side was clear there. You had Still learning there. Stole away the Raptors. Saw Javi come on up towards those Raptors from the Stone Bros.
The Stone Brothers.
Yeah, that's an old meme. Pro's Heck Guide to Master Yi. I have that saved on my hard drive in case it ever gets deleted again. But at least you do pick up the Mountain Dragon on the bot side here for your troubles, even though that first blood is going to be costly in this top side, because we know Meow Meow Mix, we hyped him up last game. The hype paid off eventually with those late game team fights. But being down
Ooh.
0-1 is going to be a thorn in your side. Gonna force out the Dominus here, and just a simple leap strike away will make things all hunky-dory.
Did you see that my guy just backstep and dodge Iron Spike Whip plus Coldamik? That was pretty nice there from Meow Meow Mix. He at least dodged Iron Spike Whip. I'm not sure if he dodged Coldamik or not. Very nice, though.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest thing is you took away the Dominus here from VG. Your Grandmaster might already back... Oh, God. Thank you, Caddy, for taking that off for a second. Summoner's Rift being lit up entirely. It is the uncanny valley, to say the least.
It does. It's very upsetting to the eyes. Oh.
Like, it's kind of like light mode, if it exists in Summoner's Rift. That's a good route here. This is a support rel, so much more squishy. Gonna force out the flash.
Yeah, Flash plus Crash down, but
Come
now
on
looking
in.
for a reset as Ken Fuse needs one more auto to have the kill range and isn't going to be able to get it. And now here's the Nature's Grasp coming through from Javi. Wants to contest this. Smite comes through. That's Ultimate and Daisy now available for the fight. Another shield coming through. Still learning. Refuses to drop. And Javi going to go down in the extended fight. Heppo the one picking up that kill.
Man, this game number 3 is a game of inches, and every single bit of ground matters here. Grandmaster's Might popped.
Ooh.
Counter-Strike doesn't land, forces the flash. These top laners just at each other's throat. Everybody at each other's throat across the rift here. It feels like Cordo. Drastically different from the previous 2 games where Team Death Knights, it felt like they kind of had the general lead here across most of the map, if not the entire map. And this time around, it's pretty even footing. We see Iridescent and Neon, they're making a lot of the shot calls here to start off things, but also Team Death Knights, they're making a lot of calls here on these plays as well. Huge shout outs to Still Learning, because I think they are being the difference maker this game. There's the pop. No pointy stun. I still need to learn Rel's abilities except for Ferromancy.
Yeah, and
Oh,
I
no,
mean,
that's fine.
IDN, they saw how this whole series has been going, and they drafted for it. They've got the winning top lane matchup in the one-on-one. They draft for that, and now it's a substantially ahead Jax, up 2 waves, is down that first blood gold, so the gold is pretty even, but still losing out on these trades for Vici due to the counter pick. And meanwhile, now they've gotten themselves winning lanes in mid. Tristana's getting the push. They got themselves a winning lane in bot. Ken Fused has got himself a solid CS lead, and it's enabling Still Learning to run amok in the jungle. IDN, they've found an angle to play their game, and now are doing far better than we've seen this whole series.
Yeah, I mean, they're the ones running the rift right now for the most part. They're making most of the startup calls here. Oh, Vici is half health for this play. That's a
Great
good hook.
Yeah, Magnet Storm lands onto 3, but the damage onto BB is substantial. Huge crash down onto 3, and General Vici pulls the trigger, diving in and picking up a double kill. Heppo has been able to trade one back. A great interrupt out of that Scatter of the Week is going to force the flash out of Heppo, but it's still a 2-for-1 for TDK. Meow Meow Mix was not in the mix and is now going to be arriving to the play just a little bit too late.
Yeah, I thought it was a bit dunzo there, because General Vici walking into that fight at half health. They were already peeling off the Herald there, but you pop the Dominus, all of a sudden you got a Ruby Crystal's worth of health here, which matters a lot in the early game. And then you have a nice flank from Nightingale and Co. Just finish that one on off, and it is still neck and neck in this game. Both of the teams have picked up a cross-map objective here, whether it's the Dragon, whether it's the Herald. Both these teams, I mean, it's 3-2 in kills. That's basically practically even. Most of the gold lead right now is just coming down to some farming differentials, but Meow Meow Mix in danger.
Yeah, 1 versus 3 here, going to stun them back away, but gets hit by that crash down. Commits the ultimate, wants to take down Javi, and is going to do it. Vici's the next target. A shutdown for Meow Meow Mix, turning it around. 1 versus 3. The IDN top laner takes no prisoners.
Oh, I see Leo Slayer Silverman typing in the chat a replay timer. That is a replay worthy one. We'll see if that one also gets some synapse there, because that was a hell of an outplay there. It's like, oh, it's a 3 versus 1? Then it is an even fight, I guess. Like, this isn't even a full item here. It's a Caulfield's Warhammer and a Sheen. That's just so much damage coming out. I mean, you can kind of understand it because General Vici was not there. Very low. So it's just a Maokai with Ionian boots and a blasting wand in terms of damage. It's a Rel with Moby boots. That's not a lot of damage to finish off this Jax, who's more than happy to pop the counter strike, survive that initial base damage worth a burst, and then just turn that play back on its head here. That is scary.
That's what I'm saying, man. I feel like months and months of... Hey, I'll pick this up in a second as Meow Meow Mix is getting chased down. All right, he's out of there.
Yeah.
I feel like months and months of Wukong Vi meta has just messed with the brains of junglers, man. The Wukong or the Maokai Rel does not have the damage to take that fight. As Meow Meow Mix gets a crazy trade in top lane, he's even with Vici.
Oh my god, yeah. Does still have to be careful. The Gore Drinker has been completed. This is still a 3-in-1 Renekton. Flash on out from Stringy Bird.
Great response there. BB going to be taken to about half HP. Here comes the Nature's Grasp. Lands on 2 targets. They're going to focus on the Still Learning. He drops to about half HP. He can throw down Daisy once it's time, but actually Daisy's already been there. Daisy just dropped. So they are going to be able to get themselves out of there. Nobody goes down, but the Dragon is claimed for Iridescent Dawn Neon.
Yeah, I like that pincer play from Team Death Knights. It's like on one hand, you have... Oh, hold that thought.
Ooh, Meow Meow Mix. All right, this time he's bitten off more than he can chew. Shut down to General Vici. 4-1 on this Renekton. Plenty strong in his own right.
Yeah, has that completed Gore Drinker. That's a huge difference maker in that trade because you're able to just press that button, press that active, get a good chunk of missing health back, combine that with the Call the Meek. It gives you a lot of extra juice in these trades and had the Dominus back on up. Meow Meow Mix still having to eat that humble pie here, has died twice. Yes, you got that super nutty outplay there for that 2-0 in the 3 versus 1. But you were still kind of half health there, so...
Yep. Feeling himself a bit too much, but has the Divine Sunderer now. So is actually, I feel like, going to go right back to winning this matchup the way that he has pretty much all game long. Feels disrespectful to Vici, who's 4-1 on this lane-dominant Renekton, but, I mean, I've been watching these fights with my own eyes go for, and Meow Meow Mix has just been executing better and has been utilizing this counter pick to its best potential to shut down Vici's attempts at winning this lane.
And we have Still Learning here on the top side. Spotted out on that ward, though. At least able to get the +5 gold you got for spotting out a ward before it drops there, so... A little bit of a consolation prize there. 5 out of 15 gold. Something to be had. An even game, though. Good stun here in the mid lane. No follow-up, though, on that next Dark Sphere. Oh, wait. Still Learning's in a pickle.
Stolen away by Still Learning, but he doesn't have flash. He has no way to get out of this. A nice knock away from Heppo to try to back up his jungler. Will buy them a little bit of space, but Scatter the Weak over the wall will end it for Nightingale. And yeah, IDN just getting a little too hyphy there. They will pick up first turret, though, while Vici's distracted in the jungle.
Yep.
Oh, this is rank 2 ultimate for Nightingale. Big damage.
Yeah. That's super big damage. Shockingly, but
I'd say it's
gonna
big.
be a lot of damage here on the spot turret. Hook lands. Okay, yeah. Hard to dive when there's no wave.
Definitely. Backing on away here. A great pickup for Nightingale there. We'll get him that extra splinters from that kill. And has the 1 kill now to be able to get a tiny lead over Heppo, where that matchup's been pretty even the whole way throughout. Steel City Warrior, the static shiv done, going to be a lot more powerful of a wave clearer in this bottom lane. Of course, Ken Fused is the same item, but with the addition of those boomerang blades, can just wipe out these waves so fast.
Oh, stop the recall?
Yep. Oh,
you stopped
BB.
2 recalls for the price of 1, baby.
Yeah, that little... I mean, call it miscommunication if you want, but BB does not tank that hook for his AD, and might feel the punishment for it here. I mean, gets poked by the Acathian Rain, and now he's a lot lower for what could be a setup for a dive.
Yeah, it's also first turret down in top side.
Yeah,
Still
BB
Warrior
now
has no health here.
taking the brunt of the damage, should be going down here, pops the Magnet Storm, lands it on a nobody.
the
Ken
Yodi.
Fused with the Killer Instinct, takes him down. Meanwhile, Meow Meow Mix has forced out Vici on the top side. He's got a 2-level advantage in this matchup, and just winning across the map here for IDN.
Yeah, 2 levels, nearly 50 CS. You got first turret there. Yummy Mix might be punished for this. A leap strike over the wall. Does have blast come. Nightingale is in the zone. Is it fast enough? It is not fast enough. Yummy Mix gets out to tell a tale another day. Sometimes I mix up my sayings. There are quite a lot of them. Either way, though, IDN, they're feeling nice. They're up 2k here. They got that first turret. They got 2 dragons here. Up next is that ocean dragon that will put them on that fabled soul point here. That is always just such a nice point of contention when you have 3 dragons and they have none. You can just force plenty of catch 22s here.
For sure. Steel City Warrior with some alone time on the bottom turret should be able to pick this one up. First turret of the game for TDK, and will be giving over that gold exactly where you want it. Meanwhile, IDN, they're going to start up this Rift Herald, and nobody should be able to challenge them for this. Will be a pretty easy pickup and can be setting up for a little siege in the mid lane before too long.
Oh. And it's going to be TDK on this dragon first. Their first one of the game. Herald is available. Herald is popped here in the mid lane, so it looks like IDN happy to trade a single dragon for this mid lane turret. Mid lane hour turret, one of the most important turrets in the entire game to pick up. Flash hook going to be stopped a little there. Light looking to follow up here. There is the Pharomancy. There is the Dominus, but everyone's out.
All right, but here comes Nature's Grasp. They're not done yet. It's going to catch out Stringy Bird. He's up way too far. Going to end up going down as they've gotten the lockdown on a Still Learning. Flashes away, but Unleashed Power will finish the job. And 2 kills go over to TDK. I liked the macro decision from IDN, but TDK, they bite him for it, and they pick up 2 kills on top of the dragon. Meow Meow Mix, though, is in here. 1 versus 5 gets a ton of damage on Javi, trying to set up for resets for Heppo. He's back in now, bashing away at General Vici, and looking like he's winning out on the fight. Throws down another Counter-Strike, flash away, stuns up on Javi. He's turning around this whole fight. It's a triple kill. Meow Meow Mix's Jax as he dominates the side of TDK.
I mean, great call by Meow Meow Mix there. It is by the skin of their teeth that IDN come back in that. We saw blinking health bars on Confused and Heppo, but all the big cooldowns had already been used by Team Death Knights. There's no Nature's Grasp, there's no Dominus, there is no Scatter the Weak into the Unleashed Power here for Nightingale, so you're just able to go in with that. You have the Spear of the Shojin already completed here as this Jax, or actually just completed that on this back. And you just shred through people. They have nothing to really stop you here, Gordo. And now it's a 5-2 Jax. You have a 2-0 Tristana and a 1-0 Kaisa. These are all the people that you want kills on. And you have this Ivern with the completed Moonstone Renewer here to even just superpower these carries right now on your side.
Meow Meow Mix's Jax is just tankier than other Jaxes. I mean, this is just the only conclusion I can reach at this point. Doing so well in some of these fights, turning around these odd-numbered scenarios repeatedly, and he's just getting stronger for it now. With that Spear of Shojin completed, he's going to be a menace in the side lane, and it's shown that he can be a menace in the team fights as well. He didn't even use Teleport in that last fight. He's going to have it up for the next objective, and you'd best believe TDK are going to need to respect it.
Yeah, like, I mean, Team Death Knights, they're by no means out of this, you know. It's only down a few K. You got kills on your carries as well. You still got this 4-2 Brock. You got a 2-0 mid laner here, the Syndra, and a 1-0 Sivir. So you're not too far behind individually. It's just kind of snowballed a little because it's a Jax and a Okay. 20-minute Baron. Why the hell not? It is going to be countered here. Still 4K on it. Does take a bit of time.
Yeah, Mix can't get here. That's a 3-man Magnet Storm. Great engaged by BB. And Steel City Warriors running the fight. Double kill for Nightingale. Flash over the wall from Heppo. And TDK cash out big time while Meow Meow Mix is on the other side of the map. He might be able to pick up this inner turret. But TDK, they should clean up the Baron.
That is huge here for DDK. Like, they spot out the early Baron. Everybody's pincered in the pit. You drop the Nature's Grasp. No one can run away. Steel City Warrior finally hitting their strides here as this Sever, able to get some nice Boomerang Blades. They're able to get some nice ricochets in that fight. Sitting on 900 gold after that fight. Had that 2-item power spike as well here, Gordo. This Sever is definitely online, and really goes to show, even though we're seeing IDN's praises here, they're making a lot of great moves. Just that one throw there really going to put them on the back foot here for the next couple of minutes with those Baron waves crashing on in.
Definitely. Meow Meow Mix showing on up a minute in advance of this dragon. Will get pulled out to safety by Stringy Bird. It's now going to be Heppo on the split push job this time around. And a little bit of gold earned back for TDK. It is still neck and neck in this game. Less than 1k gold separating these two.
We'll see how the gold lead changes here with this Baron buff picked up. It is a very early Baron buff. We still have basically 2 outer turrets left here on IDN side. So Team Death Knights, this isn't going to be a blowout Baron unless they get a huge team fight with it. What's likely going to be, never mind, we see Meow Meow Mix going on in, shoved on away. So what we're likely going to see is that this is a Baron buff that gets them a nice little lead here. Able to pick up some turrets, likely pick up this next dragon here. That is if they don't get poked out.
Yeah, some poke coming on across here. Good damage landed by Heppo. Vici now very low. Has to pop the dominance. Chased down by Meow Meow Mix, and Ken Fused picks up the kill. Nature's Grasp snares up many targets, but Meow Meow Mix is the one that matters. Nightingale picks up the kill on a Stringy Bird, and BB diving into the back line, trying to get his way on to Still Learning, but Heppo's resetting. Heppo's finding the targets. A double kill's picked up for Ken Fused. He's still got Killer Instinct. He's into the back line, looking to finish off Nightingale. One more shot would proc the plasma, but Nightingale will push him back with the Scatter of the Week. A big fight win for Iridescent on Neon will net them soul point.
An IDN, huge fight there. That's 4 Baron buffs taken off the table immediately, stifling any potential of turrets picked up by this Baron. They didn't even pick up a 1 with it here, Gordo. Really does suck because that was such a great punish by Team Death Knights there to scoop up the Baron for themselves in that 3-0. It's just General Vici got absolutely popped there. Like, they got poked down by those Prey Seekers from Confused. Then all of a sudden, it's just a few abilities, a couple of auto techs coming in here from Meow Meow Mix and Heppo, and you got a dead Croc here.
You really do. And a huge play there by IDN, now going to cement them with a little bit over a 3k gold lead, a little bit under a 3k gold lead, rather. But they've got themselves that actual dragon advantage now. They can threaten to get that soul at any point at this stage of the game. And that's going to be a major incentive for TDK to come and fight them in situations that just aren't favorable.
Yeah. Such a huge PowerPoint to have. Granted, without the Baron here, there isn't really too much to do across the map unless you really hard force some picks or fights here. Because there's no objective to really corral Team Death Knights into for IDN. Same applies here for Team Death Knights. So it's probably going to be a calmish next 2 minutes here. Unless, of course, we see Meow Meow Mix does still have that 2-0 lead. Vinci, just going to have to slice and dice on out of the reach of this really strong Jax. 3 items.
Yep. Zonia's coming on through there for a little bit of a defensive option just to make him even stronger in these team fights. Dive in, get the stun on multiple members off the back of your Counter-Strike, and then go into stasis, wait for the rest of the team to be able to back you up. Paired up with this Ivern shielding, I mean, it is just a menace. The Ardent Sensor, you built it for the 80 carries, but it might as well be for Meow Meow Mix at this point.
It's kind of for everyone, really. You know,
even been real excited about swinging around with his E passive.
Yeah, like, it's a pretty good value. Pretty good value with this comp, and the shields especially, like you mentioned, just make finishing off some of these members so hard. We saw in that last fight there, even though Iridescent Dawn Neon, this is a relatively squishy comp here. Like, your front line is kind of Thresh, it's kind of Jax, but you only really have a health and Zonias on this Jax. Okay, you're working towards the Spirit Visage now. And it's a 0, 4, and 6 Thresh here for String of Bird. They've basically been going in, they die. Hopefully they throw up the box in between there. But, you know, this is very squishy. Still very burstable. This is a 5-0-1 Syndra here for Nightingale. So, by no means is this completely out of the park, even though IDN had a really fantastic fight there and have some really scary members. These scary members are, of course,
IDN, they're in such a good position when they get to be the first ones to these objectives. They get to plant down the Ivern bushes. They get to just throw on out this poke with the Void Seekers. And the flanking power here is just so crazy off the back of Meow Meow Mix. You got the box as well in these kind of tight corridors while they're trying to enter or exit the river. It's a great setup, and they're taking full advantage here, knowing that it's 30 seconds to go until the Baron's up.
But that's the thing, though. It is a 3-item Kaisa. Not going for the full poke route. Getting the Ginsus here. Sometimes you do see the Ludens paired with the Nashor's plus Shiv. So that is still fairly decent DPS, and you do still get strong poke here. Opting instead for more DPS in fights. Handy to have. And even with just that, like these Prey Seekers really doing a lot here if you're able to land multiple of them.
Yep. The only missing piece here is I'd like them to try to find a deep ward for Meow Meow Mix to be able to TP to and flank. They've got that one control ward up by the blue buff, but could go for something a little bit more. So far, not trying to overpush, though, into the enemy jungle, and there's plenty of TDK members there defending. Instead, it's going to be to set up a vision, to back away. They might actually just be looking to get soul here in 40 seconds rather than trying to risk something for a Baron.
Yeah. Or if they want to, it can be the classic catch-22 of, hey, we're on soul point. You guys got to go get that. We'll just snag Baron. So, Iridescent on the end. They do have options here. Team Death Knight's kind of forced to play around this dragon here because it is Ocean Soul. Ocean Soul, in my opinion, the strongest soul in the game. Just because the regen is just so noxious to deal with, combined with a couple of extra Ocean Dragons under that. It kind of necessitates some grievous wins. Flash Magnet Storm.
Engage founds Heppo, and they're going to take him down. Big shutdown picked up on the IDN mid laner. The teleport is being channeled by Meow Meow Mix. It actually gets interrupted by Vici. Meow Meow Mix going to look to make him pay for this, and is going to chase him across the map. He might be able to pick up the solo kill here. Dominus is popped by Vici just to try to buy some space and time. The slice and dice away, but Meow Meow Mix will not be stopped. There's the stasis coming out of Vici, but the redive for Meow Meow Mix. He hits the turret. He bashed the turret, Goverino, so now he's not going to be able to get his kill, and he's going to get hunted down by Nightingale. This is going to be a massive shutdown picked up for IDN, and now the Baron is getting started up by TDK.
Yeah, just like that. I actually still see Meow Meow Mix getting out of here.
What?
But what the hell is happening around this Baron?
What's going on?
They peeled off of Baron, it looks like. Meow Meow Mix might be out of this. One more leap strike, never mind.
Where's the
You
shield?
go across
The
the map
shield!
into the waiting arms of another group of people. Shutdown picked up so long, Hepa's even respawned here.
Somehow he's managed to trade himself for Javi, who was on the opposite side of the map, as now BB is going in, but he's all alone. Ken Fuse going to go on a rampage, and Heppo, the original target, is back in the fight, but now he's stuck on the top side, and Stringy Bird is getting chased down. Boomerang Blades bouncing between them, gonna net some more kills over to TDK. 2 members down for them, but it's for 3 on the side of IDN, and Vici, Steel City Warrior, and Nightingale. What can they get out of this? They're gonna look to deny Soul and try to pick up mid lane turret.
That kind of has to be the move here. You can't go through this Baron. You don't want to deal with a 50-50. These Prey Seekers starting to add up a little. They get the mid turret. They're going to deny the soul here. Great play there by Team Death Knight. General Vici looked like they're down for the count, but stopwatch. An absolute
Confused.
menace here.
He just
when it
picked up
comes to
blue
these
buff.
late
He can
game
do this
fights.
all day.
Yeah. Oh, misses one. Gonna have to wait at least another 10 seconds.
That's why blue buff gives you CDR again, baby. They brought it back.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they're actually nerfing the refund from 77% to only 75%. I don't know. Maybe having 75% is still pretty insane, but that's just me. That's just me, you know. Maybe I'd like it if Kaisa's not pressing W every 2.5 seconds.
Perhaps, you know.
Something,
That's
though.
I mean, that's the nature of Kaisa though, right? I mean, the champion, it's a poke mage, it's a burst assassin, it's a DPS carry. It's everything.
Yeah. Oh, Meow Meow Mix actually in a lot of danger here.
Yeah. Leap
Already
strike
big
onto the blue
flank.
buff. That's going to be a big punish angle here.
Teleport
Teleport
too.
in from Vici. They're really dedicating everything to take down Meow Meow Mix. He does have the Zonias. Here comes the ult, or the Dark Passage, rather, out of Stringy Bird. Not going to be enough. He will drop. Steel City Warrior picks up that gold. And now it's a 5 versus 4. The richest member of IDN not going to be available for this fight. As gold leads mean nothing in this series, Gofrino. TDK are starting up the Baron. IDN coming in from the bottom side. Hook goes wide. Heppo stepping forward with the explosive shot. Scatter the
that
Weak doesn't
misses.
land on anybody. Looking for an angle to go in. There's going to be the root
Hook is
caller
adding
landing,
up.
but Stringy Bird is caught out. He's going to get taken down. BB looking for more. Heppo locked down. Heppo exhausted. Echo drops as Ken Fuse now going to have to Killer Instinct over the wall to avoid Vici at a bigger numbers disadvantage than
Vici here,
ever
though.
now. Confused and still learning, will not give this up. The smite comes through, still learning, going to drop to Steel City Warrior, and TDK take back the gold lead.
Yeah, it's not a 13K comeback, but it is still a comeback here. IDN just getting caught with their pants down here. Meow Meow Mix. Aggressive push into that unwarded enemy jungle pays the ultimate price. Then their team pays the ultimate price there because they have to contest that Baron. You can't give this over for free. Team Death Knights now, they have the gold lead. They denied that soul. And they'll be able to dictate the tempo of this map here. I mean, it's not another 2 minutes, 40 seconds until soul comes up here. So all you got to focus on right now is just pushing down, get some turrets here, really extend this gold lead that you've already accrued thanks to that Baron buff. And I mean, what's going to stop a 9-0 on 4 Syndra? What's going to be able to stand up to a 5-1-9 Sivir on this IDN composition? There is basically no front line.
Huge hook lands onto Vici. He's locked down underneath the turret, and he will go down, giving the first reset to Heppo, but the Scatter the Weak and the Unleashed Power are going to follow him to the ends of the earth and take him down as Meow Meow Mix looking for the engage now in the middle of 4. Just gets blown up by Nightingale Syndra, and they're chasing down the rest of the way with these boomerang blades. Steel City Warrior is on a rampage. The flash forward, the Scatter the Weak going to take down another target, and it's Ken Fused up against the world, looking to defend the Nexus. TDK Void. They've fought back in game number 3, taking some notes out of IDN's book, and they're going to claim themselves the win here and take themselves to match point.
Match point in quite an interesting fashion. This game just absolutely back and forth until the very end here. Our Team Death Knights take a firm hold and grasp here, just punishing IDN, who might have got a little full of themselves after that game number 2 comeback.
Well, come back I do. I've come back to the analyst desk after a very, very hectic game number 3. It's so funny to think about maybe an hour ago, Gordo, where we were sitting. We were like, man, we predicted this series wrong. We didn't know, we had no idea. We thought this would go 5. It'd be action-packed matches, but it looks like it's going to be a sweep for IDN. Nope. Now we've completely, for the Death Knights, and now we completely reversed. But in the Void, the Death Knights have now landed back on their feet, and they have controlled this series once more. But it wasn't easy.
No, absolutely not. I mean, a game that was a highlight reel for Meow Meow Mix somehow turns into a win for TDK Void. I might as well just skip the first 20 minutes if this is how these games are going to be going, because they don't seem to have any impact on the result.
Yeah, they don't seem to have any whatsoever. All these games, it feels like we're going to have to go to the highlights at the end of this game, and that's kind of what told the story. But Gofrino, it kind of started off with the same similar chaos towards the top side that we've seen across 3 games now.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a 3-1 Renekton, a 2-2 Jax. Like, there was just so much action in that top side. I mean, Mix just still generated such a huge lead despite dropping twice. Did really help that they got that double kill in the 3 versus 1. Yeah, you can kind of see in the gold graph here, but you can also see, like, IDN, they have a pretty decent lead here for some of the bits of the early game. It is a little back and forth, a little bit back and forth there, but then all of a sudden you just see right at the end of the game, like, things get thrown.
Yeah, things get thrown. I do want to give a shout out to Nightingale, another pretty stellar Syndra game this time around. I believe ended perfect, somewhere around like 10-0 and 3, 10-0 and 4, 12-0 and 5. I got corrected. I was close, but last game we talked about it, Gofrino, that Nightingale Syndra was powerful early in game 2, but then fell behind and got picked off in those big fights. This time felt like Nightingale really was having those clutch unleashed powers on the right targets and really prospered late.
Yeah, like, it did really help that IDN had a very squishy composition. So you just kind of could burst anyone there
And every time that Tristana jumped in, every time that Jax jumped in, you just use the unleashed power. And it's like, all right, that's a freebie on that one. Another kill for the board, because they had half their team's kills there at the end. 12 out of 24. That's pretty damn impressive.
You know what's more impressive, though? Meow Meow Mix's hype tape that we're now putting on this first replay. Gordo, talk me through this absolute outplay early on in this game, 10 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, a great showing here out of Meow Meow Mix. He's getting ganked 1 versus 3. Vici gets a pretty good bait off. This is exactly how you want to set it up, but there's no damage left. The Maokai Rel duo just can't dish it out, especially after he lands that 2-man Grandmaster's Might, and he can just turn the whole fight around from there. A big 600 gold shutdown really sets him up to dominate the rest of the game, sets him up for some of these crazy team fights later on, but it all just ends up being for naught.
Yeah, we started to see a theme go for the Death Knights got back into this game because they were able to pick fights where Meow Meow Mix wasn't present, right? And that's where they were able to stay the course, keep it in the game, and eventually take the win.
Yeah, or just force fights because they pick off Meow Meow Mix beforehand. Like, that's another great way, and you just bolt through the rest of the IDN composition.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at, IDN keeping themselves alive in this game because Meow Meow Mix was present in this fight. I don't hate to put this guy on such a pedestal, but the plays he was making in this game were just crazy. And we finally see this is about 22 minutes in. Meow Meow Mix is finally present for one of these fights. This one goes on for a bit because it's initially, I believe, a pretty good pick here onto General Vici. They finally get one of these counter strikes down. They blow him up with that double marksman composition, and he gets eviscerated. And it's looking, the turn comes out, and they finally have some of these picks come across. That Unleashed Power Nightingale picks off Stringy Bird, but it's just Meow Meow Mix quite literally sitting in the front of everybody and taking so much of this damage, soaking so much of it, creating so much space. He finally jumps toward another counter strike to get another set of good stuns, and it just feels like IDN, they can win every fight. Go for Gordo when Meow Meow Mix is there. Confused just comes up a bit short with that Void Seeker on the Killer Instinct, but that's a one fight, and it's what kept IDN in these games time after time. Meow Meow Mix.
Yeah, because that was into the Baron buff as well, but keep in mind that was a very razor's thin sort of margin fight there. We saw a lot of blinking health bars on IDN's side, so they definitely didn't come out of it unscathed, and that does kind of paint a picture for later in this game when we see the Unleashed powers directed towards people that, aren't Stringy Bird's threat.
Yeah, right. Well, let's take a look at one of those fights. Gordo, talk me through. This is the game-winning fight here for TDKV that, really just blows the game open because IDN are up against the wall.
Yeah, it's a great hook from Stringy Bird that starts things off, and they managed to get Vici out of here. He lives a lot longer than one might expect. I mean, Dominus keeps him up, and then Nightingale just one-shots Heppo here with those extra couple of moments, slams Daisy right on top of him, and hits him with the Unleashed Power to be able to close that out. Meow Meow Mix now looking for a reprisal of past performances, but perhaps up just a little bit too far without the backup of that Tristana. Goes down. So much damage out of Nightingale and Steel City Warrior here, and they can just run the fight from there on out. Confused does not have the range without having that frontline force of the Daisy or of Meow Meow Mix, and they can just win the game from there. It's a 4-for-1 team fight.
And it felt like the change there, Go Freno's Meow Meow Mix's hero plays, they were down a little bit of gold when he was able to make that Baron play, that razor thin fight you're talking about. By this point, though, TDKV were just too far ahead. Their carries were just too injected with great itemization that he can't just frontline like that and survive with Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it really came to bite them in the end there. Maybe there's a different world where we don't see a 12-0 Syndra. Maybe it's only like a 5-2 Syndra, and things are a little more clear-cut in your favor in those fights, but that's the world we're living in right now.
And well, the world we're living in across both series is 2-1 score lines. As you can see down below, L2 won game number 3 in pretty comfortable fashion. So they've kept themselves alive, but it's still Pride Stalker Esports that are on the verge of punching their ticket forward and knocking them out. And the Death Knights, Voidling, Variety here, are one spot away from Grand Finals after a big Game 3 win. To find out if they can punch that ticket, we're going to have to go to another break. On the other side, Game 4 draft to see if we have one of our Grand Final teams picked out. Right back at you here with our upper bracket finals matchup of the week here, Divine League action. Already get set here for game 4 draft. Obviously still here with the amazing Gordo and Gofrino take us through the cast. And guys, we have, what is that now, 3-0 record, Gordo, on the blue side, and it's IDN who sit back on it for game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, it's been a blue side win rate kind of series. Slayer doesn't really feel like the blue side's been what's been the contributing factor there, but they have been winning their games. So hard to argue with that logic. And if it means IDN is going to take us to game number 5, I'm here for it. As we are getting into the picks and bans, and let's see exactly how they want to try to change things up as the last time IDN were on the blue side.
It looks like they're going to go back to some of these calling cards. I love it. You know, a series is real competitive when picks and bans on one side start really getting tweaked to other games you saw. You see now Iridescent on Neon, they're still taking away that Yasuo. They're still taking away that Poppy. Those weren't bans they necessarily were throwing out the first phase go for, when the series kicked off. Starting to see those adaptations come through.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like, these champions have made quite the imprint on this series, to say the least. It does mean so those some key picks get through, like game number 2 when we saw the Olaf get through. Double jungle ban and the Yasuo ban here. No room for a Syndra ban here against Nightingale in that mid lane. So Team Death Knights won't be surprised if they do pick that up here again. Can pick it up early. I'm expecting it maybe towards the tail end here, maybe in that R2 or in that R3 spot, or the second phase of draft. Either way, though, let's see what the priority is. The Kai'Sa does get through again. We saw IDN prioritize that last time around. Had a pretty decent performance, but it's going to be the Rel here once again.
Now, listen, did it work out for a lot of game 2 when they picked it first? No. But did it end up working out at the end of the day? Yes. And it does, Gordo, give them some flexibility if they want to try this time shifting it towards the support role, or if they want to stick it on Still Learning. I'm pretty sure Stringy Bird and Still Learning are very comfortable picking that Rel regardless.
Yeah, and they got the Poppy band this time too, so that's going to be a little bit of an easier time for them than it was the last time they selected this Rel. There's that Maokai coming on across once again for Javi. He's been able to be pretty dangerous on that selection thus far, and these engages off the Nature's Grasp are still always something that you are on the lookout for. See what else they want to pair that up with. Could be a chance to take a priority ADC. Still like that Zaya for TDK, if that's something they want to look at for Steel City Warrior. Or it could be that Tristana, who's been such a high priority champ for a while. The Syndra too. I mean, you're at risk of having it stolen away, so they are going to take it.
That's interesting, right? Gofrino kind of shows, you're talking about they could R2 it, but the Tristana hover maybe shows where TDKV feel their strengths most lie. It's like, all right, we've had Syndra in 2 games, we've had Tristana in 1. Maybe we prioritize Syndra higher on Nightingale than Tristana on Steel City Warrior potentially.
Yeah, because we saw that Tristana hover too, because that was another thing they did a lot in the previous 3 games of the series. Like, ooh, where are we taking this pick? We can flex it to 2 or 3 different roles, but it's like you see the Syndra locked in. Yeah, that's going mid. This isn't season 8 or season 7 worlds where we saw it bottling a lot. That's a bit of boomer speak though. Much more clear cut where everything is going. Taking their time here on this B3 pick, though, is IDN. They do have the flex potential of that Rel. I wonder if we see the top lane locked in here, just to keep that up in the air, or potentially the LeBlanc. Okay, going for the skill matchup here in the mid.
Ooh. So LeBlanc comes out here for Heppo. Gordo, you talked about the fact that both these mid laners are very comfortable on the LeBlanc, and we haven't seen it come through now till game 4.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that that one hasn't made an appearance anywhere, but it has been a big pick for Heppo in the past. It's been banned against him throughout every series prior to this one. And, it's a little bit nerfed now with those static shift changes, but I still think leaning a little bit more into the mid to early to mid game is what IDN are going to want to go for here. They've demonstrated that they have those really powerful late game team fighting abilities, but it's been those early games where they've struggled to be able to pick up their advantages. And I think game 3 was their best look so far, even though they didn't end up winning. I think trying to reprise that sort of stuff is exactly what they want to be doing.
It's interesting now, right, Gofrino, as we get into the second phase of bans, that Zaya did come through like you were talking about, but I want to ask you about this because when it was Nightingale on the Syndra, the last 2 times really was in a comfortable lane to play that Syndra. LeBlanc is far from comfortable for Syndra.
Yeah, like it is a skill matchup. It really comes down to how you use that Sky of the Week. That's how this matchup has been historically and how it continues to still be. A lot of things have changed though. There has been a mid-scope. LeBlanc now builds static shift first. I hope we don't see that this game because that's not really meta anymore. That aside though, you have to use Sky of the Week when that LeBlanc dashes on in. If you aren't able to get that on down, this matchup goes really south really fast here for the Syndra player.
Yeah, it could. And, speaking of going down south on the side of IDN, they banned south side in the second phase. They took away 2 support bans, so they levied 2 of those towards a BB47. On the other side, pure jungle bans. So game 4 is getting a little kooky with the second phase of bans. You usually expect those are like solo laner bans, mid or top. Nope, we're targeting jungle and support. And the answer for BB47 is that peel heavy Braum, it looks like. And they will actually lock it in Goro this time and not play around with it.
Indeed, they will. So, not going to be that Rakan. It gets banned away. Can't be the Nautilus. That gets banned away too. Those are Zaya's best friends in most of these sorts of scenarios. So, she's going to have to hang out with Braum this time around as a little bit of an extra source of defense and disengage when you're up against this Kai'Sa Rel that have already been drafted. So, Iridescent on Neon. They got to round out their draft now. They're going to have to blind something for Meow Meow Mix. Is, I think, a big factor. They do want to look at this Thresh once again, and they are going to lock it on in, so it is going to be Rel in the jungle for Still Learning. Now, what does Meow Meow Mix blind pick here? The Aatrox stands out to me. The Jax still an option. You could take the Renekton for yourself. Would it not be surprised to see any of those? Rumble is up as well. It's a good call out.
Yeah.
All the champions.
Yeah.
Would be a pretty AP heavy comp with a Rumble. So looking at the Renekton here, not a bad choice.
Okay.
All right.
It's gonna be the Croc. Does fall off late, so not exactly a pure 1v5 champion unless you get a super snowball going. Yeah, that's gonna be locked on in. Just a bunch of tanks being hovered here for Team Death Knight side. The Renekton historically struggles into tanks, especially the one that is the crazy bird lady from Demacia that somehow hangs out in the woods for like 3 weeks at a time.
Yeah, I'm expecting an Ornn. I think this is a pretty easy Ornn angle. They could go the Scion if they want it too, but I feel like the Ornn is the better matchup into the Renekton. They go the Scion though.
On the Scion. Okay, so that should be very interesting to see. I feel like Go Free, we've kind of returned to a sense of normalcy with what we expect from both these teams now, right? We got General Vici on the tanks. Stringy Bird gets his Thresh. It's a counter pick for Meow Meow Mix in a way, or he gets a carry. This is what we kind of projected when we looked at this matchup from prior.
Yeah, like this is kind of a callback to ye olde times of like 1.5 to 2 hours ago, where you have 3 meatball champions and then you have 2 carries here for Team Death Knights. The earnest is really going to be on your Xayah, on your Syndra here to perform, because if not, we kind of saw what happens in game number 2, where if Steel City Warriors not able to participate in that fight, and if Nightingale's not able to one-tap people, that's when you see those big comebacks. Of course, that is a once-in-a-lifetime sort of thing you would imagine. So we'll see if it goes differently this game with a very similar recipe here for Team Death Knights.
Yeah, it's a very similar recipe for also all you at home to predict if you want to. The prediction's still live. I could see it up. So spend those Travi bucks because we are contractually obligated to not gamble on games we cast. Just kidding. I could bet the Travi bucks if I wanted to, but
I'm betting on these games. I'm betting in the background.
Yeah, wait. All right, somebody get Cole in the call. Gordo's out.
I'm throwing 10 Travi bucks on whoever is the underdog in each game just to try to cash out from you guys. Come challenge me on that anytime.
Yeah, I would always do something similar, just bet on the underdog. Then if I win, I get a big payout. But that aside, it's kind of hard to call anyone an underdog in this series because both these teams have really had their moments. It's really just an underdog prediction from Twitch chat's standpoint, and really it just comes down to who has the most Travi bucks in their wallet when they're betting.
Exactly right. It's all hail the Travi bucks. Well, we're getting through with client side draft now, so we should be speeding through some of these picks and we can get a look at some of these runes. But it's an interesting game. I want to pick your brain on this, guys, because it seems like the way to beat TDKV when they go for that meatball comp, like Gofrino was talking about, is you need somebody to get on top of those carries and is comfortable in the mess of TDKV. Jax on Meow Meow Mix, you can do that with Counter-Strike, but it feels like, Gordo, a champion that is really well prepped to just dive in front of everybody and slam their keyboard is Renekton, and you've got that with Meow Meow Mix now. Could be deadly for TDKV.
Yeah, I mean, especially if he builds up the kind of lead that he's been building up throughout most of this series. If he takes a 1 to 2 kill advantage over Vici and the 40 to 50 CS lead, I mean, that's kind of what's been expected out of this matchup pretty much the whole way through. I don't see any reason it would change. If he can come into team fights like that, and if the rest of the map isn't down by 8 to 10 kills the way that they were in games 1 and 2, that could be a really big factor for TDK for Iridescent on Neon to be able to come back in these fights and to be able to win this game and take us all the way to a game number 5.
Yeah, I mean, go Freno, you feeling the similar sentiment? Like this Renekton can be a lot more comfortable in those scenarios we saw Meow Meow mixing with the Jax and some of those replays from game number 3?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what we saw game number 3 actually from Vici. Like, yeah, they got bodied in lane, but if you have Gore Drinker, if you have Sterix, it gives you a lot of survivability in fights. You pop the Dominus, you get the Sterix proc, you get the big Gore Drinker proc. It lets you stick around for a while and hopefully just hound down the 2 carries here in this back line. While, of course, you got Vici, Javi, and BB47 just trying to CC the ever-living hell out of you. And then hopefully Heppo and Confused are able to pop the backline themselves, because if you take out Nightingale, if you take out Steel City Warrior, you have a pretty surefire shot in these team fights. No one else is really going to be packing the damage when it comes to this TDK comp.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? And that's kind of why IDN even had a shot at winning that game number 2, that crazy comeback. It felt like the way TDKV drafts their comp is kind of like Achilles in those Greek mythologies, right? Like he's super strong. He feels like he's strong in like every aspect. You can't beat him. But if you find that pressure point, the Achilles heel, you can just completely collapse at him completely. And it feels like TDKV, that is when they run this comp, knocking down those carries.
Definitely, and a huge series so far for both of these carries, right? Steel City Warrior had some big highlight games already, but also, Nightingale maybe going a little undersung here. A huge Syndra game in that last one. These two have been big stars for TDK throughout tonight's series, and I think holding them down has got to be a major part of any strategy you're coming in with as IDN. So not enough to just set up Meow Meow Mix for success. We've seen that. They've been ahead in every game, and the majority of the time, it has not been enough to come away with a victory. So they're going to need answers into these carries. They're going to need to set their carries up for success, and curious to see if they're going to be able to do it here.
Curious to pick Gofrino's brain as we run through the runes because it's my favorite part. So Gofrino, pretty standard outside through the top lane picks, right?
Yeah. Like, did you expect anything else? The only switch ups you'd see is maybe which legend rune do you want here as Renekton. Pretty stock standard as junglers. Like, isn't too much to talk about. We can look at the mid lane picks here. Will it be the phase rush again here for Nightingale? Yep.
Yeah.
It's the. I swear to God, if I see static Shiv LeBlanc.
It's static Shiv
nerf to
LeBlanc,
hell.
baby. That's what that means.
That's
That's the only thing that means.
Come on, get with the times.
I mean,
Yeah.
first recall
Patches
Kirche
behind.
Shard is still a pretty good LeBlanc back. I'm not gonna lie, especially when you have the fleet footwork. I mean, the Kirche Shard is really strong still. I mean, they kind of overbuffed that item, and all the nerfs have been going towards static Shiv. Kirche Shard has kind of gotten a free pass. So.
Yeah, that's a really niche point to make about it, right? It's like, hey, maybe Riot, let's not nerf the components if it's not working. But go back to these runes. Still the Hail of Blades coming out here for Confused. Steel City Word, Lethal Temple makes a lot of sense. And this is what you would expect, Gofrino, right? If you're the Thresh against the Braum, Glacial Augment, and if you're Braum, it's just all about protecting.
Yeah, like you said, nothing surprising here. I guess the Braum having boots over X-Flash, maybe. I don't really see X-Flash too much on Braum, but, it's mostly personal preference here. And yeah, I mean, nothing too shocking in the runes. Little tilted at the fleet of footwork still. I think LeBlanc really should just move off of Shiv. Maybe if you want Fleet of Footwork for some sustain, okay, that's fine. But please no Shiv.
Yeah, he's not forced to build the Shiv. We're just pretty
He's
sure
not.
he's going to
You're
build
not
the Shiv.
forced to, but when you see Fleet, you just kind of put two and two
Oh yeah,
together
he's
in your
gonna
brain.
build
It's
the
like,
Yeah.
Shiv. I'm just saying he doesn't necessarily have to. It's gonna be by choice. It's not locked
Yeah.
in stone yet. He's gonna actively go into the game and betray your sensibilities as it goes.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like how Ken Fuse goes Halo Blades. You don't have to build the hybrid build, but like when you go Halo Blades, it's like you're building the hybrid build regardless. But guys, I want to quickly take a rain check because I know we've been throwing our predictions up in a while, but really quickly, Girlfriend, I'll have you go first. How are you feeling about your prediction now, seeing the Game 4 draft and just how the series has gone so far?
I think we can definitely still go to 5 games. I know I was a little on the fence and eventually gave it out to IDN because I was very impressed with their early playoff games. But, you know, they do have to win this one. They have to win the next one as well. If they're able to have a good early game and scurvy around with some good jungle pressure on Still Learning like last game and not throw that lead, then they should be set to take us to this game number 2.
And of course, Gordo, finally, our leader on the caster predictions desk. How are we feeling about your prediction?
I want to say it's still gonna go to 5, but I mean it's really been a solid performance out of TDK. I've been really impressed by Nightingale and Steel City Warriors. So if I could flip flop now, I would, but I can't. So let's go Iridescent on Neon.
All right, he's locked in his prediction, and we're locked in for Game 4 on Summoner's Rift. So I will bid y'all adieu once more. Gordo Gofrino, take it away.
Thank you very much, Slayer, as we are on to the Rift for game number 4. TDK Void up 2-1 over Iridescent on Neon. Get a little update on that scoreboard here before too long.
Yep, and it's the longsword start here for Heppo, so it's probably going to be Static Shiv. But, yep, just a standard line of scrimmage coming on out from both these sides. Not wanting to risk it for the biscuit here.
Yep. Going to be still the Static Shiv setup for Heppo to get himself that little bit of wave clear. It's nerfed, but still built at times. And other LeBlanc builds, a little bit to be desired as well. So as they are getting onto the Rift here, it looks like it is going to be early vision placed towards the blue buff there from Iridescent on Neon. Going to be tracking Javi, seeing if they can set up for Still Learning to get some solid movement off in the early game.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we'll see how that shapes up here. Interestingly, we have Still Learning starting top side this game. Both junglers actually starting top side. Not something we've really been seeing all series.
Starting on up here, Meow Meow Mix will give that little bit of a leash here. General Vici doing much the same. They're going to move up, they're going to meet up there, and we're going to see how Meow Meow Mix can navigate his 4th lane matchup of the night. Has been constantly coming out ahead in this top lane, but will it be enough to carry through IDN? We'll have to see. As Meow Meow Mix immediately just coming on in. It's a shield start for Vici, actually, so looking to play this one a little bit safer.
Yeah. I mean, the Renekton, historically, not the best tank buster. The only time you really see Renekton get through tanks is if it's a fortress.
Wow.
Hook, actually.
Level 2 hit first for Stringy Bird and Ken Fuse. They make a big play on Steel City Warrior. 3 summoners down for TDK in trade for 2 from Stringy. And Steel City Warrior now going to find himself very low on HP as a result.
Stringy Bird out for blood here. I mean, you just hit level 2, and then half a second later, you flash hook in. You landed on Steel City Warrior. And Steel City Warrior not expecting that. Like, going for the flash hook level 2 is ballsy as all hell, to say the least. And It works out there, because you got 3 summoners.
Yep, Stringy Bird, a big fan of that Thresh. There's a reason they've put so much priority on it, and they're going to use that priority for a big invade coming in here out of Still Learning, stealing away the Wolves, and now looking to steal away blue buff as well. Both lanes looking to get involved on this, but the advantages built up for IDN mean that they should be able to get this for themselves. Javi looking around for a potential steal, but he's being denied an entryway, and that's going to be a nice completed advantage here for the IDN jungler.
And it's gonna be another 3-buff start here, like last game for Still Learning. Not as cheesy this time, you know, you don't have the Ivern to just fly over the wall and insta-kill a blue buff. It is more of a team concerted effort, but it starts with that flash hook in the bot lane. It's like, all right, we're going to have Prio on this bot lane. I don't think a half-health no Summoner's Eye is really going to come up to contest this. We have Heppo. They're able to get Prio in the mid lane and just come on up. And good all-around early play there from IDN's bot side to pick up the 3 buff. Yeah, the 3 buff.
Yep, very well set up here for the early game on this rel. See what Still Learning is going to be able to make happen off of it as Steel City Warrior. Still going to be feeling the pain of that level 1 hook. Well, he was level 1. Stringy, of course, already getting to level 2, but the XP lead swinging back around due to some of the time that they've spent away from lane. And meanwhile, MX navigating this top lane matchup very well so far, finds himself another solid trade here, and is going to look potentially for the first blood. Still has the call ready. Good damage, but that turret shot really going to put a damper on things.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing with Renekton. Like, I'll hold that thought because Yummy Mix will have to flash out of this one. You don't get enough health back from that call to Meek.
He didn't get the dice either. Didn't land it onto the minion. Gonna have to flash away here. Brings him underneath the turret. W to try to bring him down. There's gonna be the first blood, though. It's picked off up the ticking damage from that sapling. Great start for Javi in the top.
Yep. Just neutralizing the aggression from Yum Yum Mix once again here. And even though Vici does not get an assist in a play 0-0-0, I'd be more than happy. Insta back, you get the double health crystal here. And what's Meow Meow Mix going to have on this back? Okay, they actually have the chain spike. So it is a nice counter, but the fact that there's that much more health to go through in general Vici, you don't have the same just pure 1v1 busting power against these tanks like the Jax, like the Rumble. It's going to make things harder when it comes to Meow Meow Mix wanting to push the lead in this top. Can definitely do so. Just through not more or less like just threatening to kill your opponent 24/7. It's more so like, hey, I'm gonna outtrade you, I'm gonna outsustain you and win the long war, but then also be able to win the farm war here and get plate pressure, get roam pressure, stuff like that.
And an inversion of what we've seen most of the games here. Although Javi getting aggressed on here. Heppo, the 2-level lead, getting that invade off. Here comes BB to try to defend, and Javi will get out safely, but is under so much pressure on his bottom side jungle now as Heppo looks to join the fray. So far, an inversion of what we've seen most of this series. It's IDN's top laner now, falling a little bit behind due to that gank, but the bot side domination for Confused and Stringy Bird is building them up a lead and letting them get this first drag.
Yep. To be fair, last game we did also see Titan Deathmaids gank top and get first blood there. So it is reminiscent of last game at least. But with that focus on the top side, with the fact that they've been getting some nice trades here in the bot side. That's a free Infernal Dragon early on. You can't argue against that. It's just free stats. We'll give you a bit of extra scaling in the.
It's free, for sure.
Okay.
Heppo gonna get stunned up here by Nightingale. Good trade in from the Syndra.
So an update on the other series. PSC won 3-1 against Elk.
Wow. Livizion 2 knocked out of the playoffs. Pridestalker Esports will be playing up against whoever loses this series in next Tuesday's matchup for a spot in the grand final against the winner of tonight's series. Lots to play for.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, this
Not
playoffs is
something we
crazy, man.
expected.
So we are now, what seeds are left here? So this is of course the 3rd seed or the 4th seed taking on the 6th seed, and then it's the 5th seed waiting in losers. So none of the top 3 seeds are present for our finals weekend, as you might call it. It's 2 weeks, but our finals across both brackets.
I know there's a little bit of a tradition in Risen playoffs where the 1st seed drops out like in first round. I forget if that was a specific league or just Risen in general. But either way, all the top 3 seeds dropping out this early on. Jesus.
Yeah. Crazy league. Crazy playoffs here in Risen. Always a banger. So now we're going to find out which one of these teams is going to be paying a visit to the grand finals in 2 weeks. Which team's going to have to fight for it. Which team is going to be taking a little vacation, taking a week off. Just watching the losers side finals. It's definitely the position you'd rather be in here. TDK are 1 win away from making it themselves. Meow Meow Mix trying to fight back, though. Against Vici, gonna chunk him down pretty low here. A nice trade on the Renekton.
Yep. An interesting map positioning here by IDN, because you still have Heppo in the bot lane. You rotated up Confused and Stringy Bird there to get the Herald, but they're still staying mid here. Wanting to put Nightingale in a bit of a pinch here, maybe set up for a Herald play. I'll hold that thought because Meow Meow Mix. Go and add it once again. We'll see if the Unstoppable Onslaught comes through. General Vici, very low in health though, not wanting to go for it.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here. Gets knocked up. That's a turret shot. Here comes the Unstoppable Onslaught. Pops the Dominus, and Vici flashes away. A little intimidated by the big croc. And that will let Meow Meow Mix walk out to safety. Here it comes, still learning. Looking to punish a potential over-aggression angle, but nah, it's not happening.
You can't go for Flash, Ferromancy, Flash Magnet Storm here, but it's just going to be a plate sync. You see Nightingale walking up here from that mid lane. You see I'm Javi walking back from base, just IDN's topside recognizing, hey, you know what? There's a lot of missing people on the map. We saw that Syndra walking topside. We'll just take a plate.
Definitely. Stringy Bird hooks a minion there. Takes a little bit of punishment for it, but we'll be able to just keep on going. Ticks over to level 6 at the same time. Confused with a solid CS lead in the bottom lane. You got to believe that's all still snowballing from that early play. Doesn't seem to have gotten to spend as much of the gold, though, so probably on the hunt for a recall here before too long. Yeah, he's got 12 hundo in the bank.
Yeah. Yep. See how they decide to spend that when they do go back, because can't exactly back right now. Maybe losing a lot of turret health.
Nice play back in. Here's the teleport in. Meow Meow Mix. Actually, that's Heppo looking to start the play. Diving in onto Steel City Warrior. He will go into the Feather Storm, but the root lands onto BB, and they're going to look to chase him the rest of the way down. Nice feather pull from Steel City, though. Denies any further engage and gets his support out safely.
Yeah, because that would have been big here for IDN. Not only would they potentially get 1 or 2 kills there, but you got Dragon up in 40 seconds, so that set you up beautifully there to get river control. Not able to get that. It cost them the teleport. And Team Death Knight's bot lane lived to tell another tale here on the bot side. Great play by them.
Yep, does force the recall, does buy some time for a recall for Confused. He gets his static shiv. Double static shivs now achieved for IDN. Lots of lightning coming around to try to control these waves. Meow Meow Mix. Every time we look up here, he's going for these big Renekton trades, but it's really hard to work through that big beefy Scion. Wanted to get that advantage in the early game, but instead ended up going down for that first blood. And that does mean that he doesn't have his item completed, and it's tough for him to really take the fight to the Scion, as the Dragon is going to be started up by TDK. That's Rift Herald thrown down in mid lane, can claim itself a few plates. Heppo going forward, does land that static shiv proc. Teleport in from Meow Meow Mix, as well as Vici. At least Vici's looking to set it up. Just got back into the base. Is coming into the fight now. Big 3-man Magnet Storm. Dive in, exhaust on Meow Meow Mix, but they take down Javi anyway. Javi, rather, as they're going to pull back on in BB. He's going to go down to Heppo. Vici now going to be the next target. He's left all alone. No backup from any of the carries. Double kill picked up here. Heppo going to be able to get that one. And IDN strike back in the Dragon fight. A big win for them.
Yep, and these are the sorts of advantages you want to see Meow Meow Mix getting with the Renekton here. The fact that they're able to teleport earlier means Vici has to back and then teleport in. By the time Vici's there, there's already a Flash Magnet Storm on your backline happening. And then it's just Drover from that point. You got another Dragon here for the side of IDN. You got 3 nice kills in the bank, spreading the love across the entire bot side of the map here. And yeah, they gotta be feeling fine. They gotta be feeling dandy here on the side of IDN.
Definitely a great start here for IDN. Now, they were falling behind a little bit early on, but now they've got themselves a solid 3K gold lead. 13 minutes into the game. That feels very good here. You got the gold right where you want it to onto Heppo's LeBlanc and Confused Kaisa.
Mm-hmm. See what they're able to do with that here. Because they're going to have to extend this lead here. It is only about... Okay, a 3k gold lead. That's pretty decent. All things considered. I thought it was a bit smaller. However, you are still going to have to do more proactive stuff here to get the ball rolling. There's going to be no more plates available, so it's really going to be around these objective fights, really around these gang/skirmishes to try and itch out a nice sizable gold lead here to ensure a ticket to that game number 5.
For sure, for sure. 3,000 gold still for IDN. What are they going to be able to turn that into, though? They've got the 2-dragon advantage, just ticked over level 11 on the LeBlanc, and are setting up for Rift Herald number 2, which is going to be spawning before too long. So much vision getting layered down in the opposing jungle. They're going to know exactly where Javi and co are as they start to look for a potential fight here. Javi instead actually just paying a visit towards bot lane. They maybe want to dive Confused here. But again, he's wise to it. They realize what's going down. They saw BB come over here, I'm pretty sure. And now just going to be able to stand back, and this should be a free Herald. Coming back up, though. The big wraparound for Javi. Going to be able to find Confused here. He flashes away from the Winter's Bite, and he's out of there.
Alrighty. Is going to cost a lot of this turret health bar, though. Won't be able to pop the Herald in time to contest this. So I think that's going to be first turret here for Team Death Knights on the bot side. Yep. First turret
goes on over.
Cameo
Mix trading up on the top side. They should be able to crack open mid tower, especially if they use their Rift Herald. Doesn't even look like they're trying to use it, though. Instead, still learning, coming up towards the top side, trying to set up for Mix. Gets a nice stun there. Is going to be able to take even more of Vici's health bar. And they're focusing onto the turret now. Here comes the dive. Teleport being channeled by Nightingale to try to turn it back around. But Vici's already dropped. Unleashed power onto Mix. Followed up with a scatter, but a flash away. Going to keep him safe. As Heppo trading back now. Good damage landed onto Nightingale. Nightingale going to be able to finish off that Rift Herald, but the follow-up dive is coming. There's 4 members of Iridescent on Neon looking to punish Nightingale for this over-aggressive stay, and he will go down. Heppo barely fights it out and gets away with a killing spree.
That was a little close for comfort, to put it mildly there, if you're Heppo. But you're able to get the kill there, you're able to get the turret. He's traded for mid lane turret, though, so in terms of turret for turret trades, worthwhile for Team Death Knights, but they do lose 2 members in the top side, so IDN coming out on top in terms of raw gold. Further the gold lead here to about 3.5.
Now, a bigger lead being built up for IDN. They get themselves a turret. TDK were able to claim 2 in the meanwhile. Still staying competitive in this one, but TDK with the early lead once again. Going to look to hold on to it this time to take us to a game number 5. And what a great comeback in this series so far from IDN, when this team was on the verge of going down 0-2, now on the verge of bringing us to a game number 5. It's pretty early to say that they're running away with this one, but they have themselves a solid advantage and are in a great position to be able to continue this snowball.
Yep. Get yourselves another turret here. Almost all outer turrets. Nab up. 2 for 2 in turrets. 30 seconds until dragon. You're in prime position here. If you're able to get this dragon uncontested, then that's a great place to be in as Iridescent on Neon as these 2 top laners go and at it. Not a ton of kill threat here from either side.
Yep. Mix staying low on HP here. Vici trying to keep him contested as they both anticipate they might have to teleport into this bottom side play for the dragon. Here comes the engage. Magnet Storm lands on a 2. Hook is made onto Javi, and Javi very likely to drop here. As a result, does get the Nature's Grasp off, but it will be in trade for his life. He does trade for the opposing jungler. Jungler for jungler down, but there goes the support. Steel City Warrior gets landed on by the hook, and now here comes Stringy Bird trying to get out of there. Confused in really deep, going to try to Killer Instinct himself to safety, and does manage to stay alive for just a little bit longer, but Vici will eventually be able to hunt him down. The hook landed on a Nightingale. huge hooks from Stringy Bird in this fight have made up all the difference, and now Heppo going to chase Nightingale the rest of the way down, avoids the snare, but Meow Meow Mix is right in his face, and will have that slice and dice ready before too long. Nightingale jumps back over the wall. Heppo over with the distortion will take him down and go unstoppable.
4 for 3 in the end there. You do give over that shutdown that was on Confused, though, so that is going to help equalize the trade in terms of pure gold. However, got the 2 members of IDN here on this dragon and put themselves on Soul Point, and I mean, that's a great start by Team Death Knights. Yes, they get caught with their pants down a little with that Magnet Storm over the wall. Never mind that, this dragon is getting contested.
Ooh, Heppo nearly getting knocked up by that Decimate, but is going to be able to get out now. Javi going to be the next target. Yam Yam X diving further, gets stunned up by the concussive blows, and the follow-up slam down from that Scion, doing so much to disrupt the fight. Now it's a re-engage off of Still Learning, gets the crash down on a 3, but there's no follow-up damage available from Heppo, just trying to throw down chains from over the wall. 2 kills already down, but Heppo has dropped, and Confused is so very low, but there's no damage dealers left to finish him off. It's just these 2 big frontliners for TDK, and they're not going to be able to finish off Confused or anybody. A 3 for 3 team fight with the most unlikely survivors on the most unlikely health totals means that both these teams just have to back away.
They kind of have to. Oh, good reaction there. Yeah, that fight just took forever there. That members were able to respawn. Steel City Warrior just walked back to that fight after dying for round number 2. We saw teleports come through. Like, that was hectic to say the least, and the dragon still stands at the end of the day, so we could be seeing yet another go at it in just a second here, Gordo, because you don't want to be giving up potential soul point here if you're Team Death. And it's not completely unwinnable in the grand scheme of things in that fight. It's basically gold neutral.
For sure. Now, setting up for this dragon. Still a slight lead for Iridescent on Neon. Heppo on the backside gets good chunk damage on to Nightingale, but gets stunned up for his efforts. A huge Magnet Storm comes through for Still Learning as well to keep them from finishing off his mid laner, and it's Javi getting punished the whole way through. Confused dives to the back line with the Killer Instinct. It's a trade 1-for-1 for mid laners on the other side, but the numbers advantage. It's favoring Iridescent on Neon. They're fighting their way through. They're taking down everybody. Meow Meow Mix spinning around with the Cold of Meek, picks himself up a triple kill, and Iridescent on Neon claim the fight.
They're going for Baron. Screw Soul Point. Grab the Baron here. 5 for 1. Great googly moogly here, Gordo, and I mean, it just starts off Heppo. It looks like they're kind of caught out there, but they have the fancy feet. They're able to stay at the edge of everybody's reach there, it feels like, and able to just hop over the wall with that distortion. Ooh. This series is definitely going the full distance, it feels like. Even if it ends right here in this game number 4, like, this has been more than a series worth of content we've watched here in 3.5 games.
Definitely neck and neck the whole way through. Iridescent Dawn, Neon still staying alive in this series, fighting their way back in game 2, staying ahead now in game 4, even after getting turned around on in game 3. And completely impossible to predict how this series is going to play out at this point. Both of these teams swinging back and forth, looking like they are completely unstoppable when they have it their way, and getting completely shut down when they don't. Now, going to look for Soul Point here. Iridescent on Neon get it uncontested.
Yep, the gold lead has blossomed here. It's now a 7k gold differential. Like, this is going to be really noticeable here in Iridescent Dawn Neon's team fighting. Really showing up there, Team Death Knights. They're going to have to get another strong fight here to knock off some Baron buffs. You do have 3 kills here on Nightingale Syndra. You can definitely pop someone. It's just your carries here. It's kind of... It's kind of dicey. It's kind of like we saw in game number 2, actually, for IDN. Where their carries were just so far behind, they couldn't do too much, but... this time around, it's Team Death Knight suffering that fate, it feels like.
And mid laners trading back and forth there. Nightingale expends his ultimate, but goes down incredibly low. Now we're going to have to go in for that back, and that costs them the mid lane inner turret. Iridescent on Neon still pushing on the bottom side. Meow Meow Mix tanking some extra turret shots. They're sending multiple members to try to get onto this Renekton. Here comes the unstoppable onslaught. Will land the knockup. Follow up with the decimating smash. Flash away by Meow Meow Mix. And Heppo looking around to the backside doesn't find anybody.
Yep. Does mean though the siege is continuing across the map here. It's gonna be another inner turret being taken down on the top side. And this Indian turret looking very prime for the taken.
Avi looking to start this playoff, throws down the Nature's Grasp, but does get the CC. Flash Glacial Rift, whatever it's called, doesn't quite land. They are going to be able to get out of here, but now the follow-up coming on through from Still Learning. Flash away from Hobby. And meanwhile, Meow Meow Mix still pushing on the bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, Team Death Knights, they had the angle there, they just don't get the abilities to land.
Glacial Fissure is what that ability is called, by the way.
Because I know all the Freljord ultimates are like...
They're all Glacial something. It's like Tomb, Prison.
Glacial Tomb. That's Sejuani and Lissandra, which I always get mixed up. And then there's Glacial Fissure, which is easy to remember because it's literally a fissure.
Yeah, that one's that's a good one. I can't criticize that one. Yeah, Tomb is Lissandra, Prison is Sejuani. I'm sure there's Glacial something else. Glacial Storm is, I think, Anivia ult?
Yeah. I don't know. I used to call it the Fruit Loop zone because I'd always say "caw caw" in voice chat. I pressed that button.
It's fun. It's a fun one.
It is funny.
There needs to be a Toucan Sam. Anivia skin is... I'm bringing down the hype too much. This is a close one. A close series. Maybe not a close game. Iridescent on Neon. Looking like they should be able to finish it off. Heppo with a big emotional win there as he steals away the big bird.
Yeah. I mean, we do finally get some calm on the Rift here for a bit. The Baron buff has expired. Dragon's not up for another 2 minutes. Baron's not up for another 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So both these teams just kind of checking the boxes right now. It feels like Gorda like, all right, let's clear out our jungles. Let's set up some vision here. We got some big objectives come up. Let's get these waves pushed as well. You know, maybe we can get something going. Maybe look for a pick here, but it's just going to be a bit of a calm on the Rift here before the big objectives come up.
Yeah, and I want your opinion here, Gofrino. I know you're a big Static Shiv LeBlanc hater. What do you think about it without the Essence or not the Essence Reaver, the whatever? Yeah, exactly. Well, and with the Ludens in particular, instead of going for those procs.
I don't know. It's just Shiv on LeBlanc for me is such a bruh. Then they didn't finish the Lich Bane here. Although I respect it. Jeez. In all honesty, like, gives you so much leeway when you go in, so that's fair. But yeah, I'm just not a huge fan of the Shiv on LeBlanc. The biggest thing it still gives you is that wave clear, which, don't get me wrong, is really nice as LeBlanc. But at the same time, it is kind of a bit of a dead in your inventory, I feel, outside of clearing wave and getting a little bit of poke down.
Yeah, and without the Essence Reaver, you're not really finding a lot of that poke. Hook lands on to Steel City Warrior. He will be able to get out of there. Heppo still looking around on the backside. They've actually found Meow Meow Mix way out of position here. He's going to Zeiss back over the wall. Now stun lands onto Heppo, who's still looking for the poke damage. Steel City Warrior might be getting pinched here. They're going to follow up on everything. There's the Feather Storm, but he's still got Meow Meow Mix on top of him. He's going to be the first one to drop in the fight, and they're going to be able to follow it up. Meow Meow Mix in that dominance, still standing strong. Ken Fuse flashes over the wall. He's focusing his damage on a Nightingale, who's now zoned out of the rest of the fight. This is going to be 3 kills for Iridescent on Neon. They take themselves another fight win, and this is going to be what cracks the base.
Yep. 12k gold lead right now. Don't want to jinx it because the last time we saw a 12k gold lead, it didn't go too well. But it is a 12k gold lead, so things are going pretty damn well for Iridescent on Neon right now. Able to crack them in the base. They're able to get one inhib here and nearly get the bot lane inhib turret. They can just back off here, grab the Ocean Soul, and be sitting mighty fine and dandy for the upcoming Baron. I wonder if Team Death Knights pull the trigger here and maybe try and bum rush the Baron. That's definitely an option, but with where Steel City Warrior is right now, it looks like that's off the table.
Yeah, they're getting started on this dragon now, focusing it down. Looks like this is going to be Soul. Iridescent on Neon getting themselves the Ocean Soul here in game number 4. super set up here to be able to take us the full distance to game number 5. It's about a 12k gold lead picked up for the blue side. IDN just one solid fight away from unlocking the full distance for this series.
Yep. Team Death Knights. Right now, I think currently this would be the second highest comeback this series because there was a 15,000 gold comeback in game number 2.
Getting close.
So, don't want to count them out because we got a bit in the rear a little. Game number 2 when we said it's over. Go next. And then we saw probably the biggest comeback in at least playoff Divine history. Don't know about regular season. There's a lot of games we don't.
There's a lot of regular season games. I'm not going to try to make any statements about what's gone down in those. Probably at least the best one we've seen on stream, though. Heppo coming around on the side, looking for Vici. Some solid poke damage comes on across. Heppo's got to be careful here. Has really been playing on a knife's edge the whole game long. And it's really been paying off for him as he jumps over again, still looking for the poke on a Steel City Warrior.
Oh, nice poke there onto Meow Meow Mix.
Flash away from Nightingale. The carry's already down to half HP, and Meow Meow Mix still leading the charge forward. A nice Nature's Grasp going to thwart any engaged attempt. Glacial Fissure lands on a Meow Meow Mix. Heppo just blows up Steel City Warrior, and now he is going to be gone. And that's going to be it for this game number 4. Dash into the backline, Killer Instinct from Ken Fuse. Iridescent Dawn Neon with a beautifully played game number 4 are looking to take us the full distance in this series. Moving forward onto the Nexus, only BB left to defend, and he has got no chance against the full 5-man squad of IDN. We are going to game number 5.
Yeah, and I mean, 3 out of 4 of us here predicted that we would go to game number 5, but I don't think we predicted we'd go to game number 5 in this fashion. Like, everyone's kind of had their moment in this series. We've been back and forth. Both these teams have had their blowout games. Both these teams have had their miracle comeback games. And it really just comes down to this final game of the night.
Would you guys have it any other way, though? I mean, to be honest,
That's
right?
true.
Like, we're this deep into the Divine League playoffs. We're like, I believe, a month in at this point, 3 weeks maybe, if I'm off on the math, and we're finally we're getting to finals, where final is the only word in the title, right? And we have a 5-game series in that upper bracket finals. This felt like, Gordo, the most calm game we've had, the most tame game, a lot of macro decisions, and it was just IDN that really just spearheaded all that from the get-go.
Yeah, there's no red on this chart here. Iridescent on Neon with their best game yet by a solid margin. Come alive, have a solid performance. Really want to highlight this LeBlanc performance here coming out of Heppo. I mean, he has so much damage here on this LeBlanc. Really is all over the map, is constantly keeping the other team on the back foot, finds himself some big picks, and they keep down Steel City Warriors Zaya so effectively, sub 10k damage.
Yeah, it's really impressive when you keep an AD carry below 10k in any game, right? Go for Reno, but you see there once again the Meow Meow Mix effect, right? He tops the damage charts, and it's just that Renekton power when you get ahead in those lanes. You don't need to jump off the stat board with a bunch of kills like maybe Heppo had, but have the effect in the damage chart when it really mattered. We're looking at this first replay, though. This is really the few replays that the Death Knights really had any real success. It's first blood. I just want to show this off. It's another game where Javi finds first blood, the sapling for the win here to find that first blood on a Meow Meow Mix. He did get set back, Go Freno, but it didn't really end up mattering.
Yeah, I mean, once again, that is a lot of over-aggression punished in the top lane there. That's something we've seen quite a bit this series, to say the least. So game number 1, game number 3, and game number 4 now, so can't say it's too surprising, but great play there by Javi to secure that early lead we saw.
Yeah, but Gordo, that's kind of where the highlights for the Death Knights kind of run out from this game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there were some real close fights that came down to the wire, but they end up in the favor of Iridescent Dawn Neon. A really solid team fighting performance from them all around, and they take full control over the objectives, as it looks like we got another replay in the works.
Yeah, Gordo, talk me through this replay. We're going to jump to 20 minutes. This is IDN getting a big-time ace, and you can just really see how they neutralize those carries for the Death Knights.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, early on, a great early trade on a Nightingale, and I want to highlight Still Learning here. They're all going in on a Heppo, and he stops it in its tracks with a big Magnet Storm there, stopping Vici, stopping Javi from chasing any
Ooh.
further. It lets Heppo escape, and it means that Heppo's free to come and take out Nightingale later on in the fight. He got the damage onto Steel City Warrior first, he gets the damage onto Nightingale second, and that's enough to deal with both carries, and then they can just play out their fight however they want from there.
Yeah, this was really go for where the game felt like it got out of hand for the Death Knights here. I want to point out though, Still Learning. I said every series this guy is a clutch hook. Landed a pretty big, or excuse me, Stringy Bird. That really clutch hook on that Thresh was able to hook Steel City Warrior there. So the Thresh kind of paying off, and IDN punching their ticket. Go for that Silver Scrapesy game 5.
Yeah, a little bit of a woo-wee woo, whoopity whoop. However you want to say, everyone has their version of enunciating Silver Scrapes, and yeah, by that point, there was already a pretty firm lead for IDN in this game, and that really sealed the deal, like you guys said.
Yeah, it really sealed the deal. But Gofrino, we're into the ceremonious thing, this final fight. IDN forced this game 5. Talk me through just how this fight kind of came together for him.
I mean, it starts off with a lot of back and forth here, but with the Ocean Soul, like, it is really hard to finish off these members here. You're so far behind, and these Praise Seekers just chugging down Steel City Warrior. You go in, you get the Sheen proc, you get the Shiv proc, and one Sigil of Malice. And after that, it is basically just a done deal. The base is already open. You hop onto the back line. One of the two threats is already dead in this composition that's behind. So what are they going to do to stop you from just hopping on top of them in their own base here and winning the game right on out?
Win the game, force game 5. They keep blue side a perfect 4-0, gentlemen. And we can obviously talk a lot about we'll talk a lot about how game 5 comes into what we want to see from the Death Knights. But right out the gate, really quick answer. One word answer. Gordo, are the Death Knights going to pick blue side?
Yeah.
Go Frino? They picking blue side?
Probably.
All right, well, there's only one way to find out. We're going to have to get through a break, but hopefully everybody is enjoying. If you don't have it queued up, I don't know if Caddy will have it queued up, but it's Silver Scrapes time. Come on, it's game 5. That's what we talk about. So hopefully do your own rendition of it at home. Listen to it through your own music applications. We'll be back for game number 5 to see who is securing their spot in the Divine League Grand Finals. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the analyst desk here as we are getting set for quite literally, potentially so far this entire Divine League split, the biggest game of the season, Game 5 between Team Death Knights Void and Iridescent Dawn Neon. Gordo, I remember you mentioned the fact that you did give out the score to the other series, but I just want to take a moment to talk about just the entire playoffs, how they played out. Levision 2, L2, one of the high seeds out of Group 2, they are out now. They lost to Pride Stalker Esports in game number 4 despite a 4 or 5K gold lead. And now, Gordo, I kind of won't have you repeat yourself, but the lay of the land of the teams left in the playoffs is just completely wacky.
Yeah, I mean, it's our top 3 seeds have all been eliminated here coming into our top 3 for playoffs. It's going to really come down to one of these teams, either the 4th seed, the 5th seed, or the 6th seed is going to end up taking it here. And that's Divine League for you. It can really end up with any team winning on any given day. That's why I've loved being a part of this league for quite a while, and it looks like we're going to have another banger on our hands as we are getting into Game 5 here on the Winter Side Finals, and that's just going to lead into even more hype series in the next couple of weeks.
Exactly. It's not even done yet. And the only thing that is undefeated in these Divine League playoffs, it's not actually true. In this matchup, the only thing that's undefeated, go for Reno, is the blue side. I'm going to keep harping it. And you guys were correct. The Death Knights do switch back to the blue side to try and secure themselves a final spot.
And it really just kind of feels like the series that the B1 pick has been a bit of a very crucial point here, more so than usual. I mean, B1 is historically known as being like, okay, let's get the power pick that has escaped through pick and ban, but how many star picks there have been this series, like getting the one that does fall through pick and ban in the initial phase definitely seems like it has been making quite the difference here.
And the question now becomes, guys, is we're live with the draft, not set to start just yet, but when it comes to the Death Knights, right, they've tried it and tried it again. It's been successful and semi-successful. The way Gofrino describes this perfect. The 3 meatballs and the 2 carries, right? It has been successful in some games, but it's also, led to some troubles. It's the reason why they opened up the door for that big comeback, and they just couldn't team fight in that last game, Gofrino, because those carries didn't have any leads to bring into those mid-game fights.
Yeah, really nipped them there, and especially when you have backline access like LeBlanc, it really just puts a hindrance on these 2 carry comps. Like, you got a squishy Syndra, you got a squishy AD carry in the backline. Like, okay, yeah, the LeBlanc just distortions over, hits you with a combo. That's over half your health already gone, and now there's a crocodile on top of you. It makes things quite tricky to navigate here unless you have really superstar peel, which can be just so tricky to have against slippery champions like the LeBlanc.
And Gordo, you talked about the fact that LeBlanc was such a big champion that hadn't gotten played yet, and Heppo really showed why it shouldn't have ever gone through, right? With how it was able to navigate those front lines.
Yeah, I was really impressed by Heppo's LeBlanc performance. That was the first time he's actually gotten to pick it in this playoffs. Has had it banned against him in every single game prior to this series, and this game 5 might just join that group of 5 games because I cannot see them wanting to give Heppo over this pick again. I don't know what their game plan is going to be. Maybe they snag it away for Nightingale. Maybe they just give Nightingale a different matchup. Really hard to call, but I think it was definitely a big issue for them in game number 4, and I don't think they were going to want to test their luck against it in game number 5.
Nightingale had 2 very successful Syndra games, won one of them, but was absent in that game 4 loss. So we'll see how that plays out. Ban's underway. We're officially underway with this big time game number 5. And you could just see the sort of imprint this series has had on the bans already. Olaf was a ban right at Meow Meow Mix, won a game on that one. Sejuani and Yasuo is targeting Javi and Steel City Warrior. That combo won a game. You just love to see how the bans change and what bans, Gordo, also stay the same.
Yep. They're keeping that Ari and Varus ban. I think this is the 3 bans you do against Iridescent Dawn Neon. I think the Olaf Ari Varus is probably the right selection of 3. Maybe, I could have seen them subbing out the Ari for the LeBlanc, but they decide to keep with the Ari. I wonder if that means they're going to try to snag away a LeBlanc for themselves, if they're going to just try to play around it, if they're going to try something else. There's a lot of options left on the table, but they are going to slam that Rel as the first pick on the blue side.
first pick on blue side, I believe, for the 4th time this series, if I'm not wrong. I think it's only in game number 3.
I
Or was
believe
it
so.
first?
It's
Maybe
definitely
it's game
three.
1.
Definitely 3 games worth of it getting first picked.
Yeah. But that Kaisa LeBlanc logged in here.
Whew.
2 key factors to their success last game. It is a blind LeBlanc, but LeBlanc just a general power pick in the meta right now, and we know that it was piloted pretty damn well here last game. And Nico being hovered. See if that's locked in. Haven't been seeing as much of the chameleon here in the playoffs after some of the nerfs.
Yeah, was a big selection there for Nightingale throughout their run, and they are going to lock it in. They're going to take the Lucian as well, looking for some lane dominance in the bottom lane, saying we need to get Steel City Warrior back to rolling. The sub 10k damage Zaya, that's not going to do it. We need to be able to win bot lane. We need to be able to have that priority, and this is going to be their methodology to do so. It's a solid pairing with the Rel. It can pair a lot better with these sorts of CC-based supports nowadays than it was previously, or they could just pick something else for it too. I mean, he's Nautilus's best friend now. He's got plenty of other friends he can go with.
Because keep in mind, the 2 games where Team Death Knights had the really strong early lead, where they were dictating a lot of things, were in those games where we saw the bot lane combo that was just so heavily in the favor of Team Death Knights there, whether it was the Tristana Alistar, whether it was the Yasuo Nautilus. But this time around, Lucian, Rel, or Lucian plus something else will definitely match well into the Kaisa and really put the pressure on early, harkening back to those first 2 games. And we'll see if Team Death Knights returns to that form where they just generate that huge lead bot and spill it over to the rest of the map.
That's the thing, Gopher. I think you brought it up. Why not just slam Tristana again here? Lucian, I think, could pair really well with Rel, but Lucian is also just not as strong as a champion right now as Tristana is, and you can play a very similar style, except you don't fall off a cliff late game and have to rely on really perfect positioning in fights like you would with the Lucian. Maybe it's a better mid-game power spike that they're going for, but I just don't understand why you don't slam a Tristana there if you want to get back to those aggressive bottom lanes. Regardless, we're back to sort of the status quo of these second round bans. We're seeing some top lane bans levied. No Croc. It's 2 straight games of Croc. No Croc for either top laner this time round. Gotta go something else.
What is that something else? So I'm expecting IDN to save counterpick in top lane for last year. You do still need a jungler. Jungler, historically a role that doesn't have as strong of counterpick since you aren't constantly laning against someone. It does matter when you, of course, meet for skirmishes or ganks, but what is the pick going to be here? Unless you're worried about the top lane pool being that pinched. Vi, okay, some guaranteed lockdown, gonna pair well with that LeBlanc for sure.
And the Viego is the hover answer, so stick with the letter V. 2 very different Gordo ideologies, though, potentially on these junglers. I mean, Vi and Viego, they share that letter, but playstyle-wise, don't share much else.
Yeah, definitely true. TDK looking now towards still learning, or towards, sorry, for Javi, rather, to potentially be the big force that they need coming into this later game, and they lock in the Orange, so they're all in on that kind of tactic. They've got some real powerful team fighting wombo combo here with the Ornn, the Rel, and the Nico, and then setting up for resets on this Viego. It's really going to be in Javi's hands coming in to this game number 5. Meanwhile, IDN, they've got the ability to section off a target with the Vi from Still Learning, and now what are they going to take in the top lane up against this Ornn? It's another setup for Meow Meow Mix to potentially really pop off in this game. He's going to lock in the Shen.
What is going on with this draft?
The Shen does pair well with the Vi here.
Yeah.
It's similar to Shen Hecarim, where the Shen helps the Vi get in, but the Vi also helps the Shen get in with their ultimates. So I can see that, but interesting pick to say the least, even though Shen can do a lot of damage. Not exactly the superstar 1v2 and side lane pick you come to expect.
It almost seems like there's been like a shift in which carry either of these teams want to play through, right? I mean, maybe for IDN at this point, they're like, all right, Heppo, if we get him LeBlanc, we should just play through Heppo. He should be the main focal point. So you give Meow Meow Mix Shen. And then on the other side for the Death Knights, Gordo, it feels like, all right, for the first time, we've had Javi play a lot of support-style champions. He's played the Rel jungle before. He's now played the Maokai a couple times. Let's put him on a carry and see if he can be the hero.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, there's a couple of angles to approach here. I don't know what Meow Meow Mix's opinions exactly are on the Shen, but it's something that can be lane dominant still, especially in tank v tank matchups, right? You've got that really big scaling percentage health damage on your Q. It also gives them that little bit of additional security up against a team comp that is really reliant on its auto attackers at the end of the day to be able to actually dish out damage. Like Nico, especially post nerfs, cannot be your primary damage source. It's gonna need to come through this Viego, it's gonna need to come through this Lucian, and both of them are gonna need to be able to land autos, which you can't do when Spirit's Refuge comes down.
That's a great point to make, actually. I totally forgot that he could take out so many auto attacks, and you mentioned it, and go for, Nico, the nerfs really came to that damage. That's the only AP, the real AP damage threat from the Death Knight's Void Squad.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you have the tankiest of compositions here on the side of IDN. It's not like you have the triple meatball to carry composition, as we've been calling it this series, but might be a little bit of an issue here. It means itemizing the physical resists, the armor will have that higher value. Um, they'll probably play a little bit into this game. I was trying to find the word of what goes with that. However, though, it's probably I'm keeping my eye out here on still learning here because you have the Vi, a champion that really wants to gank early. You can power farm for that 6, but you still have that Vault Breaker early on, which can help you snowball some of these lanes, especially if you're going for the eggs in the Heppo basket here and the Confused basket. Like, you have great tools as this Vi to set them up to carry this game.
And it's funny, Gordo, right, that you and I both, it feels like all of us really can't shut up about the fact that IDN accomplished like the perfect Wombo game, but how fitting is it that they're playing anti-Wombo for a ticket to the grand finals?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy here. It's really surprising some of the picks that they've been able to secure for themselves in this last game, by the way, too. I mean, Heppo now on this LeBlanc really proving why it was such a big pick for him in that last game, now getting to carry through with it again in this game number 5. Stringy Bird back on the Thresh once again, Confused back on the Kaisa. I mean, they really just have to show that these wins haven't been flukes. And I'm now also going to have to show that Meow Meow Mix isn't the only strategy that they have, right? Is he has to come in on this Shen, be in a more supportive role. They didn't really play through Meow Meow Mix in game number 4, and I mean, if they can show that additional depth now in game number 5, that's going to make them look like a real dangerous team coming into this grand final.
And Gofrino, despite the fact that Meow Meow Mix has had some outstanding plays when they've played through him in this series, their most successful game was leaving him to the island at his top lane.
Yeah. Shen doesn't really like staying on the island, though. You have that stand united, so oh, hello, last game. Wait, give it a second. Give it a refresh here.
We missed you.
Sometimes, yeah, it takes a bit of time to update these, and it is a 5-game series, so happens to the best of us, Caddy.
Yeah, honestly, Gordy said he missed game 4. Actually, of all the games we've had, I don't miss game 4. I actually
That
don't
was
want
the most
game 4.
boring game, but
It was.
yeah, okay. Gotta
Grasp
say the
fight.
line.
Grasp fight, finally.
Let's go.
That's kind of the standard, right, Gilfrey?
Yeah.
I mean, anything sticking out to you on the other rune choices besides the keystone?
So for me, it's more so the summoners. There is one aggressive Shen setup you can go with Flash Ignite because your stand united basically is your teleport into fights. I know some high level Shens used to do it. Not so much anymore, but I believe it's still a tech option. It's more so for the squishy lanes. I don't think you can do it into the Orm, but it is always an interesting option to have. Other than that, it's Grass Wars in the top lane, it's Conk Wars in the jungle, mid lane. Maybe we have Phase Rush Wars here. I'm expecting the Fleet of Footwork versus Phase Rush Wars, though.
Yeah, I'm kind of biding my time. Do we go 3 for 3? Ah, no.
It's Comet. All right.
Comet, hey, so Nightingale's finally off Phase Rush, Gordo. He just took a champion switch.
Yeah, changing it up here, and now going to be on that Arcane Comet. I think that's pretty meta on the Nico, though.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff. I'm just teasing around because I still can't get over the Syndra Phase Rush. But that's the past. The past is the past. We're all talking about the present here. This matchup will be certainly interesting. I can't wait to see if we get into some Nico hijinks, because there's still so much silly stuff that you can do with Nico, even if you do nerf her damage.
Yeah, definitely a goofy odd champion. You have a lot of outplay potential too. Surprisingly, if you're good with the clones, you are decently safe against Vi ganks, especially pre-6, because you just send out the clone right as the Vault Breaker's coming out. The next thing you know, you Vault Break the clone and you're out scot-free. That's assuming there aren't chains on top of you, though. That might complicate things.
Yeah, it might make it a little bit complicated, just a smidge. And what could make things complicated and has made things complicated for IDN has been Steel City Warrior and BB47 just being aggressive as possible. And Gordo, it feels like they kind of got away from that in those last couple of games. And we talk about all these new kind of Game 5 sort of craziness that we're throwing out here. Could it be the Death Knights going back to the uber aggressive bottom lane that could push them through?
I think it could be if they're able to get ahead early on here. I mean, this Kaisa Thresh lane has been actually very good in the bottom lane so far when they've been able to get it for the side of Iridescent Dawn Neon. But Team Death Knights Void, I mean, we haven't seen something like this out of them in this series, where they've gone for this Lucian to be able to try to slam the early game in that bottom lane and set themselves up to take control over the map in a way that they previously haven't been able to. I mean, we saw some real dominant early games out of them in games number 1 and 2, and if they show something like that, the odds are in their favor.
And just for like a general Gofrino like series thing, if you're the Death Knights, right, does it feel like the pressure is all a lot more in your boat, having gone from 2-1 up now and getting blown out in game 4 to having to show up here now, do or die?
That's a hard call. I don't know how these players are feeling, but like, because it has been a back and forth series if you look at it from pure stats point. It's been 1-0, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2, and now it's just all the marbles here on this last game. They are returning to their roots. So, I mean, they definitely still got their heads in the game here. They didn't go down last game without a fight, even though they did kind of get blown out there towards the end. So, I don't think it's going to be a huge mental gap here.
Well, we've been live for over 4 hours. This entire series has gone the distance. We've gone through silver scrapes, immaculate 14K Gold League comebacks, but none of that matters. All that matters now is what transpires on Summoner's Rift. So for one final time, I'm peacing out of here, folks. Gordo, Gofrino, take us home to see who's going to the grand finals.
Thank you very much, Slayer, as we are back onto the Rift for game number 5. 2 dots under each of these team logos means that this one is for all of the marbles. TDK back on that 100% win rate. Blue side, Iridescent Dawn Neon looking to upset that, like they've upset plenty else this season, and stamp themselves a ticket to the grand finals.
Yep. I mean, it's all for the marbles. Like you said here, whoever wins it. The other has to go to the losers bracket here and duke it on out with PSE, Pride Soccer Esports, for that ticket to the grand finals here.
Lots on the line. Risen Divine League title, all that prize money, all going to very possibly come down to this game, at least going to be heavily influenced by this game. This game is going to determine what your matchups are going to look like for the next couple of weeks. So far, a very safe, very passive early game from both teams. For the first time, even Iridescent on Neon hasn't gone in for a little bit of an early invade to get some vision. Instead, they're just going to go for the safest early spread possible.
That's kind of interesting because you have Heppo on the LeBlanc too, starting the distortion, very common. And something you see LeBlancs do level 1 is you distortion over a wall, walk a little further, and then you got a nice deep ward and you distortion on back. Relatively safe to do, but don't see that here. Want to save that ward. Any potential ganks that might come their way. For once, the jungler's not really going to be spotted out level 1, like you mentioned here, Gordo. That's something we've kind of seen all series long, is either they get spotted out level 1 with a deep ward, or there's a deep ward that catches where they are level 2, and you kind of get a general idea. For the first time, jungler's going to be a little bit in the dark. It's just going to be your intuition telling you where these two players are.
For sure. And yeah, interestingly enough, starting Sigil of Malice there was Heppo on the LeBlanc. So maybe that just means, hey, I know we're not going to be going for the early invade. I'm instead going to make sure I can secure a little bit of CS. Make sure that I'm going to have the easiest level 1 possible. Great trade out of Meow Meow Mix, though. Gets the pull through, gets the dash off the level 2 first, and takes about half of Vichi's HP for it.
Yep. I mean, Shen with a wave is very scared to go into because if you actually walk up a little too far and get taunted, you are going to draw minion aggro. It's not like other champion trades where they go in, they use their abilities on you. It's like, okay, but I didn't hit you back, so the minions aren't going to hit me. It's like, no, you got taunted, so those minions are going to start wailing on you, and that's going to be it. Oh, cheap. Even if you are a tank like Ornn, pretty vulnerable early on, especially to a giant wave and a half's worth of minions.
Yeah, for sure. Already a nice little advantage built up from Meow Meow Mix. And I mean, we've seen this from him before, right? I recall a Poppy game on stream as well, where he was able to be very dominant in the laning phase. He's been able to come out ahead even in some of these tank-on-tank matchups. Now he's going to try to do it once again on the Shen. Meanwhile, Javi has the backup of his support on this bottom side. He's going to be picking himself up that Scuttle Crab, fishing around for a potential double scuttle. We'll see what Still Learning is going to be able to do. This Vi, it's been nerfed since the last time we've seen it, so it's a little bit of a different pick than it was previously.
Yeah. I mean, we've been seeing the Vi almost all season, it feels like. The jungle meta has been pretty stale. I don't know if you watch Freak's patch rundowns. Oh, hold that thought. Flash forced out here.
Yeah, great setup there from TDK. They are going to be the ones to take control. They complete the double scuttle journey. And Heppo not going to be able to back up his jungler too effectively at this point in the game. So is going to be a little bit of an early lead to Javi. He is going to be such a big part of this TDK game plan. So getting him going early, definitely what they want.
Yep. Still, no first blood quite yet. In all the previous games, we usually have a first blood before 5 minutes. I think that's true for all of them, but I don't want to commit to that because my memory is a little hazy. It's for when all the first bloods have happened, all 4 other times tonight. But either way, much more calm, much more reserved early game coming on out.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes are the highest they've been. Neither team wants to be the one to make an early mistake and to invalidate, X percentage of the draft and not give your teammates the chance to play for their grand finals berth. So gonna naturally lead to everybody playing, I think, a little bit more reserved. BB, though, paying a visit towards mid. A nice Tangle Barbs lands onto Heppo. Here comes BB for the backup. Gonna flash in, gets the stun, gets the crash down, and picks up first blood for TDK.
Yep, and Heppo still had flash there. Could have got out. However, the flash Pheromancy from BB47 able to just catch him off guard. Secure that first blood. A very nice first blood indeed, because we're expecting a lot of coming out of this mid lane. Heppo had a very standout game in game number 4, and you're paired with the Vi jungle here, so that is just really nice and easy setup for getting City in the mid lane. Heavy trading in the top side, though, of course, as always.
Yeah, been very close so far, but Meow Meow Mix building up a solid CS lead in that top side. What else is new? He's got Stand United, if necessary, to join in this fight on the bottom side. Nice play comes through onto BB.
Oh,
here's the flash Pop Blossom, and they've just one-shot Still Learning. Tangle Barbs now onto 2. This Nico is huge in this team fight. Flash hook comes through from Javi as the stolen away Thresh, and Heppo's gonna drop to Steel City Warrior. TDK come out swinging in game number 5.
And just like that, it's now 4-0. You got the Cloud Dragon in your pocket. And nearly a 2,000 gold lead here, 6 minutes in. This is even more devastating than games 1 and 2 when it comes to just the early blowout lead, Gordo.
It absolutely is, Gopherino, and it's now incredibly favored towards TDK, showing why this Nico has been a big part of the champion pool for Nightingale throughout this playoffs. He played that last fight so well, sectioning off Still Learning, taking him down, a huge 2-man Tangle Barbs, and then Javi stealing away the Thresh and making a play like Stringy Bird himself was piloting it. Huge moves there from the TDK squad. And now, with the momentum in their favor, looking to make a move on the top side.
Let's see what they can get going here. Once again, there is a big CS lead. Okay, down pretty low. No mana for the Call of the Forge God. Okay, Forge God's on cooldown here. A lot's been happening, so kind of lost track. Either way, though, just pressure all across the map coming on out here from Team Death Knights.
Yeah, Meow hasn't recalled yet, so he's been down a Bammy Cinder for most of that fight. I don't think Vichi's recalled yet either, but he gets to build items in lane because he's Ornn, so is going to be able to get that recall on across. 2k gold in the bank for Meow Mix. He's going to have a big recall once he finally does go ahead and do it. But this Rift Herald coming on up, he'll be able to join in with Stand United if needed.
Scuttle, though, in the game right now.
Wow, committing in. Is just going to dive all in onto Javi here. Pretty deep there for Still Learning. Double knockup comes on through off the back of that Stand United. Javi taking incredibly low. Will drop down to Heppo as now they're going to focus in on Vici as the next target. Multiple targets are low, but nobody can actually come through to dish off the damage. Steel City Warrior hasn't even arrived yet. That's Heppo's clone. It's going to end up going down, but that's the jungler taken out for IDN, and now they get control over the Rift Herald.
Yep. They get one on the board. Do they get another in return? Blink and you'll miss it. Blink and you won't be able to hand it off to your co-caster here, Gordo, because that is another kill here. 4-2 from 4-0. IDN showing they are not out of it just yet.
Not at all, and this play is so favorable for IDN, because now they have the numbers up on this top side, even though Steel City Warrior committed his time and resources to be here. So this is just farm and plates going towards Ken Fused in the bottom lane the whole way through, as there's going to be some damage coming through onto Still Learning. Can he find that they're working on this Rift Herald? He could steal it away. He has the smite. Not going to go on in, though, and now it's actually collapse coming through onto Meow Mix, trying to dash on away, but nowhere left to go. He has the flash, but he's locked down by 4 members in general. Vici gonna be the one who picks up that kill.
Yep. That's a Meow Mix play if I've ever seen one, according to the series. Gone it a little too far there without backup, and just gives over a bit of a freebie. Even with all this free time in the bot side, it is okay. Now it's gonna be 3 so that's definitely noticeable. So 3 solo plates, and you also have about 2.5 waves worth of lead. That is going to be big and noticeable here on this back. Question is, will it be enough for Confused to try and take over the lane? Because they are level 7 now. That is pretty damn powerful. Ooh, they have the Shiv, actually.
All right, double Shiv coming out again for Iridescent Dawn Neon. Looking to utilize that for some lane pressure to show up towards this next dragon. TDK did pick up the first one. Meow Mix should have Stand United up in time as well, so always expect these fights to get explosive when the Shen is involved. And look at this CS lead that Meow Mix has built up for himself. I mean, he is really making General Vici feel the pain in this matchup.
I mean, that's Shen for you. Like, you have so much damage early on with the key strikes, just due to the fact, yeah, you got a bunch of percentage HP damage off of that. 3 strikes as well. You land the taunt, you land all 3 of those strikes, you get a nice favorable trade. I feel I'm fine and dandy about it.
Yeah, and doing a great job of denying CS as well. He's so tanky himself, and he has the threat of that taunt and that pull through, plus all the shielding, that he can just kind of step up and force Vici to miss some. He's got nearly double his CS here at 11 minutes into the game. As now getting ready to start off for this dragon fight. Rift Herald is dropped in mid lane. Heppo going to try to respond, but there's multiple carries here who are going to make sure that this wave gets escorted in. Meow Mix already backing away from the wave, looking for an angle to be able to channel that Stand United and bring in the shielding. Rift Herald crashes, picks up 1 plate. Heppo takes a trade from Steel City Warrior as the dragon still hasn't been started.
Yep, first dibs though here by Team Death Knights. They're the ones in the pit. They're the ones with the champs auto-attacking.
Flash Magnet Storm into the Pop Blossom, lands onto 2. They're just going to take out Still Learning and Stringy Bird right off the bat. That's 2 members down. Big fight win for TDK, and they should be able to just turn that into Dragon number 2.
Yep, and that's going through the Stand United shield.
Yep.
Like, that was just an obscene amount of damage. Great Magnet Storm over the wall. You have great follow-up. Nothing much else to say about that. Textbook standard fantastic play coming out from Team Death Knights right now. They have the 7-2 lead. They have the 2 dragons up. Yes, it's not a huge blowout lead in terms of raw gold, but in terms of the tempo here, in terms of the objectives, they're definitely standing up on top right now, Gordo.
They are 1.5k gold in the lead with 2 dragons. I mean, no lead is going to convince me after what Iridescent on Neon did in game number 2, but it's definitely a good start for TDK here, as not going to have those kind of scaling advantages that game 2 brought for them, but they do have Stringy Bird. That's a hook onto the wrong Nico, and Nightingale will be able to just continue on as he was.
Yep. That's one of the reasons why Nico is such a royal pain if you're playing a hook champion, because even if the clone's already out, it's a 50-50 sometimes. Sometimes you just don't get the 50-50. Backing on a ward, gonna be stopped here.
That's gonna be a kill. Heppo has to flash away.
Yep, flash away gonna ensure the safety here. And Heppo, as this LeBlanc not having as good of a game here, has 2 deaths to their name, doesn't have a decent CS lead. And 106 on this Nico, participating in every single kill. Nightingale, feeling fine, feeling dandy.
Do want to see what these fights start to look like once Meow Meow Mix is able to get himself into the mix, as he is really ahead of this Ornn. And so once it's tank v tank, frontliner v frontliner, the amount of beef that he's bringing to the fight is going to be quite a bit more. He's going to have his mythic done first for sure, as he's got about a 700 gold lead individually off of just that CS.
Yep. And you know, not as noticeable on a tank as someone like Renekton or Jax, but still can be able to put it to use. Shen can kill backline carries if given enough time, because Shen has a lot of damage for a tank.
You know, this would have been a great game for Shen to build Static Shiv, bring back the old Ionic Spark days, and then you'd have the triple Static Shiv comp coming through from IDN.
Honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if after a mid-season rework, there's a tiny bit where Shen built Shiv.
There definitely could have been. I don't think, we didn't get that deep into the exploration, but I would not be surprised at all.
I wouldn't be surprised either. I mean, attack speed works on Shen. And it helps you clear waves. That's one of Shen's biggest weaknesses. That's okay. Hold that thought. Vault Breaker.
Ooh, nice. Doesn't land the Vault Breaker onto Steel City Warrior, but they do have that follow-up cease and desist. Meow Meow Mix chasing him deep underneath the turret will be able to pick up that shutdown, and BB going to drop as well. 2 for 0 in the bottom lane for Iridescent on Neon, as here comes Nightingale to try to turn some stuff around, but they're going to be able to pull him out to safety, and that's just a pure win for Iridescent on Neon.
Is this first turret? That is. Okay. Iridescent on Neon. That's a big pickup there. It equalizes the gold. They get first turret as well. It's going to cost them some damage on this topside turret. It's going to cost them this Rift Herald, but you are fine with that because you got the first turret there. You got 2 nice kills as well. You wish one of them had gone over to Confused here, but at the end of the day, you're like, you know what? 2-0, we got first turret. That's a nice chunk of change in our pocket. We'll put that to good use for the next fight, probably around this dragon coming up in a minute's time.
Is going to be the target. Iridescent on Neon have pretty much equalized the gold now. They've fought their way back from an early deficit, which, I mean, it's a couple of thousand pretty early, so no small feat there. Now we're going to be coming in at pretty much even ground. Have to see. Again, I think it's going to come down to if Meow Meow is going to be able to get involved. He's going for the Heart Steal, so he is going to be farming General Vici for maximum health as long as they are one-on-one in the side lane, and he's going to bring a little bit of oomph to these team fights.
Yeah. I'll keep track of the Heart Steal stacks. Thankfully, the HUD has the little number on the icon, so you know, okay, that's fine. That's how much you have. You got 43 extra health, you got 116 extra health, yada, yada, yada. So we'll be sure to update you, lovely viewers at home, what the Heart Steal stacks are. But Herald popped in the mid lane here. We'll see if it gets stopped before it gets the crash on in.
Ooh, they've got the aggro on it. they're going to be able
That's
to take it down, but
for Dragon, though.
TDK making a move towards the Dragon. This would be Soul Point. Teleport in from General Vici. It's a full 5-on-5, as that is not actually
Oh, no
BB.
fight
That is
this
Nightingale
time.
looking for an engage angle. Meow Meow Mix dives into the front line. There's going to be BB diving in the
Beautiful
back.
pop
Here's going to
blossom.
be a two-man fall of the Forge God. That's going to be Confused, who's already dropped on down. Heppo's forced out of the fight, and it's all TDK all day long. They've taken down 3 members. They're going to make it 4, and they win out on the Dragon fight.
Yep. Huge there. Even though it looked like at the beginning, BB47 was caught out there and almost burst down, had enough health to go for the play there. You Ferromancy on in, you use the Magnet Storm. Next thing you know, there's a Pop Blossom on the enemy backline, and you just nuke everyone. Book yourself a ticket to that Soul Point here. 18 minutes in, fairly quickly.
Soul Point for Team Death Knights Void. A clear win condition established if they are able to get this for themselves, and right back to that 3K gold lead off the back of a great team fight. They thought that they had BB caught out with that thresh hook, but that is not enough. There's a big engage potential still there from General Vici, and it turns everything back around.
Yep. And now you got a general gold lead here. A little over 2.5k. Nothing to write home about, but it is a solid footing in this game. Going to expand a little bit further with this chart picked up, and you have that invisible gold lead that those 3 dragons do give you. The Team Death Knights, they're in the driver's seat. Maybe not firmly, but they are in the driver's seat this game.
Heppo clearing out waves on the bottom side. Nightingale showing up, going to land the Tangle Barbs. This could be an all-in. Heppo has to flash over the wall to avoid the Pop Blossom.
Yep. That Nico having so much kill threat, even though the damage was toned down a little bit on some of those basic abilities. Fact still remains, you are a very squishy LeBlanc. You can get one-rounded here by this Nico, who has the completed Hex Tech Proto Belt. And yeah, it's just a lot of damage. Oh, going on in.
Oh, diving in. Nice trade onto Steel City Warrior. And there comes the hook. It does get a nice block in from Javi, but now Javi's going to be in danger. He has to Heartbreaker away as the follow-up is coming in. Steel Learning is going to pop that ultimate, following in onto Steel City Warrior. He dashes back. Relentless Pursuit out of the fight, and he flashes to avoid the taunt as the Heppo is the only one who's ended up following down, and now it's going to be Meow Meow Mix as the next target. I am Javi. Goes on a rampage. 2 more kills over to TDK Void as they win out once again on a knife's edge in that fight.
Yeah, and the Magnet Storm just so clutch in these fights right now to stop all this dive coming on in, because every time Iridescent Dawn Neon dive right on in, I mean, BB more than happy to click that ultimate ability and more than happy to just have them all group around for a party, for a Pop Blossom party, for a Heartbreaker party, for a culling party.
Sure.
It's hard right now for Iridescent Dawn Neon here to approach these fights because you're falling further and further behind, but you're an all-in composition here. So what else are you really going to do but throw your bodies at the wall?
If you're invited to a culling party, I would not recommend attending, but still have been some great fight setups for TDK in these last couple of moments. Now up to a 4K gold lead, 2 minutes to go until that Dragon Soul and Iridescent Dawn Neon are going to have to find themselves a way back in these team fights. They're going to have to find a way to take out Javi, to prevent Nightingale from Pop Blossoming on top of them, or it is just all going to go sideways once this Hextech Soul, rather, is secured. Meow Meow Mix now getting chased down 1 versus 2. Nice taunts to come on through. Going to be able to try to fight his way out with that Heart Steel, but the damage is substantial out of Nightingale, and he can't flash out of the Pop Blossom in time. He will go down as Javi goes unstoppable, but there's the unstoppable force coming on through in the bottom side. Steel City Warrior gonna get taken down by the Plasma Procs of Ken Fused, and that's a 1-for-1 cross map carry for top laner, but Iridescent Dawn Neon are gonna try to turn it into that mid lane outer turret.
Yep. Able to get that, able to claim an objective bounty. Skimming on out. So in the end, IDN, they come out on top in that trade. Trade 1-for-1, but you also get a tower on it top with the objective bounty on it. So a little bit of extra gold across the board in everybody's pockets will be very much appreciated here, because you got Dragon in a minute. We've been hyping it up. It is the Hextech Soul, considered one of the more powerful souls, if not the most powerful soul in the game currently. And you're staring down the barrel of that potentially being a reality in 40 seconds if you are IDN.
Certainly the case. Is setting up on the top side. TDK Void want to secure themselves this Dragon Soul. 30 seconds to go. Iridescent on Neon. Everybody going to be back alive. Picking up that Radiant Virtue. Be able to help them out in these upcoming fights. To be able to buff up the team and make this Vi a little bit tankier. Everybody is arriving in time except for Heppo, who's still just pushing up mid.
Yep. Ooh. They're getting fused at about 60% health right now. That's going to be noticeable here because you already live on a Razor's Edge as an AD carry. Try living on even more of a Razor's Edge. Dragon started up here. You have the Viego just hanging off on the side here. Heppo able to fly over the wall. There's the all-in.
Ooh, cease and desist landed on a Javi. He's getting focused on down. Does manage to get away with the Heartbreaker. It's going to be a stolen away Dragon. The soul is denied and now back over the wall. But the resets are coming on through for Javi. He's staying alive with a second Heartbreaker. He gets himself a second soul. Diving over the wall. Lands the huge Vault Breaker onto Confused over the wall with the Heartbreaker. Looking to make it a triple kill as Heppo finds himself a shutdown on a Steel City Warrior. Javi still standing. Can't get onto LeBlanc. But a huge fight for Javi is going to be won by TDK, but the Dragon Steal means that Iridescent Dawn Neon have delayed Soul yet again.
They delay it, but at what cost? Teleport's coming out. The call is pretty damn clear. Hey, there's 4 of us. There's 1 of them. Let's do this, Baron, right damn now. And there's nothing too much IDN can do about it. Heppo can distortion over the wall. We also got the teleport coming out here from Meow Mix, so hold that thought. We'll see what fight they can put up here. Some of these health bars are a little low still. They're in the pit.
Taunt landed onto multiple. Here comes the hook over the wall. Nightingale goes on a killing spree as he takes down Heppo, and they are going to be able to secure the Baron. Meow Mix can't fight them off for long enough as he's going to go down for the second kill. TDK now 5 versus 3 on the map. Baron buff at their backs. They were denied the Dragon Soul, but they have gotten themselves pretty much everything else. And Javi 9-1-9 on this Viego is an unstoppable force.
Yeah, Javi really showing up on this Viego, but that is also the nature of Viego in these fights. Like, you're already kind of ahead, and it's just so easy for the Viego to snowball fights that go your way. It's like, oh, you got a possession, you just healed a bunch of health. How are you going to deal with this threat just pelting you on down? You don't really do that. And then there's another Heartbreaker, into another Heartbreaker, into another Heartbreaker, and next thing you know, yeah, there's a 9-1-9 Viego. Kind of kills everyone on your team. We'll see. Here's the
cease and desist into that Killer Instinct, into the hook on the Nightingale. Everything connects, and Iridescent Dawn Neon take off a big pick in the top side. But TDK looking to respond in mid lane. They're going to focus down this mid lane inner turret. They're going to jump in onto Heppo, who blinks back away with the distortion. It is 1 kill picked up for Iridescent Dawn Neon, but the turret down for TDK.
Yeah, turret definitely worth more than the kill. Might just be a 1-for-1. Meow Mix able to get out of that. However, though, taking that 1 Baron buff, though, he's still extremely handy here. Because it means there's 1 less threat to have to deal with that in a side lane, potentially. It was just retreating now from Team Death Knights. IDN, they do have the man advantage here. It is 5 versus 4. They don't have the cease and desist, though. Have a Hex Portal.
Meow Mix in deep finds himself 1 versus 4. He just gets 1 shot, and Javi now is legendary, leading the rest of the charge through. Gets himself a double kill as Steel City Warrior cuts down another, and 4 versus 5. TDK have demolished the team fight. Javi's too strong. Confused gonna go down in the 1-on-1 to Steel City Warrior. That is an ace for no deaths picked up for TDK without Nightingale even present.
Yeah, if IDN wants back in this, they're going to have to pull a similar comeback to game number 1. Baron buff still on all these members. You got the wave coming on in. That was a 5-for-0. Is that actually the game here?
It's
going to be close.
Not the whole game, but
Okay,
it's
yeah.
certainly a turning point.
Yeah. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Oh wait, no, it's just don't ever say it's over.
was getting these things mixed up. But either way, like, Team Death Knights, they are in a prime position to punch their tickets here to the grand finals here. Just one fight away, it feels like, Gordo, from securing that ticket.
Yeah, and you don't have the Zeri and Azir scaling to fall back on this time. Iridescent Dawn Neon, they are going to have to pull a hell of a miracle out of their hats to fight their way back here and get to that grand final. TDK are on the verge of closing it out. They would secure themselves the Hextech Soul here in 40 seconds if they can get the Dragon. It's going to need to be another big steal from Still Learning, and it's going to have to be an equally big fight from the Iridescent Dawn squad.
Yep. What can you muster here, Iridescent Dawn Neon? Your tournament life isn't on the line. You do have the losers bracket here, but you will
Look
have
on
to
the Javi.
do another best of 5.
Great start. Volt Breaker doesn't connect, but they are going to throw down Cease and Desist. Flash away from Heartbreaker. Javi is the target. Pop Blossom lands onto 2. Javi gets his first reset of the fight. Stringy Bird's going to be the next target. Meow Meow Mix is in the front line, but he's just getting melted down by the remaining members. Javi's going to back away at low HP, and there goes Meow Meow Mix. Double kill picked up for Steel City Warrior. Heppo forced on out on the bottom side. They've correctly determined who the real LeBlanc is, and they're going to take her out. Steel City Warrior goes unstoppable. It's only Ken Fused left alive, and he is going to have to book it. This is going to be Dragon Soul picked up for Team Death Knights Void.
Yep. 29 to 8 in kills. You got the soul. You got a almost 12k gold lead. And you got your eyes on the grand finals here. Just need to carry it on home, it feels like.
On the verge of a huge win for themselves here. It was looking dominant for the beginning of the series. A huge game 1 win, a massive lead in game number 2. The series has sprawled out to become much, much closer than that. Iridescent Dawn Neon with a dominant game number 4 with all the momentum at their backs coming in to this game number 5. But TDK have executed brilliantly on this Viego composition. 13-1 and 13. 1-3, 1-3, 1-3 for TDK's jungler Javi. Coming up huge in this final game and on the verge of securing them a spot in the grand finals.
Yep. Just gotta bring it home.
Look, it's on to Vici. It's not the target they're looking for. Is going to be able to get in there with the Searing Charge. Here comes Javi, looking to start the reset train. Gets hooked, but takes down Stringy Bird anyway. Now lands the follow-up hook. Takes down Meow Meow Mix. Now he's the Shen. 2 more kills to TDK, and it might not be enough time for IDN to get those players back. They're going to have to play with just 3. Javi's the target. Heppo focusing him down alongside Still Learning. They're calling in Ken Fused as well with the Killer Instinct. They need to take down this Viego, and they do so. The shutdown is cashed out for Ken Fused, but the remaining members of TDK, they're focusing in on the base. They're taking down the top side inhibitor, and the rest of Iridescent Dawn Neon, they have to get back here in time. The recall's being channeled by Heppo. The first Nexus turret's going to fall, and here comes the 3-man squad on the backside. BB coming in as well to try to disrupt them. Both Nexus turrets are down. Here comes the Pop Blossom in to try to slow down Still Learning. He's going to go down. Steel City Warrior goes godlike as he manages to take down Ken Fused. Stringy Bird is down as well. Heppo's the last damage dealer. He's got the Stand United on top of him, but he's just getting called down the whole way through. Meow Meow Mix now has to defend against all the remaining members of Team Death Knights. Void Steel City Warrior is legendary as he cuts down the Shen, and TDK are going to the grand finals.
35 to 9 is the final kill score line here, Gordo. What a way to book your ticket to the grand finals, but God damn it, if Team Death Knights did not have to work for it this series.
Go Freno, they certainly had to work for it down the stretch, but a big, it may be the first to congratulate Team Death Knights Void on securing the grand final spot in the Divine League Summer 2023 split. The first Team Death Knights roster, I believe, that has ever made the grand finals in the history of Divine. They've had a lot of teams come through. They've had at least 2 or 3 in the last years worth of splits that just didn't, that maybe made playoffs and were one out. Some didn't even make playoffs, Gordo, but they finally found the squad to take themselves to the big old title match. And boy, it took everything out of this squad to do it.
Yeah, definitely. I think I remember way back, I don't remember how long ago this was. I think Team Death Knight's Reject was in a Risen Divine League final at one point. I think
Oh.
Nightingale was on that team. I'm gonna have to do some research on this. We'll come
You're the
back.
historian.
We'll
You guys
come
are the
back more
historians.
informed. We'll get the
Yeah.
narrative set once we're back for lower finals and grand finals. But what a banger series this has been, as TDK Void, from an unexpected seed. Every team here has an unexpected seed, but TDK Void, just as much as anybody, fight their way through in a real close series with Iridescent on Neon and have successfully done it here in 5 games.
And Go Frino, I almost wish that we could switch the starting of the series and the finish, because the final 2 games were just blowouts on either side, and this one in the favor of the Death Knights.
Yeah, like I think it kind of was impossible to live up to that game number 2.
This is not the right.
Oh,
Did not
this is game
breakdown.
4.
Yeah, it would be a similar graph though in terms of
Yeah.
goal here for game number 5, because it was all TDK on the blue side all game basically. They got the early lead. Yes, we saw
There
a
it is.
bit of trade backs
Hey.
there. Yeah, you can see it here. It's basically all blue, and they just took it on home.
Yeah, they took it on home, and what a performance from Javi here, because it takes a real high level player to go from playing tank engage duty, playing the Maokai, getting put on the rel, being the engage, not being the damage, and then your coach, your team called to you, we're putting you on Viego, game number 5 here to send us to the grand finals, and Gordo Javi just balled out, to put it simply.
He absolutely did. What a great performance by him here in the game where it matters most, in a series that we had been saying was really being defined by the carries, by Nightingale, by Steel City Warrior. He is the one who makes the big difference here in this game number 5.
But Go Farino, it wasn't all TDKV out the gate. And I want you to take us through our first replay, because we talked about this Shen Vi combination, what it could do for Iridescent Dawn. Neon, in 15 minutes in, we take a look at our first replay. It exactly come to fruition as they planned.
Yeah, let's see. I'm trying to remember which one this is, because they missed the initial vault breaker here, so you have to use the cease and desist immediately. But you're able to just get on top of this Lucian here, Steel City Warrior, hounded down under their own turret here. Barely enough health to survive is the Shen. God, it's been a long night if you can't tell.
It's whatever champions they were playing.
Whatever
Yeah.
ones. We are pushing 5 hours on this. And
I'm old, okay?
We are pushing midnight, and
Yeah.
I don't know.
And-
Go Farino, do you eat dinner before these? Because I don't.
Yeah,
and
I
I'm
don't.
feeling that. Yeah,
I don't, but I'm on the West Coast, so like it makes sense that I don't
you're
eat dinner.
pushing 10 p.m. You get some
1
time.
a.m. here.
Yeah, well, kudos to these guys, by the way, if you guys haven't shouted them out, that these 5 games of casting. But back to these replays, Gordo, the trend that I saw and I noticed was the Death Knights, they got an early lead off a Dragon Take. They then kind of squandered it a bit, and then they did another Dragon Take, and they won big. They just constantly around the Drake Pit were winning really hard in this next 23-minute one. Sure, they didn't get sold, but they got a lot more off the back.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a great idea, right? And this has really been the story of IDN. It feels like in every game they lost this series, they take the right fight, they get a good angle, they play it out correctly, but they're too behind from how things went in the early game. They get onto Javi, they know he's the target. A great flash away here. I mean, brilliantly played by Javi. He goes right back to the Dragon. He knows what his priority is at every moment. He gets the first reset to get health back, gets the second reset, and now he's strong enough to get across the wall and get onto Confused. And by the way, on this Viego, performing so well on champions that he is not playing. He landed that flash hook earlier on in this same game.
Exactly.
He lands the flash vault breaker there. He is just super, really, I mean, what would you call it? Just heads up on these champions. I mean, he switches over and is immediately executing on these mechanics.
And like, you could give him a pass maybe for, knowing how to play the Vi. Obviously, because jungler to jungler, but Go Frino to go for that flash hook, possessing Thresh, and what a call!
Definitely a YOLO swag move, as we'd say back in 2012, and I mean that's a lot of confidence for game number 5, like we've been saying, because all the marbles are on the line here, to say the least.
All the marbles were on the line, but this final replay was TDKV watching their marble finish first here in the race. This is the final fight here. It's a little chaotic. It gets a little messy here, but the main thing here is kind of goes back to what Gordo was talking about, is that IDN, they go for the right play, but by this point they're far too behind. You can see the Stringberg gets picked off initially.
Yeah.
And then the fight breaks off. But the main thing here is that Javi, he gets these big picks, he finds these big plays, and IDN fall flat. But then Javi gets a little overzealous, and he goes for this pick play, and they pick off Javi. They end up finally jumping him with that vault breaker into the killer instinct here from Confused. But Goverino, you can take Javi, and you'll just lose the game if you go for him.
Yeah. Like, because I was calling this when it's happened. It's like, yeah, but your base. You got to get back to your base. Like, the red buffs actually canceling recalls here, and they're clearing the mid wave. And by the time you get here, both the Nexus turrets are basically dead. One last Hail Mary fight, though, around the Nexus, and to IDN's credit, they're playing this about as well as they can with the deficit. They're juggling aggro, keeping people alive for very deceptive amounts of time, but they're just not able to really finish anyone off here in a timely manner.
Yeah. And what's about this series is that it's a winner's side series. So both of these teams, they show that they have lots that they can work on, and they're going to have the opportunity to work on that, right? Iridescent Dawn Neon going to play in that lower finals next week. That's going to be streamed here, same time, same place. And then the winner of that going to come and play against Team Death Knights in that finals. Team Death Knights got 2 weeks to work on that. If Iridescent Dawn Neon can come in strong enough to qualify for the grand finals next week, then we're going to get a rematch between these two teams.
And that's the very question I want to leave you two with. Yeah, you guys have both done a ton of talking today, so I won't ask you to do too much more. But we haven't got to see very much of Pride Stalker Esports. Gordo, I'll start with you. Do you feel like this is a preview for the grand finals?
I think so. I think Pride Stalker Esports, they've shown a lot this season as well, just like anybody else. But I don't know. I've been really impressed by the runs we've seen Iridescent on Neon go in. I predicted them to win this series, so they were my favorites coming in to win the winners final. I think that means I have to make them my favorites to come and make it to the grand finals one way or the other.
Goferino, similar sentiment?
Purely based off tonight, I'm definitely leaning towards IDN, yeah, but Pride Stalker Esports can definitely convince me to the other side.
For reference, TDK did 2-0 Pride Stalker Esports in the upper bracket in the first round. So, you want to play some comparison games that way. Iridescent Dawn Neon, they put up a much better fight up against TDK.
Pride Stalker did 3-1 L2 though, so
true. That's what I was about to say is, closing things out. Stick with us because we have a couple fun messages, but L2 were 7-0 in the regular season. They got 3-1 by Pride Stalker Esports. So if that doesn't tell you shouldn't tune in next week like Gordo talked about, I don't know what will. But a couple of quick shout-outs always. These two on the cast, amazing jobs getting the full marathon sprint through 5 games, covering that. Caddy behind the scenes, replays, updating prediction points, updating us on other matchups mid-match. This guy could do it all, so big shout-out to him. But the big thing I want to make sure to get out here and everybody watching, hopefully some of these teams who also popped in to do their victory lap, we not only have Divine League signups going right now, but Risen Champs is looking to make a return once again, and we are all very excited about the possibilities of this uncapped league. So please tell all the teams all the collegiate schools, anybody that there is an uncapped league from Risen returning, and we would like to get it filled up as much as possible. Like Gordo mentioned, this is the end for Divine this week, but next week we'll hopefully have a similar cast, if not more friendly faces here to cover the lower bracket finals. But it's been 5 hours, folks. We're all tired and hungry, and I'm sure you are as well. So make sure to stay locked to the socials to see when Risen leagues go live next, and make sure to come back next Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern for the big time lower bracket finals matchup to see who meets Team Death Knights Void in the finals. For Slayer, Gordo, Goferino, Caddy, and everyone else here at Risen, enjoy the rest of your evening, and we'll see you guys in just a week's time.